the federal government. And that ebbs and flows. Why? Because when the Biden administration came in, they didn't have enough vaccine for the country. They just had not bought enough vaccine. President Biden comes in, opens the vaccine cupboard, the cupboard is bare. They have scrambled and they have secured more vaccine, but it's uneven. So we got a big dosage of Johnson & Johnson, one shot, great. We got that last week. But then it's going to trail off for a couple of weeks, and then it's going to increase again, the supply. So you're going to see an unevenness to the vaccine. Everybody says, I want the vaccine, why can't I get it? Because there's not enough vaccine. That's the simple.
Forward this weekend. Yeah, daylight saving time happening yet again. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Waking up with all the East Coasters, but any other News Nowers worldwide as well who are tuning in for the morning brief. That's the top stories that you want and need to know about. We cover everything that happened yesterday, overnight into the morning. Make sure that you have the news that you want and need to know about before you start your day, head off to work, school, perhaps both, and get taking care of all the business that you need to handle. We've got the water cooler stories, the stories that you want to talk about with your friends and family and even on social media. So don't forget, News Now from Fox is a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com to find all the different ways that you can watch us. So, okay, let's head on over to Capitol Hill this morning, live on News Now from Fox. The sun is rising, gorgeous blues and purple hues in the sky. Absolutely, positively gorgeous. It's a perfect segue to our first top story here in the morning brief. $1,400 relief checks could soon be heading into the bank accounts of millions of Americans as Congress will soon pass a $1.9 trillion relief package. While Democrats believe it will bring a much-needed boost to the economy, Republicans argue it's filled with wasteful spending. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan reports from Washington.
The yeas are 219, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted.
The $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package is inching closer to becoming law. Democrats set up the final vote for Wednesday before it makes the 1.5-mile trip to the White House for President Biden's signature.
Unemployment insurance, the checks of equity that will go out as well. These provisions are going to change lives.
Top Democrats on Capitol Hill who have spent decades in Congress are framing the American Rescue Plan as a transformative piece of legislation at the same level as the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare.
This is definitely on a par with that, if not to exceed it in terms of its impact on many more poor people in our country.
Republicans are still actively opposing the measure. They say there are too many items unrelated to COVID, and they don't like that funding continues in some cases to 2025. They also question the $350 billion for states.
It doesn't even take into consideration that many states don't need a bailout. Many states had success putting those 5 previous bipartisan COVID relief packages to work.
There is bipartisan support for the billions of dollars for vaccines, schools, and protective equipment. As for the $1,400 stimulus payments, the White House says direct deposits and checks will start going out by the end of the month. In Washington, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
A lot of Americans are looking forward to some coronavirus relief and some extended and continuing unemployment benefits that are a lot different than pre-pandemic days. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. I've got your top stories ready to go for you across the country. Coming up next here, we're going to head on out to Minneapolis, Minnesota. There are now at least 2 jurors seated on the jury of the former Minneapolis officer charged in George Floyd's death. Jury selection got underway yesterday, but as Fox News correspondent Matt Finn reports, the entire trial could be pulled.
Jury selection is underway in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in George Floyd's death.
So your job, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case, would be to hear all of the evidence in this case.
Defense attorney Eric Nelson used one of his 15 challenges to dismiss the first potential juror, a mother of 3 from Mexico, who said she saw the video of Floyd's arrest and didn't understand why Chauvin remained on top of Floyd.
What I feel, that's not fair because we are humans, you know, and he said, hey, I can breathe.
The first juror to be selected is a Caucasian male in his 20s or 30s, a chemist who describes himself as logical. Other potential jurors must demonstrate they can fairly view the case evidence, making seating an impartial jury a challenge for attorneys in this case. The video of Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes last May was seen worldwide. The judge is moving ahead with the trial process despite waiting for an appellate court decision on whether the entire trial will be delayed over a possible third-degree murder charge for Chauvin. Chauvin is currently charged with second-degree murder and manslaughter in Floyd's death. The judge set aside 3 weeks for the jury selection process. Opening arguments in the trial of George Floyd's death are expected March 29th. In Minneapolis, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. Absolutely positively gorgeous Wednesday morning out there. Not as many cars as we'd seen on the roadway earlier this week, but as you can see, the sun is risen here on the East Coast, and there are some New Yorkers walking around getting their day started. The reason I took you out to New York is for this next top story here in the morning brief. Another woman came forward to accuse New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of sexual harassment. The governor is insisting he never touched anyone inappropriately. Governor Cuomo spoke with reporters as calls grow for his removal. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has the latest from Brooklyn. I believe Brian filed this report just last night.
Tonight, a 6th accuser has come forward alleging sexual harassment and inappropriate behavior against Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Albany Times-Union reporting the accuser is a member of the executive chamber staff and that she told a supervisor recently the governor inappropriately touched her late last year during an encounter at the governor's mansion where she had been summoned to do work. Cuomo reacted to the new allegation in a telephone news conference today.
I'm not aware of any other claim. As I said last week, this is very simple. I never touched anyone inappropriately.
This as Democratic state lawmakers are now pressing Cuomo to turn over all documents and correspondence pertaining to his book entitled American Crisis: Leadership Lessons from the COVID-19 Pandemic, including the contract to the book deal itself. In July, Governor Cuomo's top aides reportedly altered a public report to reflect a lower nursing home death toll than what was reality. Weeks later, Cuomo announced he was publishing a book lauding his pandemic leadership skills.
We need to find out exactly how much the governor stood to profit from this dirty book deal that has been distasteful from day one.
The New York Times is reporting Crown Publishing has paused promoting and producing Cuomo's book pending the ongoing investigation. Around the same time, the Cuomo administration required nursing homes to admit COVID-19 positive hospital patients, the administration issued a similar directive requiring residential facilities for the developmentally disabled to do the same. 552 developmentally disabled people have died of COVID-19 in facilities statewide. Now, New York State Senate Republicans believe the true numbers are worse.
They've intentionally hid nursing home data and underreported nursing home data, and we have tremendous concerns that the same exact thing is happening here.
And that April 10th directive is still policy nearly a year later. At today's telephone news conference, the governor again denied that his administration purposely altered any nursing home death data. But for the first time since sexual harassment allegations arose, the governor's acting counsel, Beth Garvey, answered questions on Cuomo's behalf. Perhaps a sign the governor is now starting to take some of that advice from his lawyers as the scandals deepen. In Brooklyn, New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Brian Yennis has been staying on top of all of the Cuomo controversy, and he files his reports at night, so we bring them to you here every morning on News Now from Fox, and we will continue to update you as developments happen. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. Happy to be with you here this Wednesday morning, March 10th. Believe it or not, I know it's been pretty much exactly 1 year since the coronavirus pandemic started impacting all of our lives. For many, the time went by extremely slowly, especially as the world kind of seemed to stop, travel halted, many people starting to work from home. But for me, I honestly think the last year has gone by pretty quickly. So it turns out there is a new push to bring students and teachers back to the classroom, and it is coming from a very credible source. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more from Atlanta, Georgia.
Take your temperature.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is overly cautious in its guidance for reopening schools, according to 4 academic physicians publishing an op-ed in USA Today.
In reality, children and teachers alike are more likely to be safe within the school than out in the community.
The authors conducted research published by the CDC back in January showing schools in Wisconsin with masking in place experienced minimal COVID activity, even when transmission in the surrounding community was high. The op-ed suggests 6 feet distance between students causes unnecessary space constraints when wearing masks 3 feet apart is safe. And the authors point out pediatric deaths from COVID are rare, less than 300 nationwide. They write, while the death of any child is devastating, this is similar to the number that dies from influenza each year. And COVID-19 deaths in children and adolescents are magnitudes smaller than deaths from suicide, some now driven by school closure.
From the beginning, if we had had a stronger message about the importance of opening up schools and how we were going to prioritize it and do it as a team and not in divided camps of Republicans versus Democrats, but really just looking at the science, that we would have been a lot more successful.
The op-ed comes a day after the CDC issued guidance on safe activities for Americans who have been fully vaccinated. Those recommendations focused on activities in private homes, but not workplaces or schools.
I think the CDC sees it as imperative that they take different circumstances with different, looking at the very specific engagements, the number of people, the risks as they factor in what guidelines they're going to put forward.
We reached out to the CDC for comment on the op-ed and are awaiting the agency's response. This as President Biden weighs the concerns of powerful teachers' unions with his own pledge to reopen the majority of K-8 schools before the end of his first 100 days in office. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Hey, Jonathan, we're in Atlanta, too. Everybody take a live look here of the moon in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolutely, positively gorgeous, shining brightly, even though the sun is beginning to rise there. Yeah, we just wanted to show you this live picture while we have a chance to. Atlanta may be a destination for some spring breakers because despite CDC warnings to refrain from travel, coastal communities are expecting thousands of spring breakers within the next few weeks. Some places are welcoming them with open arms. But as Fox News multimedia reporter Robert Sherman explains, others are putting up the keep away signs.
Building sandcastles and soaking up sun on Clearwater Beach in Florida sure beats shoveling Midwestern snow. That's why the Falls family and their friends decided to head south from Twin Lakes, Wisconsin.
Getaway, fresh air, and warmth.
Beth Falls and her Cheese State crew aren't the only ones bolting for the heat, as spring break havens across the Sun Belt gear up to host thousands amid the pandemic.
We want to have this going forward, and so we ask you to follow some of the policies that we have here for the protection of all.
Steve Hayes with Visit St. Pete Clearwater says social distancing is the name of the game, and they're excited for the foot traffic and business. But not everyone is so welcoming. Los Angeles County health officials are asking long-distance visitors to postpone travel in an effort to keep down the spread of COVID-19. One Fort Lauderdale bar says they will not be serving out-of-state college-aged adults to help control crowds. Even as more Americans get the vaccine and coronavirus case numbers decline, the threat is still there.
There are folks around them who they don't know, and the bubble, the protection of immunity, may not be present where they're at. While they're coming here and while they're staying in their hotels and as they're leaving, they need to be careful.
Which is exactly what the Falls family intends to do.
Wear a mask. Let's do what you can, but we will have fun.
Local leaders are expecting to welcome their biggest crowd since the pandemic began, and their hope is to see a busy beach, but a socially distanced beach. In Clearwater, Florida, Robert Sherman, Fox News.
Speaking of beaches, everybody, here's a live look at St. Augustine, Florida. The pier, the sunrise, it all looks great. I got to get out there ASAP. The sunrise with the yellows and the orange and the blue hues, absolutely positively gorgeous out there for sure. Perfect segue for our next top story here in the morning brief on News Now from Fox. States across the country may be lowering their COVID-19 restrictions, but the TSA isn't. As more folks are flocking to airports, officials have some helpful reminders and tips on how to keep yourself and other travelers safe. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the scoop.
Travel is still taboo, at least according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. But new data from the Transportation Security Administration shows the number of people traveling by air is starting to soar.
The first few days in March already, we have seen 5 of the first 9 days already that have topped 1 million passengers going through checkpoints.
The TSA isn't recommending everyone become jet setters, but they say if you must travel during the pandemic, the number one trick is to limit the amount of objects that you and your personal items come in contact with.
Take your wallet, take your keys, take your cell phone, and instead of putting them in the bin, put them directly into your carry-on bag, because that reduces touch points between your belongings and the bin.
One thing travelers can do better is social distancing, especially while in line at security.
Try to do your best. We're not trying to rush you through. The line even may look long, but it might not be long because of social distancing.
Meanwhile, some airports are also doubling as COVID-19 testing sites. Houston's George Bush Intercontinental just launched a rapid test program. The company Express Spa reconverted its stores inside the airport into facilities capable of testing more than 300 people a day. In case you're wondering, TSA still has a mandatory policy on wearing a face mask, but they've actually updated their policy on liquids. You can now carry up to one 12-ounce bottle of hand sanitizer. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look now at Capitol Hill, and that's because we are moments away from hopefully a live report with Fox's Doug Luzader talking about how we are expecting to have the House pass a nearly $2 trillion coronavirus relief package. Hopefully that will be just moments away right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, though, we've got plenty of other stories to bring to you here in the morning brief. Let's take a look at what some are calling a crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins taking a look at what conditions are like for migrants and what people there are saying about an uncertain future.
They're coming and coming and coming.
Javier Garcia, an organizer at the Casa del Migrante in Matamoros, Mexico, says last week the shelter had 50 migrants. Now, 250.
Capacity is almost on the top.
Almost full capacity.
Almost full capacity, yeah.
And at that point, you have to turn people away?
No, we try not to do that. Yeah. So far the director say, everybody come is welcome.
Inside the shelter, it's clear resources are running short, and many like Javier don't know if they can keep up with the pace of migrants. Across the river in Texas, Border Patrol agents tell Fox News the Rio Grande Valley is seeing a 166% increase in apprehensions from last year.
We are on a scale where it's going to more than double or triple or maybe quadruple or quintuple the number of apprehensions made just in the Rio Grande Valley sector alone because of the new policies of the Biden administration.
The concern is bipartisan.
The administration, in my opinion, is listening to the immigration activists. That's okay. But they're not listening to the border communities, the people there at the border that are being affected.
But in the midst of Biden's border surge, migrants remain optimistic.
Tienen esperanza.
They are hopeful and they're waiting for President Biden to give a statement or a way to help them.
And Fox News has learned Customs and Border Protection is temporarily shutting down 3 highway checkpoints in Arizona, redirecting personnel to the influx at the border. In Matamoros, Mexico, I'm Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
All right, everybody, joining us live this morning is Fox's Doug Luzader. We have a very brief amount of time to talk about this nearly $2 trillion coronavirus relief package that the House is expected to pass today. Good morning, Doug. What can we expect?
Hey, good morning. Well, the Senate passed this over the weekend. Now the House has to give its final sign-off. We expect that's going to happen today. Democrats are certainly confident that they have the votes to make that happen. Once they do vote this through, assuming that happens, then it kicks over to the president's desk, and he is expected to very quickly sign that into law, especially ahead of his big speech tomorrow, dealing specifically with the coronavirus. Plus, there are some extended unemployment benefits that expired this weekend, so they want to get this done pretty quickly.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader joining us live this morning. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. We will stay on top of all coronavirus updates for you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Fox's Doug Luzader, a great resource for us almost each and every morning right here with the live reports to bring us the latest as to what is happening on Capitol Hill and when people can expect some coronavirus relief. What most people are talking about is those $1,400 stimulus checks, stimulus relief, stimulus payments that I'm hearing 90% of Americans are going to qualify for. Of course, though, there's income thresholds, lots of differences there. And so for your eligibility, it's best to just do the research. And it goes off your most recent tax return. So if you've already filed your 2021 taxes, remember, we're always a year behind. So you just filed your 2020. It goes based off of your 2020 income. Now, if you haven't filed taxes this year, because tax day isn't until next month, until April, it will go based off of your 2019 return. So yeah, just a little bit of heads up there. Taking a live look now as well at the White House in Washington, D.C. All these different vantage points that we have for you here on NewsNOW from Fox. And we are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. Most of you, we'll see you when you return. Well, welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. Just as quickly as ever, we went from St. Augustine, Florida, where it appeared a helicopter flew by, to now this gorgeous live picture in Tampa, Florida. I was just saying the sun is showing off this morning. It's absolutely positively gorgeous. We've got all these different live cameras all over the place that we can bring you here on News Now from Fox. And that's exactly what we are doing while we continue to bring you the top stories that you want and need to know about from across the country. So again, thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. Don't forget, News Now from Fox is a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com to find all the different ways that you can watch us. Again, thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, women across the world are suffering from abuse at an alarming rate. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty has the latest data from the World Health Organization, better known as WHO, and how the ongoing global pandemic could be intensifying the crisis.
A new study reveals disturbing statistics about violence against women.
Almost 1 in 3 women globally have suffered intimate partner violence, sexual violence from a non-partner or both.
Data was taken from 158 countries between 2010 and 2018. It's the largest study on abuse to date, according to the World Health Organization. Officials say if the research continued during the coronavirus pandemic, the numbers would most likely be even higher, with many females stuck inside the house with their abusers.
1 out of every 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 already have experienced or been subjected to either physical or sexual violence in the hands of a close partner.
Abuse happens everywhere, but research shows it's more prevalent in specific parts of the world.
Women in lower middle income countries suffer disproportionately from violence, especially in Oceania, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia.
Officials are calling this report horrific, but hope the issue will stay in the spotlight as more nations collect data on abuse.
Countries are beginning to measure the problem, which is the first important step in recognizing, acknowledging, and taking action.
World leaders recommend a number of solutions to help stop the violence, including, quote, reforming discriminatory laws, strengthening women's economic rights, and challenging gender stereotypes. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, everybody, these next 2 top stories we have for you in the morning brief are Florida related, so we might as well continue to take a gorgeous look at Tampa, right? Because why not? Hey, one thing that this Arizona girl learned when I first moved to Florida, because I went kayaking within my first couple weeks here, and it was a phenomenal experience. I'm an outdoor girl, love to be outdoors, hiking, biking, jogging. I never consider it running, kayaking. I've never paddle boarded, but I would definitely give it a shot. Anywho, man's best friend is joining the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation efforts to restore the Everglades. The specially trained pups are on the job to sniff out an invasive species, Burmese pythons. Fox's Jeff Lennox has more on the story this morning on News Now from Fox.
Giving the Burmese python the boot from the Everglades takes a team effort and creative ideas. So FWC Water Management and the National Park Service putting their heads together and deciding it was time to call out the dogs.
There's only so many tools in the toolbox, and we're using them all. And this is the latest tool. And with the search of the dogs that search out and seek the pythons.
Meet Truman and Eleanor.
Good girl.
These dogs are members of an elite squad tasked with sniffing out Burmese pythons hiding throughout the river of grass.
But the dogs bring a slightly different approach to finding pythons in that they're not visually searching for pythons. They're actually trained really to search using their smell. So they're finding pythons that are hidden that we can't necessarily see. Well, that doesn't matter for the dogs. They're going to find that python regardless because they're searching with their scent.
Using their unique search and seizure skills, they lead their handlers to the slithery threat to the Everglades ecosystem.
We specifically train the dogs to identify Burmese pythons. As a matter of fact, yesterday when we were working, the dogs bypassed 2 native snakes and gave no alerts at all. We don't get a positive, a false positive.
The state has invested big bucks to keep the Everglades strong and healthy, only to have the reptile invaders threaten all that hard work.
We're spending billions of dollars of replumbing the Everglades. But if we replumb the Everglades and there's no native animals left, we have failed.
But man is determined to win this battle with beast, even if they have to use other beasts to do it.
And we need to eradicate the python from the Everglades.
Oh, so cool. I need to get out to the Everglades, everybody. I do have one of those national park annual passes, and I need to do it. And I totally lost my train of thought, everybody, because when I was talking about kayaking, I wanted to say that I learned about manatees. That's the segue for this next top story here on News Now from Fox. So, manatees are dying at an alarming rate, and officials with Florida's Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission think they know why. As Fox's Laura Greenberg reports, it's not too late to reverse the trend.
2021 is starting off really bad.
The numbers are astounding. The cows of the sea, Florida's beloved manatees, are dying at an alarming rate this year. According to FWC, more than 400 manatees have died across Florida so far this year, 168 of them in Brevard County. And we're just 2 months into the year. Last year at this time, only 85 had died statewide.
It's been going for a number of years, but it really has gotten dramatically worse.
Patrick Rose from the Save the Manatee Club says cold weather and too much nutrient or pollution in the Indian River Lagoon are to blame.
What that does is causes algal blooms that then will shade out the seagrass. And then with that shading, some of the seagrass will die.
Less seagrass means dying manatees. And cleaning up the Indian River Lagoon and the coastline requires a massive overhaul, eliminating pollution, switching from septic to sewer, and funding more research. Patrick Rose has written op-eds and reached out to the federal government to help save the manatees. Despite the numbers, he remains hopeful.
We did a lot of good work, but now we're on that precipice where it's all that good work could just go to waste if the population begins to crash. And we can stop that by working together.
In Brevard County, Laura Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
All right, everybody, just wanted to bring you a couple animal-related stories here from the state of Florida. Taking a live look now, though, everybody, at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. before our next live report here this morning. Joining us live here on News Now from Fox is Tony Payan. He is the director of the Center for the United States and Mexico at Rice's Baker Institute. Just joining us to talk about what we're being told is a crisis at the border. Mr. Payan, thank you so much for joining us. Is it what we're hearing? Is it a crisis at the border?
Well, that's a question that's been asked quite a few times. I think it is a crisis in many ways. The MPP, the Migration Protection Protocol that President Trump left for the Biden administration to resolve, resulted in a humanitarian crisis. So it's not really any different in terms of the numbers that we are seeing individuals trying to cross the border into the United States, most of them turning themselves in to the Border Patrol and U.S. authorities, but it is a humanitarian crisis. And I think the Biden administration has moved to resolve that and then figure out what to do in Central America so that people don't have to take a trip north through Mexico and stay in Central America. And those who consider that they need or could potentially ask for asylum, do so in the capitals of those countries.
One thing I wanted to ask you, do you think that there's heightened attention to this just because we had a change in presidency and administration?
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a very clear break with the Trump administration's policies, which were more along the lines of third country agreements with Guatemala and Mexico to retain those immigrants. The Biden administration now intends to essentially resolve those cases, parole those people into the United States, about 200, 250 at a time, and bring them into the United States to wait for their day in court in the United States. That obviously has a risk that it may send the wrong signal to many people in Central America, and they may think that the country is now open. So far, though, the numbers do not reflect that. We've not seen spikes greater than those we saw during the Trump administration.
While you've been talking, we've actually been showing footage of Texas Governor Greg Abbott at the border yesterday. He said that he wants to focus on security efforts amid the ongoing humanitarian crisis, calling the situation a crisis, and says that cartels are ramping up drug trafficking and human smuggling, and children are coming in at record numbers. Of course, the White House says migrants are fleeing prosecution for violence and economic hardships. So what is the answer here?
Well, I think Governor Abbott wants to run for office in 2024. So he's clearly playing political theater here. The situation is no different than it was in January. I think the numbers were up in January, but they were not any different than under the Trump administration. I think the January numbers are 78,000 migrants asking for asylum at the U.S. border. That reflects the numbers from before. So that has not changed, but it wasn't a crisis before, and it is now. And as for drugs, obviously, there is a big problem. Drugs are coming through Mexico, especially confection or chemical drugs that are coming through the border, but that's a federal issue. And so I think the governor would be better served if he worked with the administration very closely to try to deal with this problem with Mexico. I think in 2015, Texas, I think, passed a bill with $800 million. And then in 2017, it did so again with no results, really. The drug markets in the United States have not substantially changed.
Mr. Payan, I feel like that's a perfect segue for the next question that I was going to ask. Obviously, there's a very limited number of states that share the U.S.-Mexico border. So how do we address this on a federal level to the point where everybody understands? Because not a whole lot of people live in those border communities and understand what's happening.
Well, the very first thing that we need to do is to sort of end the kind of circus that the border has become over the last few years. The border on the U.S. side is actually composed of very safe cities. I mean, we know that Nogales in Arizona, El Paso, Texas, Laredo, Texas, and the South Texas in the Valley are actually quite safe communities, even when their sister communities in Mexico are experiencing high levels of violence. I think we need to work with Mexico. The situation in Mexico, though, it's quite complicated. The president is almost unwilling to work with the Biden administration. There was no progress made in their conversation a couple of weeks ago, perhaps less than 2 weeks ago, but there was very, very little progress. So the U.S. is going to have to push Mexico very hard to re-engage the Merida Initiative or some other form of collaboration against these very violent cartels that do operate in Mexico.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell me that I perhaps forgot to ask?
Yeah, I think that it is time to sort of calm down a little bit and realize that the border is a complicated place, but we also benefit enormously from the border. Texas, in particular, benefits from the binational relationship. It is the transit point, the destination point, and the origin point of about 2/3 of the binational trade, and obviously very active in its exchanges with Mexico on everything from tourism to shopping to energy exchanges. So clearly, it is in all our benefit to have a good relationship with Mexico and a safe and prosperous border. And I think that should be the goal for both states and both federal governments.
All right. Again, joining us live this morning here is Tony Payan, the director of the Center for the United States and Mexico at Rice's Baker Institute. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at some aerials from Fox 5 New York. They are showing us the Skyfox images there of a house fire in Jamaica, Queens. You can see there, firefighters are definitely on the scene. The houses look pretty close together there, so they want to make sure that the fire does not spread. I see at least 2 ladder trucks there on the scene, 1 ambulance, and yeah, so a lot of different activities out there. We have just learned from Fox 5 New York, it is a 2-alarm fire. It was a garage fire, and as of right now, no one injured. So a little bit of great news there, but Skyfox again flying above the scene, bringing us this breaking news this morning, and we wanted to provide you the latest. I'm going to head on over to fox5newyork.com, take a look at their current weather conditions. It's 42 degrees out there, so yes, cold, but firefighters out there are definitely used to worse weather conditions. Expected to reach a high of 53 degrees today. Pretty nice for this time of year in New York. Matter of fact, yesterday I think I saw that they reached up to 61 degrees, which is great, which is lovely. A little warm out there for them. Again, everyone, you're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. I've got one more top story in the morning brief ready to go for you, and this is your business headlines from Jerry Willis.
Americans are thinking about moving because of more flexible work situations. A new survey by the company SimForm finds 66% of office workers are seriously considering moving to a new city in the U.S., and 62% of Americans working from home are considering moving to a new country. Stocks were moving higher on Wall Street Tuesday, with the Nasdaq seeing its best day in 4 months. Investors were busy buying a lot of beaten down tech stocks. Kia is recalling nearly 380,000 vehicles here in the U.S. Apparently, an electrical problem could cause an engine fire on certain Sportage SUVs. The model years affected are from 2017 through 2021. Also being recalled for the same issue are cadenzas from the years 2017 to 2019. And finally, this gives new meaning to the term being all washed up. A new poll by the company American Water finds 42% of Americans now consider themselves germaphobes because of the pandemic. In fact, the average person now washes their hands 9 times a day. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Some would say 9 times a day is not enough to wash those hands. All right, everybody, we're taking a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. More news now from Fox is 2 minutes away from most of you. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We're taking two gorgeous live pictures. I must say, I love living out here. Tampa, Florida on the left-hand side of your screen, St. Augustine, Florida on the right-hand side of your screen. The sun is rising in both live pictures, and it looks absolutely positively beautiful. So I've got bragging rights just because I live here. So I'm claiming bragging rights by association. Anywho, coming up next here on News Now from Fox, an interview from our very own Daytona Everett. The missing foster child national crisis has gotten substantially worse during the pandemic. Rebecca Masterson, chief counsel of Gen Justice, says the number of forgotten foster kids is rising at alarming rates. Again, News Now's Daytona Everett speaks with Masterson on how they're combating this epidemic in the child care system.
I'm joined now by Rebecca Masterson. She is Chief Counsel of Gen Justice. Rebecca, thank you so much for being here with us.
Daytona, thank you so much for having me.
So as we know, the coronavirus has changed a lot of people's lives right now, but one of the group of people who have had their lives drastically changed during this is foster kids. How has the coronavirus affected the system right now?
Daytona, it's a great question, and it's really been tragic, actually. The amount of reports are down of children who are suffering abuse at home, and that's primarily because the schools are closed and people are virtual. So our mandatory reporters don't have eyes on the children. But what we also know is that ERs around the country are reporting extremely heightened incidences of extreme abuse in their ERs.
And why is that?
I hate to speculate on something so serious. I think it's because we aren't getting the reporting to intervene in time to help the children. And I also think that probably life factors such as stress and economic disruption tend to lead to an increase in abuse. We found that in our research that the last recession in the United States led to an increase in severe child abuse. And unfortunately, the statistics aren't in, but unfortunately, I believe that that's what we're going to see as a result of COVID as well.
Yeah, I mean, personally, this is the first I'm really hearing of it right now. Is there any initiatives to kind of bring this to light and maybe pass some legislation to help those kids who are in desperate need right now?
Yes, there really is. One of the things that's being passed is to make sure that none of the children have to leave foster care at the age requirements. And Arizona is working really hard to make sure that no one is aged out of a system or exited from a system because of COVID. I worry about the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. Foster children as a whole are vulnerable, but I worry about the foster children that are missing from care as well. And if the safety net has fallen any further than it already has, I really fear for the safety of the children that we don't know where they are right now.
I think the main question, and you know, this is a question I ask whenever we're talking about any stories like this, people who are sitting at home right now and hearing this, yes, it's an issue, but I mean, what can you do to help?
That's such a good question. I'm going to tell you that a mind-boggling statistic is that 20,000 children go missing from our foster system every single year. On average, that's about 50 children a day. And so many times, these kids don't even have a photograph. And so one of the things we're working on is we would like every single state in this nation to ensure that every child who enters foster care has a photograph. The other thing that we know is that when these children go missing, nobody is really searching for them. And that also needs to change. This is really a call to action.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable right now to know that their lives have been a struggle regardless, and now topping this, it can't be easy, right?
It can't be easy. And what I tell people all the time, I've probably said this 1,000 times, is it's not that people don't care, it's that they don't know. And that's really the mission of our organization, is to make sure that people know that we can do better and must do better for these children. Go ahead.
You're an advocate for this, obviously. Hearing the stories of not only these kids, but the foster homes as well, what has stuck out to you the most?
What has stuck out to me the most is that everybody involved in the foster child's life, from the agency to their parents to the court, has attorney representation, and these kids don't. That's the first thing that really stuck out for me. The second thing is how many children go missing every year from the foster system, and how we aren't looking for them, and how we don't even have a photo. And if we don't have a photo, we can't find a child if we don't know what he or she looks like. The third thing that's really stuck out to me is we are in a digital age. I mean, Amazon just texted me that my package is 3 stops away. And the technology we're utilizing to find these children that are missing from foster care, it might as well be a carrier pigeon. We have old websites, out-of-date websites, when we could be using cutting edge technology to find and rescue these children. We know that the majority of children, almost 65%, maybe even more according to some experts, of children who are commercially sexually trafficked in the United States are from foster care.
Wow.
It is almost criminal in my mind that we aren't doing more to find these kids when they go off the radar.
And I mean, it's probably pretty obvious why those numbers are significantly higher, but from your research, what else is contributing to that really alarmingly high number?
I think what's happening is many things is these children don't have stable families to teach them about stranger danger and the dangers of trafficking. They don't actually know what happens if they leave. Some are running, and then some truly are abducted and kidnapped. And if you don't have a stable family and you find somebody that wants to love you, or you think they want to love you, it's an extremely vulnerable group of children. The children who are most at risk of going missing and then henceforth being trafficked are children who have had multiple placements, which means they've moved all over the place. They're in group homes, and they're the intellectually disabled. These are really the children that need a strong safety net, not a tattered piece of fabric, which is what we have now. We need their photos, and we need to find them if they're missing.
And so what steps are you taking right now to kind of reverse course?
Generation Justice works with any lawmaker that wants to work with us. We have our hand in several states right now. Locally in Arizona, we have a bill sponsored by Senator Nancy Bartow that would make state identification cards free for every child in foster care. And importantly, it would make them mandatory for the kids in group homes. And we would like that to be a blueprint for every state in the country, because what can happen with that picture is that if something happens and we don't know where a child is for any amount of time, that photo and that identification card can immediately be linked nationwide to law enforcement. And that is our best bet of finding these children.
And what's next in that? What's the latest on that?
That bill is, knock on wood, I believe, just passed the Senate, and we're headed to the House right now.
Wow, that's really amazing. You know, it's almost symbolic too, like giving these kids a face, right? Literally and figuratively.
I think so. I really do think so. We have had missing children call our law clinic, and I can't share their names by law. I'm not allowed to do that. But when I've looked them up, there is sometimes a missing child poster that has no face on it. And I don't have to tell you how unlikely it is that we're going to find a child when we don't know what he or she looks like.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the work that you're doing right now. I think this is such an interesting topic because over the pandemic, human trafficking has been in the headlines quite a bit, surprisingly, because it hasn't in the past, but it is making headway. But to focus in on this, a specific group of kids who needs help, I think that's so important.
These kids don't have stable families always to protect them, so it really falls to us, I think, as people living alongside of them. We may not know who's in foster care, but just knowing the amount of children who have gone missing and who might be being trafficked, I think is a call to action for reform.
Yeah, and these are kids of any age.
These are kids of any age. We have read stories about children as young as 2 who have gone missing from foster care. We have read stories in other states of children who have had their files closed on them at the age of 9, and we don't know where they are. There are no policies or procedures to find these children, and that's what we need to change.
Any last thoughts on this?
We have an unbelievable amount of technology at our disposal. We have search engines and facial recognition, and I would like to see even some private players step into this arena and put this technology to use on behalf of the kids that are missing from foster care.
Yeah. Yes, we do. We're on technology right now.
Yes, we are.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for being with us here on News Now from Fox. You can check out Gen Justice, what you're heading right now, and for more information on that, right?
Yes, genjustice.org. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is moments away. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. You're taking a live look on the left-hand side of your screen of what's expected. That's what's on tap for today. Likely most of it is going to air right here on News Now from Fox. So as you can see, everybody, 9 o'clock this morning, we are hearing that the House of Representatives is going to be taking up that nearly $2 trillion coronavirus relief bill that was passed by the Senate this weekend. Now it is the House's turn to review it, debate it. But we're being told, especially by Fox's Doug Luzader, that it is likely going to pass and going to be headed to President Joe Biden's desk for signature, trying to get this economy back on track in response to the coronavirus pandemic. So 9 o'clock this morning is when that is expected. Coming up here at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, so 2 hours away. Later on this morning, there's actually several different congressional hearings, but one that we're keeping an eye on is one called the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee The hearing is titled Building Back Better, Addressing Climate Change in the Electricity Sector and Fostering Economic Growth. But again, there's a couple other hearings as well. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee is meeting on the state of democracy around the world, and the House Small Business Committee is holding a hybrid hearing on the next steps for the PPP. So we'll likely be following that as well here on News Now from Fox. Then at 11 o'clock this morning, we are hearing from the White House COVID-19 response team and public health officials. And then later on this afternoon at 2 o'clock Eastern, we are expecting to hear from Senate GOP leaders and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer holding a press conference as well. So lots of activity today on Capitol Hill, and we'll have it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. But I'm going to bring you back out to the state of Florida here for this next top story at the top of the hour. The city of Tampa has been lighting up blue to remember fallen officer Jesse Madsen. Let's get the latest from Fox 13 Tampa.
The colorful lights illuminating the city of Tampa take on a serious hue this week.
It must be really tough for a lot of people right now.
Blue, in remembrance of an officer who sacrificed everything.
We're here, to pay the respects, to also the families, that he left behind.
A wrong-way driver was reported speeding and swerving on I-275 early Tuesday morning. 45-year-old Tampa police officer Jesse Madsen was nearby and didn't hesitate to intervene. But the other driver, Joshua Montague, crashed into Madsen's cruiser, killing both men.
We have reason to believe that he veered into this oncoming car to protect others.
Madsen dedicated 16 and a half years to the department, earning 7 life-saving awards. He never stopped trying to protect, even in his final act of service.
When you look at someone who's earned 7 life-saving awards, it's no surprise that he would take such swift action and do this.
Madsen is the 3rd law enforcement officer in the Bay Area killed since the start of 2021. January 11th, Hillsborough County Master Corporal Brian Levine died after a suspect hit his cruiser 1 shift before retirement. February 17th, Pinellas Deputy Michael Magley was killed trying to stop a drunk driver.
In the right place at the right time, doing what cops do every day throughout this country. Protecting others, even if it means grave personal danger to themselves.
As night falls and bridges and buildings turn blue for Officer Madsen, those basking in the glow reflect on what it means.
He was giving his all to the city, and helping people and being a great citizen.
All right, everybody, we're going to continue to stay on top of this top story for you here on News Now from Fox. Coming up next, we do want to hear, it was about a 6-minute long news conference detailing this case and what happened that claimed the life of Jesse Madsen, the fallen officer there in Tampa, Florida. 45-year-old killed early Tuesday while attempting to stop a wrong-way driver on I-275. So let's listen into the latest here on News Now from Fox.
Found on the northbound lanes between Hillsborough and Sly. Within minutes, our officers responded to the area and they found the crash site. The wrong-way driver was Joshua Daniel Montague from Golden, Colorado, was driving a rental car. We're still working through the speeds. Next of kin has been notified, but obviously there's a lot more information that we're gathering as to exactly where he got on. We believe he got on at Bush Boulevard, but we're still working through some of that. We're relying on what calls we've got to 911 and some witnesses. Police officer Jesse Madsen, 45 years old, 16 and a half years at the Tampa Police Department, a father of 3, his 2 boys, age 16 and age 12, and a 10-year-old daughter. He earned our life-saving award 7 times during his career. We have reason to believe that he veered into this oncoming car to protect others. That is what we have gathered through some of our witnesses, some of our investigation. So when you look at someone who's earned 7 life-saving awards, it's no surprise that he would take such swift action and do this. Jesse Madsen, badge 507, is the 32nd police officer to die in the line of duty for the Tampa Police Department. The Tampa Police Department will go into a 7-day period of mourning But I want everyone to know that they have my word that while we mourn the loss of one of our fallen officers, we will do everything within our abilities to keep you safe. Mayor?
This is a very difficult day for our entire community and specifically for the members of the Tampa Police Department. It's a very close-knit family, and when we lose an officer, it affects the entire community, but specifically the men and women in uniform that have dedicated their lives to serving our community. And as you heard, Officer Madsen has 7 life-saving awards in 16 and a half years. That's an incredible testament to his service to our community. And if what Chief Dugan has said that he actually took in the last seconds of his life, if he took steps to try to save others by laying down his life, that really is a true testament to the kind of individual that Jesse Madsen was. I just left his family, his wife and sons. His daughter was resting, but they clearly are devastated. They're very, very thankful for the thoughts and prayers of the entire community. You know, they're not sure the next steps to take, but again, we're a very tight-knit family, and we're going to do everything that we can to make this most difficult time as easy as it can be for them. We intend to light up the city of Tampa, City Hall, and all of our bridges in blue in honor of Officer Madsen and his service to our community. As you see behind us, we have the police memorial, and we have a service here every year. And a couple of the phrases that you hear over and over are lost but never forgotten. And also a plea that the last name etched on this memorial will be the last for eternity. And unfortunately, that's not the nature of law enforcement. These tragedies occur. And I am just thankful, as the community is, for those men and women that dedicate their lives, put their lives on the line to serve our community and to make Tampa one of the safest cities in the nation. So God bless Officer Madsen and his entire family and the Tampa Police Department.
Any questions? Sure. Joshua, Jushua, Joshua, and then Montague is Montague from Golden, Colorado. That is still under investigation. You know, we had a lot of things going on last night, as you can imagine. It took us quite some time to get Officer Madsen out of the car and also open the other car where Mr. Montague was in. So there's a lot of moving parts to this investigation, and it's ongoing.
Was Officer Madsen directly responding to that 911 call, or did he just happen to be in that place?
He just happened to be there. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the latest there from Tampa Police. They say they are in a state of mourning. Actually do have reaction to a lot of people taking to social media, in particular Twitter, to talk about this story as well. Absolutely positively devastating there. So let's read the latest from @TampaPD. Our hearts are heavy. May he never be forgotten. Then you see a black square and a blue square there for Master Patrol Officer. And then this is from Jane Castor. A little bit difficult to read, everybody, but it says, quote, "This is an incredibly difficult day for our entire community. Together, we mourn the tragic loss of Master Patrol Officer Jesse Madsen, a highly decorated officer who was killed in the line of duty. His years of service and sacrifice are a true testament to his devotion as a husband, father, and officer. Our hearts are broken. To NPO Madsen's loved ones and the men and women of the Tampa Police Department, may God bless you and keep you. Lost but never forgotten. This is from the city of Tampa. Tampa will shine blue tonight in honor of MPO Jesse Madsen, a father, husband, U.S. Marine, combat veteran, a 16-and-a-half-year Tampa PD veteran who was killed in the line of duty by a wrong-way driver. Old City Hall and downtown Skyway bridges will shine blue for a 7-day mourning period. I'm trying to make sure that you guys can see that entire tweet. And there you go, right here on News Now from Fox. Continuing on with reaction, the city of Tampa saying flags will also be lowered at half staff at all city facilities during the 7-day period of mourning in honor of MPO Madsen's heroic service to the Tampa community. May he never be forgotten. And this is from Chad Chronister saying, so tragic. Tampa Police Master Patrol Officer Jesse Madsen was killed in the line of duty this morning by a wrong-way driver. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family of Officer Madsen and everyone at the Tampa Police Department. So definitely some reaction happening. And this is from Chris Cato from Fox 13. Thank you, Officer Madsen, for protecting our community all these years and trading your life for the safety of others last night. We can never repay, using the praying emoji and tagging Tampa Police Department while also linking to an article. More news now from Fox is 2 minutes away, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. All right, everybody. Unfortunately, this feed from Fox 5 New York Sky Fox has been cutting in and out, but that's what happens when you're in a helicopter and you're flying around one of the greatest cities in the world. Taking a live look, some aerials above New York City, the harbor, the area out there, absolutely positively gorgeous. This Wednesday morning, March 10th, 2021, we can deal with losing the signal just a little bit because when it comes back, we're just like, wow, so cool. All right, so we're going to go from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast. Matter of fact, Dodger Stadium here next on News Now from Fox, and that's because Governor Gavin Newsom delivered a State of the State address there amid calls for his recall election. Governor Newsom on COVID-19 response saying, quote, "We're not going to change course because of a few naysayers." Let's listen in right here on News Now from Fox.
Possible, and that's remotely. You know, tonight we mark the unprecedented moment in California history. To reflect on where we've been this past year, I think it's important we consider where we are. And I'm speaking to you from Dodger Stadium, transformed from the home of last year's World Series champions into the centerpiece of America's mass vaccination campaign. Instead of fans in the stands, we see nurses in PPE saving lives one injection at a time. All because a year ago, a once-in-a-century pandemic arrived on our shores. COVID was no one's fault, but it quickly became everyone's burden, forcing hardworking Californians into impossible choices to go to work and risk infection or stay home and lose your job. It magnified daily worries about feeding your kids, paying rent, and keeping loved ones safe. It made the unthinkable commonplace. COVID patients cared for by doctors and nurses and paramedics who, despite the chaos and risk to themselves, paused to hold the hands of strangers in their final moments. Too many forever goodbyes over FaceTime. 54,395 Californians we now mourn with broken hearts. That's almost the exact same number of empty seats behind me, marking a silent tribute to loved ones who live forever in our memories. 54,395 Californians who will never be forgotten by family members and friends, nor by the healthcare workers who bore witness to unimaginable tragedy. But not every COVID hero, not everyone wears scrubs, from the grocery workers to the custodians who get a fraction of the gratitude that they deserve, to the parents who have juggled and struggled, moms especially, but kept charging ahead. Your quiet bravery has created light in the darkest of times. You know, Dr. King once said, "Only when it's dark enough can you see the stars." So tonight, under the lights of this stadium, even as we grieve, let's allow ourselves to dream of brighter days ahead. Because we won't be defined by this moment. We'll be defined by what we do because of it. After all, we are California. We don't wait for someone else to show us the way forward. We go first, and we go boldly. We led in gay rights, gun rights, and criminal justice reform. And now we lead on combating COVID. You know, from the earliest days of this pandemic, California trusted in science and data, and we met the moment. Last January, we welcomed Americans home, accepting repatriation flights from mainland China. And a year ago today, we brought to shore the Grand Princess, which was stranded off the coast of California, further opening up our eyes to the seriousness of this disease. We were the first state to issue a stay-at-home order, which helped us avoid the early spikes in cases. The top minds from our nation's leading research institutions and life science companies immediately jumped into the development of groundbreaking treatments and vaccines. And while others competed to buy personal protective equipment at exorbitant prices, we quickly built our own pipeline, supplying critical gear to millions and millions of essential workers. We sent ventilators and doctors to New York as well as to other states that so desperately needed them. And we developed the most comprehensive COVID testing program in the country, including a first-in-the-nation state-run testing lab. We enlisted additional healthcare workers to expand capacity, and we readied our ICUs. Our advanced planning and our curve flattening meant that hospitals were ready for surges, all of which is why California's death rate has remained one of the lowest per capita in the nation, 134 deaths per 100,000 compared to 158 nationally, 153 in Texas, and 247 in New York. Now, finally, vaccines are here. And we were the first to launch these mass vaccination sites in partnership with FEMA, now a model for other states all across the country. Today we have the most robust vaccination program in the country. Think about this. California now ranks 6th in the world for vaccination distribution, ahead of countries, not states, ahead of countries like Russia, Germany, Israel, and France. You know, I know our progress hasn't always felt fast enough. And look, we've made mistakes. I have made mistakes, but we own them. We learn from them, and we never stop trying. After all, that's the California spirit. We're bent, but not broken, bloodied, but unbowed, resolved to make brighter days ahead, and not to let the pain of last year to deter us from the hopefulness of tomorrow. Look, the state of our state, it remains determined. I remain determined. And I just want you to know, we're not going to change course just because of a few naysayers and doomsdayers. So to the California critics out there who are promoting partisan political power grabs with outdated prejudices and rejecting everything that makes California truly great, we say this: we will not be distracted from getting shots in arms and our economy booming again. This is a fight for California's future. You know, since this pandemic started, uncertainty, well, it's been probably the only thing that we can be certain of. But now we're providing a little bit more certainty that we're safely vaccinating Californians as quickly as possible, certainty that we're safely reopening our economy, and certainty that we're safely getting our kids back into the classroom, all of which adds up to a much brighter future for our state. Because California, we're not going to come crawling back. We will roar back. You know, when this pandemic ends, and it will end soon, we're not going to go back to normal. Because I think we all agree, normal was never good enough. You know, normal accepts inequity. That's why Latinos are dying from COVID at a higher rate than any other racial or ethnic group. And while essential workers' wages aren't enough for them to afford the essentials. And why mothers have been leaving the workforce in staggering numbers. Look, our eyes are wide open to what's wrong. And so our journey back must also be a path to close those inequities. There is no economic recovery without economic justice. With more compassion, more empathy, more connection, we can write the next chapter in California's story. After all, the answer to what's right about our state is also readily available to us, so long as we stay focused on what makes California just so damn special. You know, throughout this pandemic, we've been forced to find new ways to connect, new ways to collaborate, and new ways to serve, as well as new ways to grow and new ways to innovate. And of course, we have more scientists, more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates in California than any other state. And to keep this conveyor belt for talent moving, we're going to keep investing in our UCs, our CSUs, and our community colleges. California is the most innovation, venture capital, and small business investment in the country. And so we're going to keep investing and fostering in every small entrepreneur, the drivers of our GDP, our agricultural industry. It feeds the nation. And California's entertainment industry, well, it shapes global culture. We build the future the rest of the world only dreams of. And I mean that, by the way, quite literally. Just think about this. This year, we're going to invest over $10 billion in the nuts and bolts of California. Infrastructure like roads and rail and bridges and public transit. The biggest infrastructure package, by the way, since the Great Recession over a decade ago. Building towards universal broadband, connecting all Californians equitably and affordably, and investing in our most important asset, our children. You know, we propose in this year's budget to invest a record amount in K through 14 education this year. Because by planning ahead and through prudent fiscal management, California benefits this year from surpluses, not deficits, record reserves, not cuts. You know, we started this year with a $15 billion surplus, and since then, our revenues have grown even stronger, allowing us to provide for a down payment on building our brighter future. Look, the building blocks of our recovery really are in place. And now we're leading the way out of this pandemic because we listened to the experts and we were guided by evidence. Today, the light at the end of this tunnel is brighter than ever. You know, from the peak of January, just think about this, from the peak of early January, we've gone from reporting 53,000 COVID cases a day to 2,600. The positivity rate is down from 14% to just 2.2% today. Hospitalizations are down more than 80% since their peak, and ICUs are down 77%. And tonight, I'm proud to report that California has administered nearly 11 million doses. That's 3 million more doses of vaccine than any other state in America. So now we look ahead to better days with that California can-do spirit, with the energy and the optimism that defines us. We're going to beat this virus, and we're going to realize our California dream for all. How are we going to do it? Well, equitable and plentiful vaccines, economic support for those who struggle the most, and getting our kids safely back into schools as soon as possible. First, we're going to make sure that every Californian that needs a vaccine can get one. In our state, your access to vaccine must not depend on who you know. See, we prioritize those who are at the greatest risk and with the greatest exposure to the virus. We don't just talk about vaccine equity. We've designed our entire system around it, setting aside 40% of vaccines to the most impacted communities. You know, vaccine equity is not just the right thing to do, it's also the fastest way through this pandemic. Grocery workers prioritize, school staff prioritize, farm workers put to the front of the line. Like 85-year-old Maria. I met her in Fresno. She's from Reedley, California. She came to this country from Mexico decades and decades ago to find a job in our fields. You know, Maria said she was unsure, she was uncertain about getting vaccinated. But after she received her shots, she's now educating other farm workers about the safety and the efficacy of the vaccine, helping them overcome similar anxieties. You know, that's the beauty of California. Leadership like Maria's. It isn't ordained, it's earned. We've built a vaccination system where the only constraint now is simply manufactured supply. And thanks to the Biden administration, those doses are on their way. You know, I've had the privilege over the course of the last many weeks to travel all across the state. I've had the chance to see firsthand the strength of communities banding together in Coachella, in Arvin, in Camarillo, and Stockton, stepping up to vaccinate the most vulnerable and the too often overlooked. Every Californian will have access to convenient shots, including those that are homebound and those who don't have transportation or don't have the internet. And now, with greater supply, we're starting to realize the old challenge is going to emerge, and that's the challenge as old as the vaccine themselves, and that's hesitancy about whether to get it in the first place. Just ask Maria. And to address those concerns, we've invested in a large network of trusted community partners, and they're helping us spread.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will have a live interview when we return here on News Now from Fox. For those of you sticking around, I'm going to continue to take a gorgeous live look at Los Angeles International Airport, where it is raining. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We just departed Los Angeles International Airport. We are taking a live look now at Minneapolis, Minnesota, where it appears they're dealing with some weather as well. Foxline.com says there is a winter storm warning in effect for the area. Good segue for our next live interview here on News Now from Fox. This is Ryan Pasiga. He is a Minnesota criminal defense attorney to kind of break down the Derek Chauvin trial for us. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you.
So yesterday we saw the official first day of jury selection and 3 jurors were seated. Did it go the way that you thought it would?
Yeah, that's pretty standard, actually. So what you have is a situation where each side already had an advanced intelligence about these jurors to a degree because they use written questionnaires, which we don't use in every trial, more like serious murder trials, okay? So they had that. And in that process, what you were seeing, if you're watching it, is you're seeing the lawyers ask the jurors questions that they think where the jurors are going to be able to adopt to and be open to their theory of the case or what they really need from a juror. And when that process happens, you'll see times where the lawyers will agree sometimes that a juror needs to be struck for something, whether it's a language barrier or a health problem that wouldn't allow them to sit through a trial that might last a month, or a variety of other reasons. So sometimes the lawyers agree and they say, Judge, this person should be struck for cause, which means doesn't burn up either one of the side's precious strikes that we get. Other times the lawyers will disagree, and we saw that yesterday as well a couple times where one of the lawyers says this person should be struck for cause, and then the other lawyer makes a very desperate effort, even sometimes when it's pretty clear the person really ought to be struck, a desperate effort to have them not struck for cause. And the strategy behind that is this. In this particular trial, the defense gets 15 peremptory strikes. Those are those precious ones that we only get 15 and then we're out of them after that and you're stuck with whoever's left, okay? And the prosecution gets 9 in this case, all right? So in this situation once where there was a person that the defense thought should be struck, it was pretty clear, it looked like, but the prosecution went to great lengths to try to what's called rehabilitate that prospective juror, meaning ask them questions where they back off of what they've already said and where they say, I don't think I can be fair, I can't promise it. And they say, well, yeah, but couldn't you do this and this? And they're hoping they'll say, oh, I guess I could. Look, us lawyers know if we get an answer like that where somebody's done a 180, we're going to strike them anyway, and we're going to have to burn one of our strikes to do it because, come on, they're not really going to uncommit that way. So the prosecution tried on one of those things to have to make the defense use a peremptory strike, but the judge agreed that that person should be struck for cause, which saved the defense from having to burn a peremptory strike. And I think later in the day, the situation was reversed because it does work both ways. So you have situations where they're struck for cause, where there's an argument about whether they should be struck for cause. And then sometimes one of the lawyers argues they should be struck for cause. And the judge says, no, I don't think there is cause. And then the lawyer needs to decide if they're going to use what's called a peremptory strike. Either side can use them. And we saw that happen yesterday as well. If neither side uses a peremptory strike, and if the person isn't struck for cause, then they're seated as a juror. And that's how we got to the 3 that were seated yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Pasiga, this is a great segue here because we're going to have a 12-person jury, but 2 alternates, so 12 plus 2 equals 14. So now that we've chosen 3, there's 11 spots remaining. So are you expecting this same sort of process to continue to play out for the remainder 11?
Exactly. The only thing that could throw a wrench into that is you've heard about these appeals that have gone up, which is also kind of unprecedented what's happening here in terms of when these appeals are being raised and how they're even being raised. If the Court of Appeals comes back from the prosecution's request, which is still lingering out there right now, where they're saying, Court of Appeals, you got to stop this judge. He doesn't have jurisdiction right now. We shouldn't even be picking a jury right now. Put the brakes on until the Supreme Court says something about the defense's appeal about reinstating that third-degree murder charge. So that could literally be a wrench in the gears that are moving right now that would grind them to a halt. It's anybody's guess if that's going to happen or not, but barring that, we're going to continue on just like what you saw yesterday. That will continue on. The other part is right before the jury comes in at 9 today, at 8 o'clock this morning,
enjoy the games. We also want them to do it safely.
And my question is for Mayor Kenny. With the FEMA site ending in 8 weeks, have there been any follow-up talks with the Eagles or the Phillies doing a mass site at their stadium?
I have not personally talked to them, but I don't know whether Dr. Farley or Tumar has talked to them. They are certainly on our list as the weather gets warmer and more comfortable out. They are certainly an option for us in the not too distant future.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Next up, we have Annie McCormick at 6 ABC. Annie, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Farley. You talked a little bit about the software issue where people are able to forward the links. You're saying today that now that's not going to be, you're not going to be able to do that. I actually, as you were saying that, received an forwarded email of the link from somebody. And it looks like, although I haven't fully signed up because I don't want to take an appointment away from somebody, it looks like I'm being able to go pretty far along on it. So it looks like it's still actually maybe an issue. Can you give us an update of the conversations you've had with the software company and where you're at with fixing that?
Can I ask what day was offering you to be scheduled?
For today at 3:20.
So today, that may still be, that problem may still be there today. It should be fixed for tomorrow and beyond.
Okay, can you just give us a little bit more of an idea of how, I mean, I know you're not a software, technician, but I mean, of what the fix is and, just to kind of explain it a little bit more to people in case they are to receive a link like this.
So in the past, emails are sent out with a link. You click on a link and you got into your scheduling software and you could schedule. And even though we had lots of wording in those emails that said you should never forward this link, people did it. And they stripped off all that wording and it was sent to people with messages that anybody can do this. The new system is that there'll be just a direct email to someone and that email somehow gets them into the scheduling software and there's no link to forward. So it can't be done. Those emails have to be sent out by the software company themselves. And there's only so many they can do per day. And so that's what we're working with. But we have been sending those out for Wednesday and beyond. And it's my understanding that we have not had any problems with those being forwarded since then.
And one of the resolutions to this is when you get one and you know you're not eligible, delete it and don't fill it out. And that would be the honest thing to do.
Okay, well, I'm checking to see whether or not.
No, I know. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about in general. If you know you're not eligible, don't fill it out.
And how much do you think then this is going to help with the vaccinations moving forward as far as the amount of people that now will be eligible? How much of a discrepancy in the amount of people that were eligible that weren't getting vaccinated because of this issue? That might be a question for Dr. Farley.
I don't have an exact number on that. I mean, I think it's an important issue. We know that those links were widely shared. And we vaccinated many people who were probably medically eligible, but were not necessarily invited. And we, have people working the door to try to ward off people who really were completely inappropriate. So I think we're going to be doing much better, effective Wednesday, the people being there, being the ones who were invited. And we're going to have to do additional things for those people. They may be slower at scheduling appointments, which is why we're doing the phone calling to people to get them to come to the convention center.
And last question for you too, a follow up to what Mitch had said. I know you don't like to give predictions. You said you were hoping for June, but don't hold you to it. It's a beautiful day outside right now. There's a lot of people hearing the CDC, new guidelines yesterday. What's the message for people in regards to people being really excited about the fact that we might have a pre-COVID type summer? Should people hold back with that excitement? Where is your head at when it comes to
I think it's great for people to be excited about a summer that's going to feel a lot more like a normal summer. But right now, everybody still needs to be wearing their masks. So go outside and enjoy the beautiful weather with a mask.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Farley. Thanks, Annie. Next up, we have Johan Calhoun from Chalkbeat. Johan, you should be able to unmute. Johan, we're not hearing you. If you want to try to unmute again, there you go.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. First two questions are for Dr. Farley.
Last week, you said 9,000 teachers and school staff have been vaccinated, while 20,000 others have made appointments. Are we still on course of reaching the goal of vaccinating all of Philadelphia's public school teachers and school workers possibly by April?
My understanding is that CHOP has appointments for some 19,000 people. Not quite 20,000, but it's close, and they're on track to vaccinating those folks. We know that's not everybody who was either a teacher or support staff or childcare worker. So for those who are not able to get vaccinated by CHOP, we're making other arrangements. Some of them may be vaccinated at the convention centers. Some of them were directed to there. Others are being directed to clinics. And the federal government has announced that any pharmacy that is receiving federal vaccine can now vaccinate teachers. And we've said that up to other pharmacies as well, that they should be vaccinating teachers and support staff as well. So if you put those all together, I think there's probably a very large percentage of the teachers who and childcare workers who want to be vaccinated will be vaccinated soon.
Okay, do you know if there were any health scares reported yesterday during the district's hybrid reopening?
Were there any health scares?
All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're taking another live look at Minneapolis and Minnesota. They are experiencing some weather there. The Derek Chauvin trial continuing this morning, getting underway in just over an hour, 8 o'clock local time out there in the state of Minnesota. We were having a very informative interview with a live guest right before our internet froze here at the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We were speaking again with a guest that was a Minnesota criminal defense attorney who was providing us the latest there on the trial. It was Ryan Pasiga, and it was very informative. He's been following the trial very closely there, but unfortunately, due to the loss of internet, we lost the Zoom interview and we lost other things as well. So we are back now. We are hoping that we stay back. So thank you for your patience and understanding. With technology these days, of course, you know the show is heavily reliant upon that. So snags happen, technical difficulties happen, but we thank you for your patience and understanding. And we thank all of you who are continuing to watch and tune in or possibly just joining and waking up with us. So again, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I'm going to take you out next, though, to Capitol Hill, and that's because the House is expected to take up today the almost $2 trillion coronavirus relief bill. It's likely going to be passed by the Democrats and then sent on over to President Joe Biden's desk for signature. So we're going to stay on top of it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. But coming up next here, I do want to listen in to Nancy Pelosi's weekly news conference, the House Speaker from yesterday. And in case you missed it, segment right here on News Now from Fox. And then Rain Augustine is going to be joining you guys at the top of the hour for a couple hours. And I will see you all again from 10 to 11 o'clock Eastern.
The Rules Committee just finished its work, and now we'll make preparation for bringing this important American Rescue Plan to the floor of the House. It is so exciting, as you know, because of what it does. Vaccines in the arms of the American people, money in their pockets, children safely in school, workers safely back to work. It's a remarkable, historic, transformative piece of legislation which goes a very long way to crushing the virus and solving our economic crisis. It's interesting to me to see what I'm hearing on the floor during the PRO Act debate, how the Republicans are talking about their tax scam, $1.9 trillion in their tax scam, 83% of the benefits to the top 1%. And this bill, same amount of money, $1.9 trillion overwhelmingly helping America's working families. You'll hear more about that from our colleagues as the next couple of days go by. But I just wanted to join members of our top leadership in just giving you an update as to where we are and that the Rules Committee has finished its work. Its work on something that in the 33 years that I have been in Congress and up until now, the Affordable Care Act has been the most consequential legislation that I have been a part of. This is definitely on a par with that, if not to exceed it in terms of its impact on many more poor people in our country. With that, I'm pleased to yield to our distinguished Democratic leader who knows more about the schedule than any of us for any other information or any bragging rights about this important legislation. It's not only provisions, it's pieces of bills. Mr. Richie Neal has about $1 trillion in money in people's pockets, right? And including the pension piece of it, which is a piece of legislation that went a long way to meet the needs of so many people in our country. But that just another example. Barbara Lee talked this morning about the equity piece and how this legislation addresses the inequality of how healthcare and the vaccine and all the rest would be distributed, a piece of legislation she and others had put together. In any event, all of it excellent, all of it fair, all of it an opportunity for us to grow the economy by investing in the people, for the people. And I might say, for our Republican colleagues who, they say no to the vote and they show up at the ribbon cuttings or the presentations. With that, I yield to Mr. Hoyer.
Boy, oh boy. Mr. Hoyer. I was president of the Senate back in 1870 in the state of Maryland. And people would rush up to me and say, I need this in the budget, I need this in the budget, and because it was a unified document, it wasn't like an appropriation bills. And okay, well, let's see if we can do that. So it's in the budget, and then, of course, they vote no. So, well, why'd you vote no? I said, well, I couldn't vote for the budget. I said, but you asked me to put something in there. Well, yeah, you did, and I appreciate that, but I can't vote for this. So, yes, they'll be at the ribbon cuttings. They'll be there saying the schools are open, kids are in school, isn't that great? Yes, it is great, $130 billion later in this bill, and they voted against it. People have jobs. Small businesses are open. Vaccines are getting in arms. And they'll say, isn't that great? And they'll be at the vaccine delivery point. But they won't have voted for this bill. But let there be no mistake. This is not an unusual performance for our Republican colleagues. Nancy and I and Rich and Jim Clyburn have been here. I don't think you were here in 2009. Well, you were here in 2009, okay. Zero. A bill that Bernanke said would keep us out of a depression. Ben Bernanke, respected by all sides. This bill is, I agree with the Speaker, we all worked on the Affordable Health Care bill, and the Affordable Care Act was an extraordinary piece of legislation. It took a long time for the American people to understand how much value it was to them and their families, but they've done that now. And they will certainly didn't take the time on this bill, however, where we have over 70% of the American people who think this bill ought to be passed. And a majority of the Republican Party thinks this bill ought to be passed. I don't know who our Republican colleagues are listening to. But let me say, and my job is sort of focus in on the economy, the economic need for this bill. This big and bold legislation fills an urgent need for our economy. Nearly 10 million Americans are out of work compared to last March. 10 million Americans. More than 163,000 small businesses shut their doors between March and September of last year. This will help rescue a number of them. Maybe not all, but a large number. That's 800 businesses a day closing and laying off workers. The Senate's now taken action. The House will pass this bill tomorrow and send it to the President's desk. Economists and public health experts agree that we need substantial relief. This is not of controversy in the economic community. They know that we need this. It's not just another temporary relief measure like the ones enacted under the Trump administration, which, by the way, 5 bills passed in a bipartisan fashion. What was the difference? One difference. Republican president, Democratic president. TARP, Republican president, we got a significant number of Republicans, not the majority. Obama came in, they changed. Had nothing to do with substance and everything to do with politics. Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics, said that we need a plan to, quote, get to the other side of this crisis. This not only gets us to the other side of the crisis, it really starts healing the wounds that have been caused by this crisis. A joint analysis conducted by Brookings and the Hamilton Project showed that the American Rescue Plan would bring a 4% growth in GDP. That's growth. Many years we haven't had 4% GDP. This is growth in the GDP. This year, but that without this bill, real GDP would, quote, remain below the pre-pandemic level for the next several years. That's why the American people are for this bill. They may not know the specifics of it, but their gut tells them America needs this bill. That's why this bill provides families and small businesses the relief they need to stay afloat until we defeat this pandemic. Once this bill is passed, as it will be tomorrow and sent to the president, we will send it to President Biden to be signed into law so that the administration can get these resources out to communities to help businesses reopen safely, to help Americans until they can get back to work, and kids back in school, and shots in arms. This bill is an extraordinary piece of legislation that will make an extraordinary difference in the health and well-being of Americans and America. It's now my privilege to yield to somebody who's been a fighter all his life for little people, for people who need a voice, who people needed a strong person to stand up and say, look at them and help them, make them have a better life in pursuit of happiness. My friend Jim Clyburn of South Carolina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, Madam Speaker, and my other distinguished colleagues. I don't think the headline that we saw in the Washington Post this morning is hyperbole by any means. In this article, it talks about what this legislation does for black farmers. And it went on to say, this may be the biggest help that black farmers have gotten since the Civil Rights Act. Now, all we have to do is take a hard look at the legislation, and you will see exactly what they're talking about. Now, a lot of times we talk about 1890. Now, I know what the 1890 program is. It's a reference to black colleges in the former slave states. We all remember, I think the speaker has talked about this several times, about Abraham Lincoln signed the land grant legislation. But because of the times in which we lived, Clemson University in my state, a land grant school, first one was Cornell, and of course people who look like me could not attend Clemson. So they came back and passed another land grant bill in 1890 for the former slave states. This legislation takes a look at the work of those 1890 schools and the discrimination that had taken place with black farmers. I used to run the South Carolina Commission for Farm Workers. And I can tell you, I'm well aware of the inequities that existed in that system. This legislation tackles that issue like no legislation we have had in my lifetime. And I think that alone makes it worthwhile. But it doesn't stop there by any means. This legislation also tackles the issue that we've had over the last several years with rural hospitals. This legislation goes straight to the heart of that matter and allows help to rural hospitals, especially those who are taxed with having to respond to COVID-19. This legislation has somewhere around $7 billion to assist.
You're watching News Now from Fox. A little bit earlier in this press conference, we were tuning into Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, and that is because the House is expected to pass the president's economic stimulus package today, authorizing checks and giving the nation a much-needed financial injection. If you're just now joining us, good morning, everyone, on this beautiful Wednesday, March 10th. My name is Rain Augustine, and I will be your host right here on News Now from Fox for the next few hours as we continue to cover the top stories and breaking news from around the country, of course, nonstop and unfiltered. So jumping right into things, I want to bring you all the latest on the trial of Derek Chauvin. Tuesday, we know that a Minnesota judge began jury selection, but our sister station from Fox 11 Los Angeles tells us that there may be some challenges in the trial ahead.
The former Minneapolis police officer charged with murdering George Floyd. Obviously, that city is on alert. Don Stevens, from our sister station, KMSP, is at the courthouse in Minneapolis. We hear sirens behind you, likely not associated with what's going on, but give us a sense of how things are there, Don.
Good morning. It is very active here in downtown Minneapolis, right by the courthouse. If you take a look behind me, you can see the demonstrators are gathered in front of the courthouse. There are police sirens. That was an ambulance siren. We're near a hospital right now. So far, things have been very calm and safe. Protesters are voicing their concerns over this trial. We did just learn in the last 20 minutes, Michaela, that jury selection will go forward as planned. At first, we had heard that it was possible this additional charge of third-degree murder could be considered today, but a judge has just ruled that will not be the case. Jury selection will go forth. As you know, Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer, is charged with second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. It was last May 25th, Minneapolis police arrested Floyd, then video captured Officer Chauvin kneeling on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. Floyd was later pronounced dead. Riots and civil unrest broke out here and across the country. This morning, jury selection scheduled to get underway in just about 20 minutes. This will take about 3 weeks, this portion of it. Cameras will be allowed in the courtroom to record the proceedings for court TV. This is very rare because cameras are not normally allowed in Minnesota courtrooms. For the next 3 weeks, jurors will be selected. 250 of them filled out a 14-page questionnaire. A lot of the questions had to do with bias, and can they put their biases aside? So that will be the next 3 weeks that we'll be dealing with jury selection, and then opening statements are scheduled to start on March 29th. The protesters behind me say they are out here for the long haul. Michaela?
Don, I'm curious what the atmosphere has been like in Minneapolis. Obviously, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and so that has dominated the headlines. But when this happened, when George Floyd was killed, this, as you said, dominated national headlines and around the globe, right? His name was known around the globe. Has it stayed front of mind all this time to people in Minneapolis?
Well, it's interesting that you say COVID is the top news story, not here in Minneapolis on a regular basis. I would definitely say that the Derek Chauvin murder trial is at the top of our news cycle on a regular basis. Obviously, in the last few weeks, it has been something that we've discussed quite a bit. There's been controversy surrounding who's going to pay for all the security that's needed in the area. So that has been top of mind for many folks here. I would say that there's at least 24 media outlets here today. We expect that to possibly grow as time goes on. So this has definitely been on the top of mind of people here in the city, and now starting today, once again, the country and likely the world. Michaela.
Have the attention of the nation and the country and the world, as you said. Dawn, hopefully we'll be able to speak with you again and get some further updates on that trial as it proceeds over the next 3 weeks in terms of jury selection. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. She's a busy woman, I know, but we're appreciating her joining us today.
Taking a live look now at New York City, and that is because another woman came forward to accuse New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of sexual harassment. The governor is insisting that he never touched anyone, however, calls for his resignation continue. Here's the latest from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses.
I'm not aware of any other claim.
Governor Andrew Cuomo told reporters that he did not know a sixth woman now alleges he sexually harassed her. The Albany Times-Union reports that the woman, who was not identified, accuses him of touching her without consent late last year at the governor's mansion in Albany. The paper says she is a member of the executive chamber staff. In a statement, Beth Garvey, the acting counsel to the governor, said, "All allegations that we learn of directly or indirectly are going promptly to the investigators appointed by the Attorney General."
I never touched anyone inappropriately. I never made any inappropriate advances. No one ever told me at the time that I made them feel uncomfortable.
A reporter asked the governor what he told his daughters about the allegations leveled against him.
I told them what I told you.
For the first time since the accusations against the governor surfaced, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, who would take over if Cuomo resigns, weighed in. "I am confident everyone's voice will be heard and taken seriously," Hochul said. "I trust the inquiry to be completed as thoroughly and expeditiously as possible. New Yorkers should be confident that through this process they will soon learn the facts." Attorney General Letitia James is overseeing the inquiry. Some, though, have already made up their minds. Democratic State Assemblyman Richard Godfrey, the longest-serving member of the legislature, said Cuomo is no longer the right governor for New York and said it is best for him to resign.
You don't know any facts, right? You know allegations. You don't know facts.
In 2018, Cuomo called on then Attorney General Eric Schneiderman to resign after allegations of sexual assault. The governor argues this is hardly that.
There's a spectrum of allegations. There's capital crimes, there's physical violence, right, down to more minor allegations.
Governor Andrew Cuomo also announcing that the next priority group is eligible to receive the coronavirus vaccine, and there's also a push to make sure that there is equity when it comes to the rollout. Here's the latest from Fox 5 New York.
60 plus, that means people like as old as I am now will be eligible for the vaccine.
Governor Cuomo loosening the valve on vaccine eligibility. New Yorkers 60 and older can start booking appointments this morning, and next week a new group of essential workers will also make the cut. The governor saying public-facing government and public employees, not-for-profit workers who provide public-facing services to New Yorkers in need, and essential in-person public-facing building service workers can begin scheduling their shots on March 17th.
Every site can vaccinate anyone who is eligible, with one exception. Pharmacies still will only be doing 60 plus and teachers.
That's assuming they can nab an appointment in the first place, though. While shipments of doses are ramping up, Cuomo acknowledges there's still a major supply shortage. In the city, some 340,000 New Yorkers were vaccinated last week, bringing the total to 2.4 million. But Mayor de Blasio says they could be doing 500,000 doses a week.
We are between 150,000 and 200,000 doses short each week of where we could be.
Meantime, a continued push to ensure there's equity in vaccine rollout. The governor pointing out twice as many black people and 1.5 times as many Hispanics died from COVID as white people did. And as the state works to make sure everyone has equal access to the shot, they're also trying to improve trust that it's safe.
I've recommended it to my mother who has taken it. I'm going to recommend it to my daughters who have taken it. I am going to make an appointment I am going to take it. The pastors who are here today are saying take it.
A lot of news coming out of New York, but stay with us. I'm going to send some of you all to a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we will have a live report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader on the latest news as the House votes to pass the close to $2 trillion coronavirus relief package. Stay with us. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Joining me now live is Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader. Doug, today is the day that Congress is expected to pass the nearly $2 trillion coronavirus relief plan. How can we expect all of this to play out?
Well, Rain, this is the plan that was just changed by the Senate over the weekend. Now it kicks over to the House. The House is expected to vote on it today. Probably going to be a straight party line vote. I mean, there may be a Democratic defection or two, but Democrats, it looks like, have the votes to pull this off. This is a big legislative win for President Biden, and he will probably sign it into law very quickly, especially given the fact that he's addressing the nation tomorrow night specifically about COVID. And this would certainly be a feather in his cap from his standpoint if he could talk about the fact that this thing was just passed. Now, as far as those stimulus checks getting out, once this is signed into law, the IRS will probably move pretty quickly to get these checks into people's hands, first through direct deposit. So if you do direct deposit through your income tax, the IRS already has that information, so those checks should be coming relatively quickly. Of course, there are some income cutoffs, so not everyone will get a check, but most people will get $1,400 checks.
So it seems like things are pretty cut and dry for today, and we're hearing that Americans can receive the checks by this month, end of this month, right?
Yeah, again, it really depends on, first of all, whether you're getting a check, and that there are some income cutoffs for that, but the IRS is going to use their tax data. So if you have, been dealing with the IRS using direct deposit, they'll get those checks out pretty quickly, a week, 2 weeks, something like that. They have a fair amount of experience doing this now after all of these COVID relief packages that we've already been through.
Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Rain.
All right, switching gears now, there is what's being called a growing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Yeah.
We want to bring you all the latest.
Okay, I'm in. Guys, quiet down, please.
Now, same question for the press secretary.
Look, I don't think we need to sit here and put new labels on what we have already conveyed is challenging.
Republicans from border states argue the crisis is clear.
I believe this is deliberate. I believe this is what they want. They want open borders, and that's why they're not acknowledging that it's a crisis.
The numbers are multiplying.
I'm not going to confirm numbers from here.
But Fox has confirmed the number of migrant children in custody has tripled in 2 weeks to 3,250. The number of migrants seen at the border more than double the rate this time last year, and the highest of any January in a decade. It happened 78,000 times that month. The number of migrants caught just since March 1st, 19,000. And the number of children detained longer than the legal limit, 72 hours, 1,360.
Do you believe there is a limit into how many of these unaccompanied minors we can place in the United States?
Well, I'm not sure, Chuck, that's the question. The real question is, what are they fleeing from? Two tornadoes, gangs.
That means site surveys are underway.
We're looking at additional facilities where we can safely house children.
But less than 2 weeks ago, the White House was just talking about one extra facility.
We had to reopen a new facility that had previously been closed because of COVID protocols. Because we can't have kids in beds next to each other, we need space appropriated.
Despite the promise to spread children out because of COVID, the CDC now says those facilities can be loaded to full capacity.
As the Biden administration refuses to open schools, they have instead decided to open the border and to let in thousands of people potentially who have got COVID. You've got children at the border that have been separated again from their parents.
The top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, is leading a delegation of lawmakers down to the border on Monday. President Biden sent a similar delegation down to the border made up of senior White House staffers. Their assignment was to go gather info, bring it back, and brief them. And they've been back for several days, but we are told that briefing still hasn't happened yet. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Now, it's been about a week since President Biden very briefly discussed what was going on at the United States-Mexico border, but other lawmakers and leaders are also speaking out. Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently held a press conference from the border where he said that drug cartels are ramping up trafficking and human struggling, and more children are coming in at record numbers. So we want to show you all his full remarks.
Also the opportunity to get a briefing from the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, as well as have the opportunity to fly over the region. As we were flying over the region, we did see people crossing the border illegally and making their way across the river onto the Texas side of the border. We saw an ICE detention center as well as other holding facilities. And obviously we are at this location now. In my briefing, I had the opportunity to speak to leaders at national local levels. I do want to thank people who are with us here today. They include the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw, General Norris, the Adjutant General in charge of the National Guard in the state of Texas, as well as the National President for the Border Patrol Council, Brandon Judd. I thank them for being here, but also especially for our state team members for their leadership in the Texas Operation Lone Star. Let me begin by making one point very clear. There is a crisis on the Texas border right now with the overwhelming number of people who are coming across the border. This crisis is a result of President Biden's open border policies. It invites illegal immigration and is creating a humanitarian crisis in Texas right now that will grow increasingly worse by the day. In getting information in my meeting with the Border Patrol, I learned these things. And that is one of the reasons for this crisis that has led to a dramatic change in just a few months is the change in policy. There was a policy that people who had come across the border illegally would be returned across the border, and there was also the Remain in Mexico policy. With the elimination of those policies, that led to a dramatic increase in the number of people coming across the border. Second, the Border Patrol told me that they did inform the Biden administration and let them know that this influx was coming. So it's not as if the Biden administration didn't know about it, and it's not as if they didn't have time to get prepared for it, but it is clear they are completely unprepared for what is going on the border now, and they're going to be even more unprepared for what will be happening in the coming months. What the Border Patrol told me, and this is actually part of the cartel strategy, because of the volume of people coming across the border, the Border Patrol that makes the arrest, they have to engage quite literally in babysitting. And while they're doing babysitting, that provides an opportunity for the cartels to be able to bring other people across the border illegally. More about the cartels in a second. Two factoids that the Border Patrol shared with me. Just this calendar year alone, there have been more than 800 criminal aliens apprehended. Those were criminals, violent criminals, who had been previously arrested in the United States and deported, who came across the border again. Among those included 78 sex offenders and 62 gang members, including gang members from MS-13. And know this, cartels, they are ramping up trafficking across the border. They're exploiting women and children, and they are overwhelming Border Patrol resources. The Border Patrol has made very clear to me the way this strategy works. The cartels, they are involved in every single one of these border crossings that we see. But more important, the cartels are even more involved in the crossings that we do not see. The strategy of the cartels is to overwhelm Border Patrol agents and law enforcement officials. And when the Border Patrol agents are so completely overwhelmed, it's during those moments that the cartels will bring across the border even the more dangerous elements. It could be people who are violent criminals, or it could be people who are from what are called special interest countries. Those are countries that are raise concerns about the danger they may pose to the United States, such as people coming from countries like Iran and Iraq, China, as well as elsewhere. The cartels are quite literally being enriched because of the policies that are being used by the Biden administration. The Biden administration is helping the cartels make more money and grow more power. They are allowing smugglers who are members of the cartel on the Mexican side bring in narcotic smugglers, special interest aliens, as well as drugs that include fentanyl, cocaine, and opioids. One thing that is clear from all the observations and all the information that I've been able to gather, and that is we need more ICE detention facilities in this area immediately. But the Border Patrol simply is not either given enough resources and do not have enough resources to be able to deal with this overwhelming tidal wave of people who are coming across the border. Let me be clear. Border Patrol has a role to play. The role that Border Patrol plays is they're the ones who have to make the arrest and make the detention. Then the responsibility goes to ICE. It is up to ICE to detain, to test, and to quarantine anybody who's coming across the border who may have exposure to COVID. The Biden administration does not want to talk about ICE. The Biden administration is joining together with progressives, pretending that ICE is going to go away or be eliminated. ICE is essential in this entire process, and we expect the president and the Biden administration to step up, fully fund, and actually add additional funding to the ICE program, as well as provide ICE with every tool and strategy they can provide them to make sure that they're going to be able to play the role they must play when people do come across the border. Also, let me make this very clear, because what I'm about to tell you is maybe one of the most reprehensible things I've heard this whole time. The Biden administration is not providing vaccinations for the Border Patrol. We have Border Patrol officers whose lives are on the line on a daily basis and hourly basis. And the Biden administration will not step up and provide those Border Patrol officers with the vaccinations they need. The Biden administration should surge vaccines to Texas, to all men and women on the Border Patrol this week, and ensure that every Border Patrol officer in the state of Texas will be vaccinated this week. Anything less than that is the epitome of inhumanity. It's also clear, and it's been clear long before this administration, that the border-related issue is the federal government's job. But Texas is not going to shy away from stepping up and filling the gap that the federal government has left open. I've told you some of the stories, and there's so many more. My phone has been ringing off the hook from ranchers in this region and regions west of here about the dramatic increase in the number of people who are crossing their ranches and causing mayhem on their ranches.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, I am joined with Gregory Chin, the Senior Director of Government Relations at the American Immigration Lawyers Association. Gregory, so we're talking about the situation at the United States-Mexico border. It's always been an area of concern, but especially now with the influx of migrant children, some leaders and lawmakers, they're now calling this a humanitarian crisis.
Well, Ray, thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm just happy to be here again with you.
Thank you. So with your expertise in your line of work, would you say that this is now transitioning more from a political issue to what's being called a humanitarian crisis?
Well, what we are seeing happening at the border is an increase in the number of migrants coming to our southern border, primarily from Central American nations that for the past several years have been racked by extreme violence, dangerous conditions where there are transnational criminal gangs and organizations that are persecuting families and children, often recruiting them to be part of these gangs. And that kind of murder, rape, the dangerous violence is forcing people to flee into not only the United States southern border, but other countries in the region. And the challenge that we see here for the new Biden administration is to find a way to process those people in an orderly way while still respecting U.S. humanitarian laws. And the truth is, no American wants to see a child forced back into life-threatening circumstances, into danger where they might be killed or raped. And that's going to be a challenging situation. And the Biden administration is taking steps to handle it.
Now, right now, all eyes are on the Biden administration. We just showed a press conference from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, where he actually described the Biden administration's immigration policies as an invitation for illegal immigration. Now, how does the former administration's immigration policies differ from what we're seeing right now with the Biden administration?
Well, the major difference is that, as I mentioned before, U.S. humanitarian law requires that we protect people when they come to our borders. It's a pretty simple concept. It's based in the simple humanitarian values that most Americans really believe in, which is that if somebody's going to come here seeking that kind of protection and they have fled violence, they're really at risk of danger, we're going to want to protect them. And that strong value is embodied in our U.S. law. Unfortunately, the Trump administration during its 4 years very much closed down the U.S. borders, restricting the laws so much that it violates U.S. humanitarian law and also international law. And the challenge for the Biden administration is to set up an orderly process for screening those people to come in and making sure that they get the opportunity to apply for asylum relief, for humanitarian relief if they're eligible. And the solution that the Biden administration really needs to be looking at is first ensuring that there are enough humanitarian resources at the border. Secondly, if COVID testing is necessary, to make that available, and they're already taking steps to send that to the Texas localities to do that testing. And then you don't want people to be stuck in detention facilities at the border because those conditions in those facilities are often unsafe. They're not suitable for young children or families, and you want to release them into the community so that they can appear appropriately and timely for their court hearings. And Rain, the real linchpin here is to ensure that they appear at court and that they know what their legal obligations are to do that by providing legal counsel for them and supervision through local community organizations so they know when they need to go to court. They have a stable and safe life until that court proceeding happens. That's going to be an essential step, and that's got to be part of the solution that the Biden administration implements.
Now, we last heard from President Biden on this situation about a week ago. What can we expect moving forward? What are some actionable steps that we can witness?
Well, what I think you will see is they are making every effort possible to stand up better procedures and better infrastructure at the border. Unfortunately, one difference between the Trump administration and past administrations is that he really turned the border into more of a militarized process that forced people back and turned them away, didn't get them the chance to be processed. The Biden administration now has to set up some of the shelters, the kinds of medical needs, medical care, as well as food and water to be provided to these people. And that's going to take a little bit of time. I think they are rushing to do it as quickly as they can. And they're also trying to do that in a way that respects our laws of humanitarian protection. Some challenges have already come up from the Biden administration. I know it's been mentioned by the Texas governor that Biden is, as you said, allowing people to come in, that this is inviting illegal immigration. But the truth is the Biden administration is still turning away the majority of people at our borders, except for a few populations like children. And that's just not acceptable. And the Biden administration is treading a very careful line toward violating those U.S. laws if it doesn't quickly find a way to screen these people meaningfully with an opportunity to see if they really are eligible under our humanitarian laws. So that's going to be a critical step. The other thing that I will say that the Biden administration continues to do is to expel people from the U.S. without giving them the opportunity to apply for asylum. Now, this is a holdover from Trump-era policies that allowed these rapid expulsions. And we've seen plane flights taking people back to Haiti, for example, without that chance to seek asylum. That is something that I think the Biden administration is going to take steps to try to address because they know that Americans don't want to be sending anybody back to danger.
Gregory Trend, thank you so much for joining us right here on News Now from Fox. Are there any final thoughts that you would like our viewers to know?
I think the only final thought I would let viewers know is that even though right now we are seeing a situation that is increasing with the number of people coming in here, what people and Americans are looking for is stability, and they want the respect for American laws to be there. They want to make sure that the administration uses our humanitarian capacity to protect people. And once that situation stabilizes, I think we will see that there'll be more progress on immigration reform and on ensuring that the immigration system is workable.
Gregory Chin with the American Immigration Lawyers Association, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, right now some of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now we are taking a live look at El Paso, Texas. Now we are continuing to cover the growing crisis at the United States-Mexico border wall. We are going to dip back into a full presser from Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott, who is blaming the Biden administration for what he calls a self-inflicted influx of migrants at the southern border by reversing the immigration policies implemented under former President Donald Trump. Here are his remarks in full.
pretending that ICE is going to go away or be eliminated. ICE is essential in this entire process, and we expect the President and the Biden administration to step up, fully fund, and actually add additional funding to the ICE program, as well as provide ICE with every tool and strategy they can provide them to make sure that they're going to be able to play the role they must play when people do come across the border. Also, let me make this very clear, because what I'm about to tell you is maybe one of the most reprehensible things I've heard this whole time. The Biden administration is not providing vaccinations for the Border Patrol. We have Border Patrol officers whose lives are on the line on a daily basis and hourly basis. And the Biden administration will not step up and provide those Border Patrol officers with the vaccinations they need. The Biden administration should surge vaccines to Texas, to all men and women on the Border Patrol this week, and ensure that every Border Patrol officer in the state of Texas will be vaccinated this week. Anything less than that is the epitome of inhumanity. It's also clear, and it's been clear long before this administration, that the border-related issue is the federal government's job. But Texas is not going to shy away from stepping up and filling the gap that the federal government has left open. I've told you some of the stories, and there's so many more. My phone has been ringing off the hook from ranchers in this region and regions west of here about the dramatic increase in the number of people who are crossing their ranches and causing mayhem on their ranches. You got business owners, you got homeowners whose lives are being completely disrupted. And the Biden administration does not care about those ranchers, those homeowners, and the peoples whose lives are being disrupted. He does not care about Americans. He cares more about people who are not from this country. I need the Biden administration to step up and start providing the safety and security that Texans and Americans deserve. What Texas is doing, with the help of the Texas National Guard as well as with the Texas Department of Public Safety, we've launched Operation Lone Star. This is an operation that's going to be similar to what we've done in the past, where we provide a surge of resources to the border. The reason why you see these patrol cars lined up behind us, because that is exactly what the Texas Department of Public Safety has done in the past whenever we have seen the surge of people coming across the border. This is an example of what you're going to see up and down the border. And let me be clear about something. One reason why we are surging Operation Lone Star at this time is because we know what is coming behind all the people who are crossing the border today. And that is the caravans that are seeking to come here. And Texas is sending a message to any caravan and to any cartel member. We're ready. We're waiting for you. If you dare step into the state of Texas, Texas will use every tool and strategy we can to arrest anybody who's violating the law, to put behind the bars anybody who's violating the law, to make sure that the laws in the state of Texas are going to be enforced. If you are a caravan or you're a cartel, you better take your activities to some other place, because they will not be accepted in Texas. We will work to step up and try to fill the gap that the federal government is leaving open by making sure that we deploy every resource, whether it be Texas Department of Public Safety, National Guard, whatever we need to do. Texas is going to fight for the safety and security of our state. To help provide you more information about that, I will call up now the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw.
Governor, thank you for your leadership. Clearly, make no mistake about it, the cartels, as the governor said, are trying to exploit Border Patrol by overwhelming them. When they do, they move methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana, heroin between the ports of entry, plain and simple. And they move ammunition and weapons south, and they also move cash south. It's plain and simple. And there's no question that Border Patrol, properly resourced, properly staffed, equipped with the right equipment and technology, can secure the Texas-Mexico border. As the governor said, it's a sovereign responsibility of the federal government to do so. In the absence of that, it impacts not just in terms of Texans in the border region, but Texans everywhere, and quite frankly, everybody internationally. I mean, the cartels, if you got a drug problem in New York City, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, or Chicago, you've got a border problem because the cartels dominate the drug and human smuggling market. And I can tell you another thing, as long as cartels are allowed to lure, to entice, to bring women and children, into the United States, they'll be preyed upon. And the depravity of the Mexican cartels is unseen by any organized crime group ever. And what they do, the brutality, would shame ISIS in that regard in terms of what they do. They're a domestic security threat to the government of Mexico. They're the enemy of Texas. They're the enemy of the United States. Governor, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. And now, Tracy Norris, the Adjutant General of the Texas National Guard.
Thank you, sir. Currently, the Texas Military Department, your Texas...
Step over to the middle a little bit.
Sorry.
Make sure.
I didn't want to be right in front of you.
You're fine.
We are deploying over 500 soldiers at this time. We are going to be in support of the Texas Department of Public Safety. We will be doing observation posts along the area that DPS designates for us. Currently, we already have planners embedded with DPS, and we currently have soldiers already training for these events in order to establish observation posts later this week. We have been supporting the border for our governor and then for our federal and state partners for over 15 years. Actually, over 100 of the soldiers that are going to be on this mission came off of the border at the end of last year, so we already have experience there again. And one last thing I'd like to do very quickly is I'd like to thank the employers of our citizen soldiers for everything that they've supported them to do over the last year, which includes our COVID response to hurricanes, and even response to last winter weather. So I want to thank them.
This is News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. We were just showing you all the most recent update from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as it relates to the border wall crisis. But joining me right now is Fox 7 Austin's John Krinjak. So Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he's breaking a lot of news left and right. And today is supposed to be the day that COVID-19 restrictions are lifted across the state. But of course, you're joining us from Austin, and it sounds like city officials are saying, hold up, not so fast.
Yeah, to say there's a little tension between the city and the state right now would probably be an understatement. But first of all, yeah, just on that statewide mask mandate, that was officially lifted overnight early this morning at 12:01 a.m. Governor Abbott's order to lift the mandate on people wearing masks in businesses, and also to bring capacity limits in businesses back up to 100%. All of that going into effect early this morning. The governor, of course, making waves last week when he first announced that change would go into effect, and today's the day it actually does take effect. But yeah, Rain, as you mentioned, things a little different here in Austin. We were sort of waiting to see how city and county leadership here in Austin would react to the governor's decision to lift the mask mandate. We had heard our mayor here last week, a day or so after Governor Abbott announced that the mandate was going away, that he wanted people to continue wearing masks here in Austin, at least for the foreseeable future. And yesterday, Mayor Adler, along with city officials here in Travis County, which is where Austin is located here in Texas, made the decision that, yeah, they're going to go ahead and preserve the mask mandate here in Austin. And you can see that here this is one of the big shopping districts. This is South Congress Avenue here in Austin. And as you can see, the signs remain on the doors this morning, masks required. And to the right there, you actually see a sign. This is something that a lot of businesses here in Austin continue to do, as they continue to set their own capacity limits. Again, despite the governor's order, that both of those things are coming to an end today. But the city and the county here in Austin say they're going to keep the mask mandate in effect until at least April 15th, which is when it is set to expire. On a city level, their claim is that, hey, there was already a mask mandate in effect on the books here in the city. They're not doing anything to change that. They're just keeping that in effect beyond the governor's lifting of
I
the mask
see.
mandate.
This seems like something that a lot of people may find kind of fascinating. You have leaders at the top level, the Governor Abbott saying that all restrictions are lifted, but then in this actual city of Austin, leaders are saying no. Has anything like this happened before?
Yeah, in fact, it has. Around New Year's Eve, the Mayor Steve Adler here in Austin, decided he was going to impose a curfew of sorts on restaurants. It was specifically around that New Year's Eve weekend. It was a period of 3 or 4 days where he was saying, hey, I want restaurants and bars to close at 10:30. The concern was about people just jamming into restaurants and bars with COVID still a reality here around that New Year's Eve holiday. So there was a lot of back and forth between the city and the state. Governor Abbott, who's a Republican, the Attorney General here, Paxton, who is also a Republican, sued the city of Austin under its Democratic leadership to block that. And the state ended up prevailing. So that was interesting to look back at what happened then. Mayor Adler right now claims that this is different. This is different because it has to do with a city ordinance in response to advice from local health authorities, that this is essentially an ordinance that's being put in place directly to protect people's health and safety. So the mayor feels that this is kind of categorically different than what happened around New Year's Eve. We have reached out to the governor's office, to Governor Abbott's office, to say, hey, do you plan to take legal action? Is there going to be a fight initiated between the city and the state over the fact that Austin is keeping the mask mandate and the fact kind of bucking the trend of what Governor Abbott is doing statewide? Rain, we have not heard back yet from the governor's office on that.
Seems like there are a lot of variables there. So we will keep in touch with you, John, right here on News Now from Fox. Make sure you update us and let us know if there is a legal battle that ensues because of all of this.
We will certainly do that. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if something kind of plays out as we head in the next few days.
Really fascinating news coming out of Texas. John Krinjak with Fox 7 Austin, thank you so much for joining us. All right, guys, I'm going to send some of you off to a very quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll have the latest when it comes to the mask mandate being dropped and COVID-19 restrictions being lifted in the state of Texas from Fox 26 Houston. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, joining you on this Wednesday, March 10th. It's really hard to believe it's March already. Yes, March already. I will be continuing to bring you all the latest news, top stories, and headlines from across the country for about the next hour or so before our very own Pilar Arias hops back on to what she likes to call Mission Control. Now, if you have been joining us all morning, we just showed you all a very interesting story out of the state of Texas. Texas made national headlines about a week ago when Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was lifting all coronavirus restrictions, but we're getting news now that a legal battle may be underway between the city of Austin and the state of Texas, because Austin has told its residents that as far as they are concerned, COVID-19 restrictions will remain, capacity will remain, and mask mandates will remain. So we will continue to bring you all that update as we receive the latest news from our sister station, Fox 7 Austin. But right now it looks as though the House is now underway, set again to vote on the latest COVID-19 relief bill. So of course we want to bring you all this live, raw and unfiltered right here on News Now from Fox.
Your name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 5A1A of House Resolution 8, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speak for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with my colleague, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, to honor San Diego leader Dr. Willie Blair. A San Diego community leader, Dr. Blair left a legacy for those demanding social justice and equity. He served his country as a Vietnam combat veteran, a former congressional staffer, and locally as a leader of Black American Political Association of California, the San Diego chapter, BAPAC. From 2008 to 2017, Dr. Blair served as board chairman for BAPAC, an organization that strives to ensure the Black community in San Diego County remains a relevant economic, social force in Southern California. In 2017, he was elected as BAPAC's president, where he continued his work in civil and human rights and used his stature to promote quality leadership in the community. Dr. Blair is survived by his daughter, U.S. Air Force Officer Deborah Smith, his siblings Janet, Trace, and Roger, and several nieces. We're very lucky to have a leader like Dr. Blair who paved the way for future change makers. All of us who knew Dr. Blair loved him and respected him dearly. We're saddened by his passing. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last year I stood right here and argued against the many concerns I have with the PRO Act. 13 months later, nothing has been done to address those concerns or earn bipartisan support. The PRO Act is a dangerous example of power for union leaders without necessary protection for union members. One of the biggest glaring failures of this legislation is taking away employee choice, effectively repealing right-to-work laws across the country, like in my home state of Oklahoma, where we choose to empower employees and employers alike, where workers have previously had the freedom to choose whether or not to pay fees and unions then they will now be forced to pay membership fees or lose their job. American workers and American ingenuity made our country what it is today. If my colleagues insist on moving forward with legislation that empowers union bosses and strips independence from our workers, we will lose to countries like China, who profit from sweatshops and child labor. Many of the ideas in this bill have already been rejected in the court system, making this bill pointless and a waste of time. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A once-in-a-lifetime pandemic requires bold investment, and that is what the American Rescue Plan is. This bill invests $20 billion to get shots in arms and make sure everyone knows where, when, and how to get a vaccine. Many students are back in school or going back soon. California will get $15 billion to reopen safely and keep schools open to make up for lost time. We've also invested in the backbone of our economy, small businesses. In fact, economists believe this bill can bring us back to near full employment in about a year. To ensure local governments can keep providing essential services, this bill delivers over $259 million to cities and counties in my district alone. Finally, this package invests in the American people. Direct payments, unemployment benefits, tax credits, and health care subsidies will help lift 12 million people out of poverty. I look forward to voting for this bill. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak before the House and to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the partisan $1.9 trillion spending bill before us today. It is shameful that Democrats have disregarded their obligation to provide real COVID relief to the American people and are instead attempting to use this process to jam through a partisan agenda items. This bill is not targeted, timely, or tied to COVID. We need to focus on solving the critical issues at hand, getting vaccines to Americans, providing relief for our local businesses, restaurants, and entertainment venues, and supporting those who have been seriously impacted by this pandemic. Only 9% of this massive $1.9 trillion package goes to fighting COVID-19. And outside of stimulus payments, nearly half won't even be spent this year. It is simply unfathomable that Democrats want to spend money years down the road when we have so many pressing needs to address today. We have worked in a bipartisan manner to pass five relief measures, and I am disappointed that the Democrats have decided to be so egregiously partisan in a time of crisis. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Do you ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, more than 90% of Americans support universal background checks for those purchasing guns. Today, I urge my colleagues to do the same by supporting H.R. 8 and H.R. 1446. These bills will keep guns out of the hands of those who aren't allowed to have them in the first place. For years, I've introduced a bill to prevent people from skirting the background check process by purchasing guns at gun shows. And I'm very glad that H.R. 8 accomplishes this. If you can't buy a gun from a licensed dealer, you shouldn't be able to buy a gun anywhere, and especially at a gun show. H.R. 1446 closes the Charleston loophole, which allows individuals to buy guns before their background check is completed. Ensuring community safety shouldn't have a 72-hour clock. With gun deaths and gun sales surging in 2020, we must act now to close these loopholes and meaningfully combat gun violence. I urge a yes vote on these two votes today, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Glenna Folberg was a force of nature. Her list of accomplishments makes that much clear. Mr. Speaker, may I start over?
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Glenna Folberg was a force of nature. Her list of accomplishments makes that much clear. She made real and lasting contributions to at-risk youth, the Board of Education, the Indian Education Summit, Teach for a Miracle, YMCA, Northern State, and her church. She was named South Dakota Teacher of the Year in 1994, and she was a member of the South Dakota Hall of Fame. As I said, she was a force of nature. But Glenna Folberg was not a list of accomplishments to me, Mr. Speaker. She was a friend. For 20 years, she gave me advice and counsel. Like a good teacher, she always gave it to me straight. She gave gifts like that to so many. Earlier this week, I was talking to my friend Tom, who said that during the pandemic, 78-year-old Glenna Folberg, force of nature and legend, had been teaching his 12-year-old daughter how to knit. When Glenna died in January, she left behind her loving family and thousands of us to whom she had taught so much. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today the House will vote to approve the American Rescue Plan for poor and middle America. The false choice of Wall Street or Main Street is no more. This plan helps the neighborhood streets and the homes where real people live and struggle every day. This plan is supported by 75% of the American people, will help the cities of Niagara Falls and Buffalo, the county of Erie, will return the American economy to full employment and will grow that economy by 6%, a rate not seen in many, many decades. This is a good plan that provides direct assistance to the people of this country that need it. I urge my colleagues to support this plan, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor the selfless bravery and service of a member of my community in New York's 22nd Congressional District, Timothy Chadwick, Sr. of the 22nd Congressional District. Mr. Chadwick served our country in the Air Force during the Vietnam War. Timothy's story is shared by so many Vietnam veterans across our country. While serving in Laos, Timothy was exposed to Agent Orange, which has plagued his health ever since. U.S. service members who were stationed in Vietnam, many were exposed to toxic herbicide known as Agent Orange. As a result, our veterans are at an increased risk of developing cancer, Parkinson's disease, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and many other deadly illnesses. These brave veterans risked everything to defend our freedom, and they deserve our support as they overcome the effects of their service. I'll never stop standing up and fighting for veterans like they stood up and fought for us. God bless men like Timothy Chadwick and so many others who served our nation honorably, and God bless all the men and women currently serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This month is not only Women's History Month, but it's also Virgin Islands History Month. And what better way to celebrate it than today for me to salute Virgin Islands native and basketball upcoming star, Aaliyah Boston, who had another dominant performance in South Carolina's 67-62 win over Georgia and the SEC tournament final.
Where Congress
Boston
is poised
put
to
up
approve
27
a landmark
points, 10
$1.9
rebounds
trillion
for her
COVID-19 relief bill, placing
double-double
President
of
Joe
the year,
Biden on
and
the
was
cusp
named
of
the
an early
tournament
triumph that
MVP as
advances
South Carolina
democratic
captured
priorities
its
and
sixth
showcases the unity
championship
of
in the
his
last
party
7 years.
will need to
Aaliyah
forge
was
future
huge,
victories. The
said
House
Coach
is
Dan
expected to
Staley
give
after the
final
game.
congressional
She has to be that
later
dominant
on
in
today,
order
but
for
right
us
now,
to win these
we're gonna
kind of
send some of you all
basketball
to a
games.
very quick 2-minute commercial
Aaliyah, you
break.
are huge. You are dominant. And what better way to recognize Women's History Month and Virgin Islands History Month by a Virgin Islander and a woman making history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just over 1 year ago, we entered a COVID crackdown. Businesses and schools shut their doors, some of them sadly for good. Communities across the nation continue to feel this pain. For more than 365 days, far too many of our nation's school children have been confined to virtual learning, forced to sit at home behind a computer instead of a classroom. The implications of students being left out of the classroom are much, much bigger than parents being inconvenienced or students missing their friends. Every day that we wait to reopen our schools is another day we look the other way as youth mental health continues to plummet. Every day we wait to reopen our schools is another day our students fall behind. Mr. Speaker, allowing American school children to return to the classroom is long overdue. It's time to listen to the science, it's time to put the students first, and it's time to reopen our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. This morning I make a personal plea to my fellow Texans. I recognize that there has been an overload of tiredness and desire to go back to work and maybe a desire to party. Unfortunately, with bad advice and political emphasis, the mass order will be lifted today on March 10th in our state. Our state is being plagued by the United Kingdom variant. We are still on the hot list for the number of deaths. We have not reached a certain number in terms of lowering the infection rate, and we haven't reached any kind of level in terms of vaccination. Removing the restrictions and having remove mass parties is going to be a disaster. I make this plea. Wear your mask, socially distance, restaurants and other businesses be responsible. We are on the way with a rescue. But I beg of my fellow Texans, let us not go backwards to create more deaths, to create more hospitalizations, more loved ones that we will not have at the dinner table. This is not a time to go backwards. This is a time to go forward. Wear your mask. Let's be responsible. And I ask my constituents on Washington Avenue, do not have a remove mask party tonight because you will be walking into a destiny of death. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after enactment of 5 bipartisan COVID relief bills last year totaling $4 trillion in assistance for healthcare workers, businesses, schools, testing, and vaccines, with over $1 trillion in already appropriated funds still unspent, with an unprecedented level of monetary stimulus from the Fed already in the pipeline with no end in sight, with massive pent-up demand and an economy poised for full recovery, with the success of Operation Warp Speed delivering multiple safe and effective vaccines in record time, with literally millions of Americans benefiting from the mass distribution of those vaccines every single day. With all of this heroic effort to defeat this virus already in place, why is it that Democrats in Congress are so determined at all costs to ram through this hyper-partisan $2 trillion spending spree with zero bipartisan support? The answer is that they are exploiting this pandemic as an excuse to force passage of this budget-busting monstrosity, 90% of which is totally unrelated to COVID-19. An excuse to bail out mismanaged state and local governments for liabilities unrelated to COVID. An excuse to use taxpayer funds to fund Planned Parenthood. An excuse to send stimulus checks to prisoners and illegal immigrants, an excuse to expand the welfare state and pay people not to work. In sum, an excuse to advance an unrelated liberal agenda Democrats call the most progressive bill in American history that will lead to huge tax increases. I urge all my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my colleague and the good gentleman here for explaining why $1.9 trillion in spending is reckless, irresponsible, and the wrong thing to do. We still have $1 trillion set aside for COVID relief and spending. There is no need to enslave the American people, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and generations going forward in more debt. We are at $28 trillion in debt. This Congress is ramming through unbelievable things at a rapid pace. This must be stopped. We have to give pause and consideration to what we're doing. This is a waste of money and a complete waste of time. Reopening America is a much better way to go. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record third votes by electronic device. Members, this is a
You're watching News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. Right now, we are in a bit of a lull from the House floor as they are now doing a roll call vote on the $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill. Right now, some of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Jury selection in the trial of ex-Minneapolis cop Derek Chauvin is underway. Now, although a looming appellate ruling could push the case back weeks or even months as the state tries to reinstate a third-degree murder count, Chauvin is charged with second-degree murder and manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. Let's continue to listen in from this sound and this live picture from the courtroom.
We do not intend, for instance, in opening statements to make statements about a blue line or something as represented in this motion. However, we cannot be, it's our position, prohibited at this point from raising, bias if that becomes apparent during testimony at trial, and that is possible. And so I think this motion is in that sense then premature because it should be determined on a witness by witness basis. If bias comes up that looks like this during trial, we should be allowed to explore it for that particular witness.
Perhaps, but these are loaded rhetorical devices that have been criticized by many courts because it is inflammatory to talk about a wall of silence, a blue line. In fact, I think the original thin blue line phrase came from a defense attorney talking about their client being part of the thin blue line that protects us against, or protects civilization against anarchy. So it actually, I think its origins are not in prosecution. And the problem is, it's a rhetorical device that is inflammatory and goes towards culture, and I'm unlikely to allow you to do it in any case, but if you think it arises as necessary and as evidence of bias, let's do a sidebar and decide that. Right now, I cannot conceive of when this type of rhetorical device is appropriate. So we'll go with that.
Thank you.
And I believe we added number 33, or is there another one? Just 33 is left?
Yeah, and just, just for the record, all of these motions in limine are based on the record as we currently know it. Things in trial happen differently, and so if you think a door has been opened or otherwise there are other circumstances which change, we can always do a sidebar to revisit if the circumstances call for it.
Understood.
Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, then the last motion we have agreed to deal with today is number 33, which is the spark of life, limiting the spark of life. Again, not questioning the state's ability to present spark of life evidence, just wanted to make it certain that the spark of life evidence is actually offered for the purposes, the permissible purposes, and just to caution the spark of life witness to know the appropriate bounds or risk opening the door to other character evidence.
And what's the state's intent on that? Maybe I should have you come to the lectern.
And I should say, Mr. Blackwell and I did have, this is kind of an aside, we had a brief conversation this morning about their spark of life witness, and he asked, Mr. Blackwell asked if we could exclude the spark of life witness from the court's prohibition of watching the testimony, the live streaming testimony, because they're only being called for spark of life. I have no objection to that, Your Honor. I think that that's reasonable, and that Mr. Floyd's family members should otherwise be able to, that as long as they're not testifying, with the exception of this person.
And that is my general practice, is to allow family members who are spark of life witnesses to be able to watch and be a part of the trial, not be sequestered.
Yeah. And we're agreeable to that, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Frank, why don't you come on up and give me an idea of what you anticipate your spark of life testimony would be?
Your Honor, I know this court is quite familiar over the years with the spark of life doctrine, maybe giving it too much of a fancy name, but that's really been a central part of murder cases for decades here in Minnesota. Courts have, the appellate courts have recognized a long list of things that are appropriate to cover in spark of life: photographs, testimony about their childhood, their education, their career, photographs of the family, family members, and discussion of their occupation. All of that comes from Evans. I think really Morrow is one of the cases that does a nice job of describing some of the case law, but it really gets to this term spark of life, which I always thought came out of Graham decades ago, that the person that we oftentimes just gets referred to as victim is actually a human being imbued with a spark of life, that this puts some personal nature back into the case for somebody who's treated so impersonally, unfortunately, by the system. And so courts have allowed this when it's for that purpose, not unduly inflammatory or prejudicial. And so we fully intend to do that with respect to Mr. Floyd. We will have photographs of Mr. Floyd at various stages of his life. We will have, Your Honor, I think 2 witnesses that would qualify as spark of life, because one is a family member who would talk about Mr. Floyd's family and his growing up and being a brother to this witness. And as many people know, during the incident, Mr. Floyd references his mother, and so there will be discussions about that, why that was so important to him. Another spark of life witness will talk about more contemporaneous things in Mr. Floyd's life since he came to Minnesota, and quite frankly will also cover some factual elements based on what we foresee as attempts to sort of denigrate Mr. Floyd's character. This person will also be addressing some of Mr. Floyd's life, and so it really will be somewhat factual outside of spark of life.
When you say you anticipate that there will be evidence to denigrate Mr. Floyd's life, why I think I've been pretty clear. I'm not allowing that.
Maybe denigrate was too strong of a word, Your Honor. I apologize. Obviously his drug use is going to be an issue in this case. The defense, is going to portray that as a cause, and that becomes part of the medical case then. So there will be discussion about that. There will be some evidence about that, and so that's why I want to be clear that one of the spark of life witnesses is certainly going to talk about more things than just what's typical and covered in spark of life, but she will do that as well. So just to preview that for the court, that's what we anticipate doing. We will not. Well, let me say it this way: we understand what opening the door means, and we will not run afoul of that. Though there is some chance that we may ask the court to give us some guidance on that, specifically when it comes to that testimony and at that point in the trial, just to be clear with everybody about that.
Yeah, I think we are all familiar. And Mr. Nelson, I'm going to ask you follow-up questions in just
You're
a second.
watching News Now from
we're all
Fox.
familiar
Right
with
now, we are
I think the
listening
spark of
in
life
as
doctrine.
Judge Cahill hears motions right before jury selection resumes in the Derek Chauvin trial. Some of our reviewers will now see a quick commercial break.
He was a human being. He was loved. He had a family. I agree with all that. I think if it's basically evidence that will not call for cross-examination, I think that's generally well within the bounds. I guess, and I don't have a problem with 2, as long as we're not spending too much time. There's also the case law that says it should not go on and become character evidence. I'm not allowing a lot of the past that would amount to character evidence, and I'm specifically concerned here about, and it may be true, I'm not saying this, but that Mr. Floyd was described as a gentle giant. As soon as you start getting into propensity for violence or propensity for peacefulness, I think then we're getting into character evidence, and then that does open the door for the defense to cross-examine about his character for peacefulness. Everything else, how he grew up, some pictures, that he was loved, that he was a wonderful father, brother, nephew, all that stuff I think is permissible. Obviously, if we don't go on too long, because it distracts from the merits on what happened. But that's my concern on the line. is that as soon as we start getting into character evidence, number one, I don't think it's 404A permissible, because it's not, I don't think you don't get a chance to offer peacefulness to the victim until the defense claims that Mr. Floyd's case was an aggressor at the beginning. And we have videotape to show what actually happened as far as aggression or not. Does this make sense, Mr. Frank?
It does, Your Honor. And what I guess what I was trying to get at earlier is, to me, it's not opening the door if a witness says he was loved by everybody.
Oh, of course not.
He was fun to be around. He enjoyed life. We did things together. We went out. We had fun. That doesn't open the door to the kinds of things that the court has ruled inadmissible otherwise.
Absolutely.
So it was there. I was saying, let's have that conversation if we think there's a problem before we're calling that witness and putting them on the stand, because they will talk about that, and they will talk about him being loved and being part of a family. And sure, he had some problems he was dealing with in his life. We will talk about that, and that will lead into these other factual issues about the issues in the case.
Well, and I think if, for example, you mentioned the use of drugs, and if there's any discussion of his struggle with drugs, that's certainly, I think, permissible spark of life. It does not open the door to a lot of the things that we've been talking about. My concern is, because really, if they're admitting that he had struggles, I don't see that the defense has the ability to cross-examine further about that. I can't think of it, at least. I'll put it this way: if you think that opens the door, you better have a sidebar about that, because I don't see it as discussion of use of drugs does not open the door to further past acts, in my view. For example, it does not open the door to the May 16th, 2019 case. But my concern was more descriptions of his character for peacefulness, because that, I think, would open the door to the May 16th case and other priors that we're aware of, because it's proper cross-examination. You say X, what about Y? So that was my big concern about the spark of life. I think everything you've described is perfectly permissible in spark of life testimony. Mr. Nelson,
You had some questions for me?
I just kind of your thoughts there. Yeah, why don't you go to the lectern? It's a little easier.
Your Honor, I agree, and that's the question, is because a lot of what we've seen in the media and descriptions would, I think, open the door to impermissible, what you have ruled is impermissible character evidence, but it would certainly open the door. The issues, that were ultimately surrounding his drug use and his drug abuse history do play a very central role in ultimately the cause of death. Did he have a tolerance for a particular drug? Would that tolerance somehow make levels that were in his system more survivable to him? Does that make sense? Trying to be as opaque as I can at this point.
Well, let's put it this way. If the medical examiner says that such history of drug use could affect their opinion as to whether drugs were a cause of death, I think it's permissible. My guess is they're going to say whether or not he was a drug addict with a long history of drug use, or he was, this was the first time he ever used drugs, it wouldn't have made a difference on their opinion. Then I don't think you get into the long history, because it's not proper examination. If the doctor says, doesn't matter, that's not relevant to my medical opinion, I don't think it's relevant for us to get into it. But again, I'm kind of predicting, I don't know what the doctor's going to say. And
right. I don't think we'll be in a situation where anyone's saying it's not a relevant concern.
All right.
On either side.
Let's deal with the bounds of the drug addiction evidence when it comes up.
Okay.
And this actually is why you'll notice on the trial schedule, I have the jury showing up by 9:15 to start at 9:30, but every day we are in session at 9 o'clock to talk about legal issues. This is kind of what I've reserved it for, is fleshing out the motions in limine in real time.
And I believe then with that actually would dispatch with another one of the motions, the defense motions in limine.
Which one is that?
I'd have to look.
Oh, why don't you go ahead and look? If we can
Stay
get
with us. We'll return right after this break.
Number 35, Your Honor.
I think that covers it. State agree?
It's reserved basically until we get to that
Right.
point. Right.
Your Honor, this is one I think we need to sort of work through a little more, because what we're alluding to, trying to be, I think, opaque, as Mr. Nelson mentioned, is tolerance to some controlled substances is an issue experts will talk about in this case.
Right.
So the finer points of motion 35 really need to be talked through, and quite frankly, I thought we would probably be able to arrive at some stipulations about what comes in through this,
Okay.
what is underlying number 35.
I think what it comes down to is if an expert says that tolerance is an issue or is relevant to a diagnosis or their opinion, it's some aspect of it will come in then. But unless and until somebody says it's relevant to their diagnosis, their opinion. For example, if the state's witnesses say it doesn't matter, it's not coming in. If the defense expert says it does matter, then I think you have a right to present what the actual state of affairs was.
Yeah, and I'm happy to work with Mr. Frank to try to resolve it through some stipulations. And I think that, again, I think the court is wise in its decision to reserve.
Yeah,
until
I think
we
we're
get to
going to
that
reserve
point.
it then, but you kind of know where I'm thinking the line might be. And again, that's why we're going to be 9 o'clock, not 8 o'clock after jury selection. So I appreciate your working full days here right now. All right, anything?
I think that was it for today, right?
Mr. Frank, anything else we have?
That's it for today, Your Honor, that we have.
Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 5:02. And we'll start, I think we have juror number 20, who is our next juror, and we'll start with that at 5 to 9.
You're watching News Now from Fox right now. We are watching as Judge Cahill hears motions in the Derek Chauvin trial. A few minutes ago, we were hearing what he considers acceptable when it comes to character testimony. It does look as though we are resuming, the House floor is resuming, so let's switch gears and bring you all out to the House floor. This is News Now from Fox.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fudge.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Time now approaching 10 a.m. Eastern Time. This is usually the hour where we get a lot of breaking news and live events. So momentarily, I want to switch gears. It looks as though we have a Republican leader speaking out against the House set to vote on the $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill. Let's listen in.
Much of which has nothing to do with fighting this terrible pandemic.
I am going to continue to work with President Biden and his administration. I think, although I'm obviously more conservative than the president, that we have a lot of goals in common, and the infrastructure package is certainly one of them. So I look forward to continuing to work with this administration, and I just hope that Senator Schumer does not continue to be an obstacle to bipartisanship. That's what the people of this country want to see. Thank you.
News Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all quite a few live events we are on standby for. At 9 o'clock, the House reconvened to vote on the latest COVID-19 relief bill. They are currently in a lull right now, so we will bring you that live feed as soon as we can. We are also waiting for the Derek Chauvin trial to resume. Also coming up very shortly, in just about 5 minutes, the climate change hearing, along with the White House COVID-19 briefing that is taking place in just about 1 hour. So make sure you stay tuned into News Now from Fox as we continue to bring you all the top stories and breaking news as it unfolds live. But right now, I want to bring you all a story from our very own News Now from Fox's Christy Lawson. She's taking us a look back on 2020, what we can all learn as we reflect on the pandemic and how we can honor the small victories this year. Let's listen in.
I'm joined here today with artist Nicole Ray as we take a look back at this last year. And Nicole, it seems like sometimes you think back to when the pandemic started. It's been a long year, but also March 2020, March 2021. It seems like it was just yesterday we hit the pandemic. So let's kind of talk about how we continue to move forward if we feel like we've been stuck still in last March.
It is very different to acknowledge a year in the month of March. Usually it's been a year in the month of January. This is new for all of us to say, wow, we all share a pivotal marking on the calendar this March for having times of kind of challenge and struggle, but at the same time, perseverance and resiliency and commitment and dedication. And what I wanted to share a little bit about today is you may be feeling a lot of different, what I call feels over the last year. And in my healing arts practice, I share with my students as a guide to see their life as a practice. So I do want you to take a look back in the next, few days of, hey, if I were to see my life as a practice in the last year, where could I acknowledge my wins? Where could I see how far I've come? Could I acknowledge that even doing one thing that I did differently in the last year is something that I could be proud of? When we see our life as a practice, there's more space for compassion and patience and light to come through and help us kind of lift ourselves up when we feel a little bit down.
Yes. And I like what you have been saying. There's been times when we felt like we haven't accomplished anything in this last year. So let's talk about the way you can kind of practice taking a look back at those little wins. Not everything has to be a big momentous moment. And a lot of us weren't able to even do that in the past year. So it's all about calculating and looking back and checking off. I learned how to run a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, it is. It's similar to the idea of gratitude, but I'm here to kind of talk to you about a practice called hashtag, literally the symbol. Nobody says it, I do. I'm the only one. Hashtag wins is about taking a look back on the last year and writing a little list down of what are some of the little things that you will never have seen in your life as a win, specifically compared to what we as kind of our society tells us, here's how we measure success, here's how we measure our goals. This last year kind of breaks the rules of all of those traditional ways of measuring to help you start to say, hey, what did you do differently? What did you do that was hard? What are some of the things that you stayed with, and what are some of the things that you only did once? And say, you know what, it's a win if I learned how to use Zoom. It's a win if I showered today. It's a win if I taught my kids math for 3 months and never thought I could do it. It's a win if you got up every single day and made it through the day. It's a win if you did 6 at-home workouts in 365 days when you're used to going to the gym at, like me, at 1.7 days a week. Those are wins. Wins are really important for ourselves because we are the only ones that can shine light on ourselves. Right now, all of us are carrying different hardships and challenges. And, in the past, we might look to a dear friend or a significant other or a parent to say, hey, good job on all of those things that you're doing. But now it's our turn in a way to say, you know what? I'm going to shine light on myself, because we are the only ones to be able to lift ourselves up. And doing this little practice of #wins is a way for you to lift yourself up, to see with the light how far you've come, so that you can start to see where you have grown.
Now, let's talk for a minute. Sometimes it's hard for people to look at their own wins and to say, I'm proud of myself for doing this or that. You know, we are great at giving compliments sometimes, but having them given to us or even giving them to ourselves can be a challenge in itself.
Exactly. We're trained kind of as a collective to say, you know, I'm proud of you for graduating. I'm proud of you for that new job. I'm proud of you for, you know, paying off your student debt. Some of these big things that, you know, we are told to, you know, well, we're trained to kind of just naturally, instincts is to give that to ourselves. But it's time as a collective, as just a whole, to start to say, you know what if we all took one moment and listed one thing out, either said it out loud or wrote it down using the affirmation, I am proud of myself of, do you think it would lift the vibration of the world? We have to be our own coaches. We have to be our own cheerleaders, and it's not fun. It's not easy. And sometimes it feels so awkward, and it feels a little bit selfish. And we're told, you know, don't talk about yourself, don't brag about yourself, don't go around saying all these things that you did. But, you know,
Good morning, everybody. You're watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias back at Mission Control. That's what I like to call the set here at the East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We've been listening in on a segment from our very own Christy Larson talking about seeing our 2020 wins and continuing to grow. I want to let you know I am monitoring the House of Representatives, the floor. They are supposed to be taking on that $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill. We've also got some congressional hearings that are on tap as well, and the Senate is also adjourning. I'm also keeping a very close eye on the Derek Chauvin trial from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Lots of moving parts here this morning on News Now from Fox. Now that we are officially past the top of the hour, I'm keeping the closest eye on the House floor. So we're going to continue to listen into this interview from our very own Christy Larson while I am on standby for all the other live events on tap here at the top of the 10 o'clock Eastern hour.
Were a lot of challenges, but we all adapted, and some people forget that they have changed in this past year. You know, they might think, oh my gosh, I don't have any wins. I can't think of any, Nicole, but it really has been a challenge. And I think if you've still gotten up every single day, you know, and like you said, even if it's little things like went for a walk twice, it doesn't have to even be twice a day for these last 365. It could just be, you know, you had set out a challenge, you did it a couple times. That's still a win right there.
I completely agree. And you know, where we are at as a group is kind of like, to be honest, we're all a little bit over it. You know, we're over it, but also we all feel a little bit different, but we're all in this together. And really, I think what we need to be able to grow forward, to really kind of gain whatever it is that we most need, whether that's more perseverance, more strength, a little bit more joy, is to sit for a moment, whether it's on your own in a journal, with your significant other, with a friend over a call, with your kiddos, and just say, you know what, let's see what we did over the last year. Did you take that camping trip instead of, you know, that trip you had planned to go somewhere that normally was on an airplane, and you gathered the whole family up in the car with all your things? You know, what did you do? Because there's a lot of blessings in this moment, but also there is still a lot of loss, and there's a lot of grief, and each of us have our own story, and our stories do matter. And I think if we can start acknowledging how far we've come individually and help other people around us do the same, that we will continue to become stronger and start to see that this was part of the path, and that we were all here to rise a little higher.
Yeah. How do we try to process everything that has happened in the last year? You know, it's been a lot to absorb no matter what age, you know, even for young kids, making big adjustments to their schedules, to us as adults. You know, how do we kind of process it all? Because I do think you have to kind of take it all in to be able to keep moving forward.
Yes. If you are feeling a little bit what I call closed or a little bit blocked or just a little bit shut down or just a little bit, I would invite you to use the practice within the Art of Daily Practice called I Forgive and Release. It's a way to give love or give peace or give whatever it is that you need, a positive feeling, a way into what it is that you are carrying so that you can start to reflect. You may not be able right now to reflect, but
All right, everybody. Again, we're going to be interrupting Christy Larson's interview here to bring you the latest in the Derek Chauvin trial happening live, raw, unfiltered in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It has resumed, and I'm going to bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Again, happy Wednesday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And I'm glad you say for the most part, because no matter how hard people try, sometimes inadvertently you get exposed to something. A headline. Somebody says, oh, did you read this? And they tell you about it. And since you're not supposed to tell anybody you're a potential juror, it's not like you can go, right?
Correct.
Any of that happened that you received more information about this case from media or anybody else?
No, and the reason why I said that was just, you know, I'm aware that this trial is going on.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
Nothing.
So maybe that the timing, but nothing about the substance of the case or the parties or...
And not too much into detail, no.
Okay. Excellent. You did have some knowledge about the case before you were summoned. As most people, if not all people, have. You understand that if you are on the jury in this case, that you must make your decision based on only what you hear and see in the courtroom. That is what is actually in evidence. Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
Essentially put aside the things you've heard and put aside also any opinions, because it's okay to have an opinion based on what you saw on the media. It's not okay to bring it in and make a judgment based on your opinion.
Sure.
That is not based on the evidence in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Okay. You were given a long list of witnesses. Did you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yes, there's one.
Okay. Who's that?
A member of the BCA I'm friends with, casual friends with. That was on the front page here. I started here.
Do you remember the name?
Yes, it is Mackenzie Anderson.
Okay. And how do you know?
We're friends of friends probably since college, so 15 years, but very casual. Actually, after I saw that list, I went back in my phone. When was the last time I contacted her? We had contact. It was over a year and a half ago, 2 years, so obviously no discussion about the case, and I've not spoken with her in a year or two.
Okay. And have you talked to her about her work, what she does on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, but never before this case.
Okay.
If that makes sense, you know what I mean?
And what does she do?
I believe she's a forensic scientist,
okay.
In a general term.
Do you think that relationship, or maybe general knowledge that she's imparted to you in your just casual discussions, do you think that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
I don't believe it'll affect that, no. And I was thinking about it, and especially in her line of work, forensics, it's very science. It's not very something where you have to try to get someone to believe something, right? So I don't believe it would affect that, no.
All right. Thank you. There is one item on your questionnaire I did want to talk to you about, and that's the length of trial. And if you are selected for this jury, we will start with opening statements and evidence March 29th. We anticipate it's going to be about 4 weeks, so pretty much into April. And I notice you say that you're potentially getting married in April. Tell me about that.
I believe at the time, I'm still getting married. I believe at the time of the questionnaire we did not have a date. We have selected a date of May 1st. So that does give me a little bit of cold feet about this situation of, geez, if this goes 4 weeks, it's going to bump right up against that.
Well, and we never know how long.
Correct.
Jurors will be in deliberation. And so do you think that if you were in deliberation, is there a lot of preparation made for this?
So it is a wedding located in Florida. It's a smaller wedding, but there would be 30 family members going. Flights have been booked. It's not a huge financial undertaking where we're spending tens of thousands of dollars on something that would go away, but it would be an inconvenience, and obviously not the way you want to spend your wedding date, right?
Right, and the question comes up, I hope we are done by May 1st, but with deliberations, as I said, do you think that would be like you'd be going, we got to make a decision here because I got a wedding to get to, my own.
I don't believe so. I mean, I think if I am part of this jury, I think we would have to make.
All right, everyone, we're going to be hopping from one live event to another this morning. I was just informed that the $1.9 trillion COVID relief debate is going to be happening right now on NewsNOW from Fox, so I want to listen in really quickly. Until I actually hear any debate on the House floor, I'm going to take you back out to Minneapolis for the Derek Chauvin trial.
Attorney for Mr. Chauvin, thank you for your patience yesterday and for coming in this morning.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do, sir, is just ask you some kind of general questions, get to know you a little bit, and then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about some answers on your questionnaire. Is that okay with you?
Yep.
I know it's been a while since you've read this, so if there's anything that you have a question about, we'll talk about it, okay?
Great. Thank you.
All right, so let me ask you this. If you and I were to meet in some social situation, what would a couple of things you want me to walk away knowing about you?
About myself, I'm a father. I'm a devoted father, into sports, music. I'm guessing if we ran into each other at a social situation, it would be with a beer at a bar, maybe before or after a game or a concert.
Sounds good. And when you first received your jury duty notice or your summons for jury duty, what was your initial reaction when you saw that?
Just a standard reaction. I don't think anyone ever gets a jury duty notice and goes, hooray, I got jury duty. But I've never been involved in this process before, so just standard, run of the mill. Okay, my number was up, and now I have to participate in jury duty.
Okay. And how about when you learned that it was potentially as a juror in this case?
Yeah, that changed a little bit where I obviously know the gravity about this case, and when I first read that first line about the case, I kind of took a step back and went, whoa, this is a big deal.
Okay. What were your thoughts? Did you have concerns? Were you?
No, concerns wouldn't be the right answer. I mean, just again, the magnitude of this case, I would think, is what struck me. It wasn't a, oh no, I can't believe I'm going to be participating in this case, or yes, I get to participate in this case. I think it's just the magnitude of the case struck me.
Sure. How about when you got to the government center yesterday and saw its current condition?
Yeah, I think it just further solidified the magnitude, reading that juror letter and then seeing it in person, like, okay, this is, the magnitude does match what I had going on in my head. It's playing out in real life.
Right. Do you have concerns for your physical safety?
Not really, no. And I know that's not a yes or no answer, but obviously, again, back to the magnitude of this case, I know there's a lot of people watching, will be watching, but I don't lie awake at night going, I'm in fear of my safety on this case.
Great. Did it comfort you to some degree to learn that you would remain anonymous?
Yes.
At this point, at least. Okay, great. So I understand, based on your questionnaire, that you, again, don't say the name of your company. We're trying to protect people's identities here at this point. But I understand you're in sales management. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
How many people work for you?
I work with a team. That's a
All right, everybody. Again, a lot of moving parts this morning. We're essentially going from Minnesota to Capitol Hill time and time again. I want to let you know the House of Representatives have opened up debate on what is called H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. If passed, this is the bill that would provide $1,400 stimulus checks to many Americans. So let's listen into the debate live, raw, unfiltered, here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Are needed if we want to save lives and defeat this pandemic once and for all. Economists have also made clear what is needed to generate a strong, inclusive economic recovery. And again, we listened. This bill provides direct financial relief to more than 80% of American families. It helps feed hungry Americans and provides financial support so families can afford health coverage during the greatest health crisis of our lifetimes. It prevents more than 10 million workers from losing lifeline unemployment benefits, while also making the first $10,200 of these payments tax-free. It helps families facing eviction stay in their homes, and it expands the Earned Income Tax Credit, putting more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans. The American Rescue Plan will provide the resources needed to open schools safely and make up for lost time in the classroom. It will cut the child poverty rate in half. In half. Just think about what that will mean for those children and their futures and the future of our country. This legislation has been called one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in modern history. Well, I guess that depends. If you are measuring in terms of relief for nearly every American family and hardworking individual, if your yardstick is lifting millions of children out of poverty and giving parents the help they desperately need, if your metrics are a strong and inclusive economic future, both in the short term and long term, then it's easy to agree. And the American people do. They get what we are doing. They know all too well the challenges facing our nation, and that is why the vast majority of them, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, support the American Rescue Plan. Look, this is it. Congress's work on the bill is almost done. In just a short time, we will pass this legislation. We will send it to President Biden's desk, and he will sign it into law. We promised relief, the President promised relief, and now help is on the way. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rewards the political class, not the working class. That should be the name of this bailout plan. When our Democrat colleagues got together to describe how to proceed on additional COVID-19 spending, they could have done a number of things. They should have followed the bipartisan precedent set over the past year and worked across the aisle. Instead, they chose a purely partisan process to jam through a radical agenda, putting the political class ahead of America's working class. They could have looked at the data coming out of the Congressional Budget Office. Had they done so, they would have seen that absent any new funding, the economy is projected to reach pre-pandemic levels of real GDP growth by the middle of this year. Further, they would have seen that without this bailout, America is already projected to see its largest GDP growth in 15 years. Instead, they ignored the data, just like they have ignored the science. And they now hope that their bailout plan gets credit for an economic recovery that CBO tells us is already underway. They could have accounted for the approximately $1 trillion in COVID-19 money Congress has already appropriated in a bipartisan approach. But that money has not been spent yet. Instead, they ignored calls to provide an accurate and thorough accounting of unspent funds. Now they're charging American taxpayers another $2 trillion. They could have focused on timely and targeted relief to support those that are most in need, to reopen schools in our communities and storefronts on Main Street, and to crush the virus and put shots in Americans' arms. Instead, less than 9% of this bailout goes to crushing the virus and dispensing vaccines. Only 5% of the K through 12 education funding will be spent this year. Even as Americans are told this money is needed to reopen their children's schools. Of course, Democrat leaders are more than willing to spend hundreds of billions to bailout states, sending a disproportionate share of that money to those states run by their political buddies that will reward and incentivize further lockdowns. Just look at how they changed the state funding formula. California, where revenues are in fact up and they are sitting on a surplus of $10+ billion, will now get billions more than they otherwise would have. A direct reward to the Speaker and Vice President's home state. It was all so predictable, really. From the very beginning of this process, Republicans have been saying that this bailout was never about COVID relief, but rather about Democrats trying to notch some wins for their political base, appease their allies rather than help Americans. Amazingly, Democrats are not even shy now about admitting that fact. White House Chief of Staff has called this bill the most progressive domestic legislation in a generation. Leader Schumer in the Senate called it one of the most progressive pieces of legislation in decades. We are here today, Mr. Speaker, because Democrats made a choice to put their own partisan political ambitions ahead of the needs of the working class, ahead of the needs of the American people. When our Democrat colleagues speak of unity, they mean keeping their party together, not pulling this country together. That is why we have before us this wrong plan at the wrong time for so many wrong reasons. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from California, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rescue plan. I thank Chairman Yarmouth, the Speaker, and all the committee chairs for this historic and transformative bill. We have struggled through a year of gross neglect. People have suffered, they've died, they've lost their jobs and businesses. Families are living on the edge. But today, thank God, help is on the way. We included provisions to ensure that communities of color disproportionately impacted by the virus get the care and vaccines they desperately need. We include support for state and local governments for our essential workers who are essential, resources to help our schools open safely, child tax credits that will cut child poverty in half, and investments to crush the virus worldwide. We will, however, continue to fight for a $15 minimum wage to lift low-income people out of poverty. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlelady from California. I will remind her that if this bill were enacted, her state's 6 million seniors would see a cut of Medicare of over $44 billion in the next 10 years. A cut of $44 billion over the next 10 years. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's one thing that all sides can agree on. This is the most left-wing bill ever passed by the Congress. But beware, there's no such thing as free money. All of it must be borrowed from the same capital pool that would otherwise be available as loans to consumers and home buyers and small businesses. And it will be repaid entirely from your future earnings in the years ahead. Divided by the number of U.S. households, the bill for an average family comes to roughly $15,000.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
Family, through future taxes and inflation, through lower wages and earnings as businesses pass along their costs. That is the only way that government debt can be financed. Government lockdowns have devastated America's prosperity. The answer is to end the lockdowns, not rob Americans of their futures by crushing their families under debt that will destroy their opportunity, independence, and prosperity in the years ahead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Nevada, the distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the American Rescue Plan. Last year, as the COVID-19 pandemic first spread, I worked across the aisle to pass the CARES Act. Passing that bill required compromise, and the final legislation omitted key provisions that I wanted us to deliver on. But the American people got the relief they needed, and that was what was the most important thing. 1 year later, with Democrats in the White House, Republicans won't help us in this pandemic. Why? Because Donald Trump's name won't be on the stimulus checks? Is that how easily they will abandon their constituents? The American Rescue Plan will deliver $1,400 stimulus checks, cut child poverty in half, and provide critical support to help our communities recover and reopen. The time for action is now, and if Republicans won't help us crush the coronavirus, we'll do it without them. For the sake of my constituents and all Americans, I'm voting yes on the American Rescue Plan, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from Nevada. I will remind him that this bill, if it's signed into law, out of his 500,000 seniors, they will face a $3 billion cut to Medicare. So his vote today will cost a $3 billion cut to the seniors of Nevada. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend and gentleman from Missouri. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, Congress passed 5 bipartisan and targeted relief bills totaling $3.7 trillion to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. These packages succeeded in supporting our economy through the worst of this crisis. Now Democrat leadership wants to spend another $2 trillion on an excessive plan that directs just 1% towards vaccines, 1%, and provides far beyond what is needed to fuel our continued recovery. States will receive $350 billion on top of the $500 billion already allocated. Revenue is actually up in these states. Supplementing unemployment compensation while small business is hurting for employees is the wrong move to be made at this time. Felons in this bill, okay, Mr. Speaker, including currently incarcerated murderers, were not exempt from receiving the stimulus checks that are intended for taxpayers. Federal workers, Mr. Speaker, will receive up to $35 an hour in addition to their full salary to care for a child from learning from home. Why do federal workers deserve such privilege, Mr. Speaker, when we should be focused on economic recovery, getting our children back to school, and vaccine distribution? That is what's in the interest of the American people, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, the American Rescue Plan enjoys overwhelming public support because it addresses critical needs exacerbated by COVID-19. It is supported by 75% of the American people, 71% of independents, and 60% of Republicans. This legislation is transformative. It specifically provides $1.6 billion for HBCUs and additional funds through the United States Department of Agriculture, which is now authorized to increase its support of our 1890 land-grant institutions. The Washington Post reports a little-known element of this package would pay billions of dollars to disadvantaged farmers, benefiting black farmers in a way that some experts say no legislation has done since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The New York Times says researchers predict it could become one of the most effective laws to fight poverty in a generation and would cut the child poverty rate in half. The Associated Press declares several million people stand to save hundreds of dollars in health insurance costs in the biggest expansion of federal health insurance since the Affordable Care Act. I call upon my Republican colleagues to stop their March Madness and show some compassion for their constituents who are less than wealthy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from South Carolina, and I will remind him that if this bill becomes law, the 1 million seniors in his state will face a $7 billion cut over the next 10 years to Medicare. $7 billion cut to Medicare over the next 10 years. Be happy to yield 1 minute to my good friend from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, Mr. Chairman, to oppose this bill and to urge my colleagues to do the same. After passing more than $3 trillion worth of relief packages, we find ourselves finally overcoming the COVID-19 virus. We've successfully developed vaccines to combat this virus in record time, and now we see our economy opening up and coming back to full strength. What's more is that we have yet to spend $1 trillion that has already been enacted. It's already been appropriated, already been voted on. So why do we need to pass another $1.9 trillion? You will find the reasons in the more than 90% of the bill that does not specifically target combating COVID-19. What you'll find is a partisan list of priorities and bailouts, 27% of it going to bailing state and local governments that insisted on continued harmful lockdowns and did little to stop the virus, 21% dedicated to partisan policies that will reduce unemployment, and 45% of the bill won't even be spent until 2022 or later. Perhaps that's why only 2 Republican amendments of 229 were accepted. The only thing bipartisan about this bill has been the opposition to it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I suspect we'll listen to this throughout this debate. The ranking member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith, persists in trying to scare the American people because he doesn't have a valid argument against this incredibly popular bill. Let me make this very clear. The statutory pay-go requirements, which would cause a cut in Medicare, has never happened, won't happen, will never happen. In 2017, when the Republicans cut taxes for the wealthy and big corporations, they faced the same problem. We cured that. Democrats helped Republicans solve that issue. The only way any Medicare dollars get cut because of this bill is if Republicans don't help us correct it. I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, as the proud Vice Chair of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I particularly want to call out the critical relief that the American Rescue Plan provides for those who have served our country. The bill includes important funding for the Veterans Health Administration, prohibits co-payments for medical care for veterans during the pandemic, strengthens VA supply chain modernization, and helps state veterans' homes upgrade and enhance their safety operations. It provides critical funding to increase VA's claims and appeals process to reduce the backlog caused by COVID-19, and it funds enhanced oversight through VA's Office of Inspector General. As chair of the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, I am particularly proud that it provides $386 million for a rapid retraining program to help unemployed veterans get back to work. Thanks to the leadership of Committee Chair Mark Takano and our colleagues, this bill provides the relief that veterans need and deserve. To our nation's veterans, help is on the way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from California. And I will remind him that his state has 27% of the homeless population in the United States. But under this bill, CBO projects that precisely $0 will be spent this year of the $5 billion. Wrong plan at the wrong time for so many wrong reasons. Love to yield 2 minutes to the fine gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is what Democrat control looks like. At $1.9 trillion, this bill spends an average of $6,000 per American citizen. What would you say to somebody claiming to be a friend who forced you to take out a loan for $6,000 because he might give you $1,400 from a portion of those loan proceeds? Would you consider that a good deal? What if the same friend had already forced you to take out loans totaling $85,000 and you had little to nothing to show for it? That's the average citizen's share of the national debt. This bill takes aggregate so-called COVID relief spending to $6 trillion to alleviate an estimated $300 billion in lost wages. This is 20 times the spending compared to the lost wages. What's next? This is not even the beginning of the end of the Democrats' insatiable desire to spend their citizens into financial ruin. Only 9% of the $1.9 trillion is even related to COVID relief, while 91% is for pet Democrat projects. We have $1 trillion unspent from the previous $4 trillion, and despite the efforts of the Republicans on the Budget Committee begging the president for answers, we can't even get an accounting for that. The bill gives $500 billion in bailouts to failed, poorly run blue state governments who've only lost an estimated $7.6 billion in revenue. The bill does nothing to push the blue states to reopen to even get the bailout money. Those amendments were rejected. At least the House Democrats didn't call us Neanderthals when they voted against reopening. The CDC estimated last spring it would cost $25 billion to reopen the schools, and there was $70 billion already spent in the $4 trillion worth of COVID packages from last year. However, there's no pressure on the schools to reopen to get the additional $130 billion that's in this bill. Those amendments were rejected too. And only 5% of the $130 billion will even be spent this year. That's how essential it is for COVID relief. But there's $12 billion in foreign aid, $270 billion for arts and humanities, and millions more for the Speaker's pet projects. With $30,000 in national debt that will be the balance when this is passed, we'll owe $90,000 per citizen.
Gentleman's
How
time has
dare we
expired.
do that to the next generation?
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from...
All right, everybody, we will continue to listen in live here to the House floor. Representatives are debating the $1.9 trillion Senate-passed COVID-19 relief bill. More news now from Fox is moments away.
A historic day. It is the beginning of the end of the great COVID depression. It also marks the end of a decades-long successful battle by big corporations and the super rich in this country for trickle-down economics. The idea that the rich getting richer will somehow make us all do better. Wrong. Today, we are putting money in the pockets of ordinary people, of poor people, of the middle class, and they will be an engine that creates a healthy, prosperous future for all of us. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that under President Trump, we had the lowest poverty rate since 1959 in 2019. The lowest poverty rate since 1959 came under President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Would love to yield 1 minute to Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you,
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentleman from Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this reckless spending bill. On Monday, the Congressional Budget Office announced federal deficit has already exceeded $1 trillion in the first 5 months of fiscal year 2021. Spending this year is already up 25%, and this massive spending bill creates another $1.9 trillion of our deficit. We are currently enjoying low interest rates, but out-of-control spending will lead to inflation. In this current year, inflation has already raised by 3%. Inflation leads to interest rate hikes. For example, in the 1980s, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 20%. The debt is already at $28 trillion. So higher interest rates will cause catastrophic debt spiral. This bill does not rescue our country. It literally puts us in peril. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
The January 6th insurrectionists did not win. The American government, the people of the United States, won with a democratic government that has come to the rescue with the American Rescue Plan. The long lines will stop with $20 billion for vaccines. Cash-strapped Americans will get $1,400 and extended unemployment. We will recognize that our children will get back to school with $130 billion. They will be able to stay in school. They will be able to regain lost learning. They'll be safely in school. And yes, a working family that my friends do not know, a single parent working full-time and making minimum wage of $15,000 will get $9,525 with children under 6 and a child tax credit of $3,600. And Houston will get $650 million, Harris County $914 million. This is a rescue. The insurrectionists did not win, but democracy did, and America is now to rescue them. The Democrats are on the way to give you help. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlelady from Texas, and I will remind her that while this legislation provides her state government with another $40 billion, it fails to include any language to ensure that the 5 million K through 12 students in her state are back in open schools anytime soon. Does nothing to open schools. Love to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Geez, we could talk for 2 hours. First, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned here, the increase in the earned income tax credit for single people has a marriage penalty in it. I bring it up because I know the strength that Black Lives Matter had in this last election. I know it's a group that it doesn't like the old-fashioned family. Disturbed that we have another program here in which we're increasing the marriage penalty. Second thing, we have loan forgiveness on farms based on ethnicity. Okay, some people are going to get a forgiveness, some people aren't. I think that's incredibly divisive. I think we started out with a divisive inaugural speech right off the bat, and to go down this route is only going to create divisiveness in America. The third thing, to have a bill this high spending with the Federal Reserve printing about this amount of money is inevitably going to result in inflation. I feel so sorry for young people today as the cost of housing goes through the roof. I don't know how they're going to be able to afford a house, but we also have increase in food costs, increase in energy costs. I don't want to call it the Joe Biden inflation, but I'm afraid that's where we're headed. The fourth thing, in the rush from judgment, giving checks to people incarcerated. I've talked to my correctional officers about this. I don't know how they're supposed to feel, in which they have to work every day, and the people that they're taking care of are going to be getting checks out of this. And finally, I've had 2 municipalities in my district in which I've been contacted, in which the amount of money they're getting is over 10 times what they feel would make them whole. So I think we're being very reckless about the degree to which we're spending money here. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, a distinguished member of the
is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my colleague from Wisconsin will not leave at this time, as he's talked about Black Lives Matter. How dare you say that Black Lives Matter, Black people do not understand old-fashioned families. Despite some of the issues, some of the things that you have put forward that I've heard out of your mouth in the Oversight Committee, in your own district, we have been able to keep our families alive for over 400 years and the assault on our families to not have black lives or not even have black families. How dare you say that we are not interested in families in the black community? That is outrageous. That should be stricken down. I was going to talk about the American Rescue Plan. We know that this is going to provide relief to not only black lives, black Americans, but all Americans, that we are interested in children and in their welfare. And at this time, I yield back.
Chairwoman yields back. Members.
All right, everybody, you just heard from Stacey Plaskett, the Democrat from the Virgin Islands, here on News Now from Fox, while we're listening into the debate on H.R. 1319, also known as the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. It's the Senate-passed $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill. Again, we're going to continue to listen in live here in about 2 minutes on News Now from Fox.
The COVID-19 pandemic is a once-in-a-century crisis. It requires a once-in-a-century comprehensive, compassionate, and continuing congressional response. That is what the American Rescue Plan is all about. More than 500,000 Americans have died. Hundreds of thousands of businesses have closed. Almost 30 million Americans infected by the coronavirus. Tens of millions of Americans dealing with unemployment or food insecurity or on the brink of homelessness. So much pain, suffering, and death, and our Republican colleagues want us to do nothing? What is wrong with you? We are going to act with the fierce urgency of now. We will crush the virus. We will provide direct relief to everyday Americans who are struggling. We will revive the economy. We will send the American Rescue Plan to President Biden's desk. We will build back better for the people. Help is on the way.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from New York, and I will remind him that with passage of this bill, his state's 3 million seniors could see a cut to Medicare of $27 billion over the next 10 years. And I would also like to remind the Speaker that CBO says that without any additional stimulus, our economy later on in this year will be the highest GDP growth that we have seen in 15 years. So that help of extra government spending is not necessary to bail out your friends and allies who are in the governor's mansion in New York or California. Happy to yield 2 minutes to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the ranking member for yielding. Previous speaker said Republicans want to do nothing to help, which is false, untrue. Members in this body came together during an unprecedented crisis and passed 5 bills to provide much-needed relief and pave the way to defeat the virus. And I believe that all of us continue to support targeted help for those who need it. But that's not what this bill is. This bill may have made sense a year ago, but why would we print and borrow $2 trillion when we're so close to crushing this virus and returning to a way of life that all Americans sacrificed? Why give $130 billion to schools and not require them to open when the CDC says it's safe and at a time when so many kids are desperate for personal social interaction? Why provide $350 billion to states that shut down their economies even though their revenues are at record highs? Why send $1,400 checks to individuals when the majority of those receiving the checks never lost any income? People want to get back to work. So why make it harder, as we're doing in this bill, by giving them a bonus to stay home? The answer is this bill is not just about COVID relief. It's about enacting the largest progressive policy wish list of all time. Mr. Speaker, we can do better than this, and the American people deserve better. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the gentleman that the push to give $2,000 to every citizen under a certain income level was former President Donald Trump's idea. He campaigned on that. I guess the Republicans have had a change of heart now that it's a different president. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, the distinguished chair of the Oversight and Reform Committee, Ms. Maloney.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I strongly support this bill, and the Oversight Committee, which I chair, is responsible for the provisions in this package that provide funding to states, local governments, tribes, and territories. When we began our work, hundreds upon hundreds of community leaders reached out to us asking for help. They told us the relief in this bill would mean recovery instead of recession. Democrats answered that call, and today we are delivering $362 billion in dedicated aid to cities and localities across this nation, and they need it. 1.4 million essential workers have already been laid off due to state and local budget shortfalls that threaten the very fabric of our society. This relief means that our first responders, our teachers, transit, sanitation, everybody that's working, our public servants, continue serving our children, helping our neighborhoods, and protecting our communities as we see the fight against the pandemic through to the end. This bill will provide local governments dedicated support for the first time since the pandemic struck. It can be used for vaccines, increased testing, and countless jobs. Cities across this nation, states have lost billions in expected tax revenue. This bill helps. The Oversight Committee also delivered a provision providing emergency paid leave for federal employees to prevent the spread of the virus, as well as critical oversight provisions to ensure transparency of this full $1.9 trillion package. The American Rescue Plan will rebuild our pandemic-torn nation from the ground up and stronger than ever. Everybody should vote for this bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the lady from New York, and I would like to remind her that in her home state, she has 16% of the country's homeless population in the United States. But under this bailout, CBO projects that precisely $0 of the $5 billion that is in this bill will go to help the homeless population this coming year. With that said, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the leader of the working class party, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to thank Congressman Jason Smith for his work as the ranking Republican on budget. Mr. Speaker, I know the Democrats in the House are excited because all their work has even transpired all the way to Nevada, because now the Socialist Democratic wing of the party has taken over there as well. From H.R. 1 to voting to defund the police, House Democrats have abandoned any pretense of unity. They passed 3 major bills in 1 month with 0 bipartisan support. Today, they plan to pass another. Like the others, it represents a missed opportunity for Congress to focus on the real needs of the American people. At $1.9 trillion in new spending, the so-called American Rescue Plan is the most expensive single bill in American history. Let's put that number in context, Mr. Speaker. If you put it in today's numbers, World War II cost our government $4.8 trillion. But if we pass this bill, our country's total COVID relief spending will now total $5.5 trillion. This so-called relief bill will end up costing every hardworking taxpayer in America more than $5,000 each. You send the government your tax dollars, but you only get a fraction of what you pay for at the very best. You know, we warned people on the internet about email scams. It's like the ones of those emails where you get a promise you'll get millions of dollars, but first you have to wire them some money. That's exactly what's happening here today. This is the reality of this bill before us. It showers money on special interests, but spends less than 9% on actually defeating the virus. But it gives San Francisco $600 million, essentially wiping out 92% of their budget deficit. Think about that. 9% on the virus. But Mr. Speaker, San Francisco, the home to our Speaker, gets to wipe out 92% of their budget deficit. Where does that money come from? Well, every American is now going to pay more than $5,000 so we can send it to San Francisco and give them 92% of their budget deficit. Interesting how socialism works. In both the House and Senate, the only bipartisan vote has been against this. And after 5 relief bills, it is on track to be the first passed by strictly party lines. Mr. Speaker, I've heard people across the country say this bill today is costly, corrupt, and liberal. Now, even the Biden White House agrees. It is very liberal. They called this the most progressive piece of legislation in history. For those who are watching, progressive means socialism. The same party that runs here and now the Democratic Party of Nevada is the Socialist Democratic Party. So let's be clear. This isn't a rescue bill. It isn't a relief bill. It's a laundry list of left-wing priorities that predate the pandemic and do not meet the needs of the American families. No wonder even House Democrats have said they are embarrassed by what is in it. And just this week, one of their own members said there is no question there's some waste in there. But they'll still vote for it anyways. In fact, if you are a member of the swamp, you do pretty well under this bill. But for the American people, it means serious problems immediately on the horizon. Consider this. Mr. Speaker, every person, and it will only be Democrats who vote for this, will cause a $36 billion cuts in Medicare starting this year. So what they choose to do is cut Medicare to those who need it and send $600 million to San Francisco to pay for 92% of their budget deficit. Or consider K through 12 education. Democrats say they need $130 billion to reopen schools. But their bill only allocates $6 billion to help schools this fiscal year. 2/3 of the total funding for education won't even be spent until 2023 or later. But don't worry, San Francisco will get their money now. The schools need to wait. You have priorities. Do Democrats expect schools to reopen 2 years from now? I guess that's what they're saying with this bill. They have no plan to get children back in the classroom full time. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of school districts across the country switching to school behind a screen. We still don't know the full effects of this decision, but we do know keeping classrooms closed has created an education and mental health problem for students and parents. It has been a lost year for our children's education. And even more devastating, 1 in 4 young adults have struggled with suicidal thoughts. Experience and scientific evidence say reopen schools now. It's necessary and it's safe. Mr. Speaker, the last time this bill was on the floor, we offered an amendment to take that money for that subway just outside of San Francisco and put that money for the children's mental health and others. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all the Democrats said no, that subway by San Francisco was more important. But fortunately, we were able to remove that from the bill in the Senate. But luckily here, all the Democrats were able to think the priority is not children, it was San Francisco. But because Democrats are following the demands of special interests, not science, they're telling children to wait with no end in sight. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the Democrats on the other side because they put their money where their mouth is. They are telling the American public, first, give me $5,000. I know you have to work harder, but what I'm going to do, because this is how socialism works, the Democrats are now going to decide who should get that money. And you know what? At least they give it to the people they respect the most. So let's go through this. Compared to the subsidies for the swamp, Democrats want to give federal employees who have not been laid off an extra $21,000 to help cope with virtual schooling. But if you're in the private sector, or if you've been laid off, you don't get any of that. But what they want to do is take the money from you, give it to any federal employee, gets a bonus of $21,000, even though they've never been laid off work. So if you're in Washington in the swamp, you're part of the team. If you're a hardworking taxpayer, sorry, you just send a bill. But if you're in San Francisco, we're going to help pay for your deficit. What does it say to the millions of mothers and fathers who had to quit their job to take care of their kids at home and in school? Or compare that to Title X. This bill will allow organizations like Planned Parenthood to access $50 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, for decades in this body, we respected one another's opinion. We created the Hyde Amendment. It said we would not use taxpayers' funds for abortion. But when there's a pandemic and a socialist reign, we're going to charge you $5,000 regardless of how you feel about it, and that's where the money's going to be spent. Now, what the Democrats believe, schools should wait a couple years to get their money, but not Planned Parenthood. We've got to get that money there quick. Or compare it to how we fund states, Mr. Speaker. We've always had a formula. But, Mr. Speaker, now that we're going to do this bill this way, where it's only one-party rule, we're going to change the formula of how states can get their money. So let's analyze that. Democrats claim states and local governments need $350 billion. Now, where do they get that number? Well, if they read the headlines, it would confirm states are not in financial distress. Nearly half saw an increase in revenue last year. And some, even including in my home state of California, they have a budget surplus. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand in Washington, they don't understand maybe the word what surplus means. That means you have more money, that you actually saved money. But what California is going to get is a windfall. Remember, San Francisco's in California, which, Speaker, just happens to be the Speaker's district as well. They have a $650 million deficit. Now, some of the challenges that San Francisco has, you see, if you're in San Francisco and you're homeless, they'll pay for your alcohol and they'll pay for your cannabis. So it costs more money. So that's why you have a deficit. But it's okay, because we don't need to send the schools money today. We can send that years from now. But we need to get them 92% of their deficit taken care of. Now, we have a pandemic going on, and we're going to spend $1.9 trillion, but only 9% of that needs to go to COVID, because San Francisco needs a lot of money. So, what they have done now is they reward bad behavior. As for the few places that are facing shortfalls, they're actually punishing states that did it right. American taxpayers didn't vote for this, but thanks to the blue state payout, they are. The bill rewards bad behavior. Now, President Biden He hasn't had a press conference, but he did say one time, and someone picked it up, show me what to cut. Well, the Senate actually cut tens of billions in spending from the Biden bill that the House passed. Now, I feel bad, Mr. Speaker, because Speaker Pelosi at first had like $112 million for that really important COVID subway just outside of San Francisco. Now, before that bill was able to get to the floor and the public found out about it, I guess it got good press because they added more money to it. It got to $140 million. Now, when it came to the floor here, there was a group of people, well, Mr. Speaker, let's just say it was the Republicans. They thought a better priority was to spend that $140 million for children with mental health. Because we've watched study after study of children being left out of school, suicide, obesity. What about those children who have parents who don't work for the federal government? They don't get a bonus. And some of those parents had to quit their job to care for their children. So we thought, I know it's a small amount compared to 1.9 trillion, we thought, wouldn't that be a better use of the money? So we offered that on this floor, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats said no to that this subway was more important than the children. Well, luckily, on the Senate side, they took that out. Whoa. Mr. Speaker, the American public thought for one moment, maybe the price could get a little lower that the American public would have to pay, not $5,000 a person. Maybe they saved a little money. No, 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 no. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats are in charge of the Senate too. So they now decided, since they couldn't build the subway, they would just plus that money up. So where did they spend it? Well, Mr. Speaker, you got to give them credit. They took the same advice that the Democrats in the House had. You see, they added an extra $25,000 bonus for state employees. Let's just not reward the employees of the federal government that haven't been laid off. Let's reward the state employees who haven't been laid off. They get $25,000 bonus. Isn't that amazing? I guess the money, I wonder where it comes from. Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, it comes from the American people, the hardworking taxpayers. You see, they all need to send the government $5,000 so you can decide where to spend it. And if you're part of the swamp, pretty good reward, $25,000. And then they added $15 billion for taxpayer-funded health care subsidies that illegal immigrants are able and eligible for. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know this, Mr. Speaker, based upon your district and others. You know what's happening down in the border. President Biden has created a new border crisis. There's more people able to come in, not being tested with COVID, but lo and behold, they're now going to get subsidized health care. Luckily, we could spend more money on that, Mr. Speaker. There's probably much more coming now with the Biden border crisis. But will this help the people get back to work? Nope. Will this help students get back in the classroom? Nope. But will it help vaccines get to those who want it? Nope. But will it help take care of 92% of San Francisco's budget deficit? Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. It just throws out money without accountability. Even though there are $1 trillion sitting there right now that have already been appropriated that can go out to help. But remember what Margaret Thatcher said, Mr. Speaker. Socialism. You'll eventually run out of other people's money. You've been doing a very good job of it so far. There is still work to do to defeat the virus. But it is clear we are nearing the final phase of the fight. For 12 terrible months, the American workers has struggled through lockdowns, sacrificed through closure, and suffered through mandates. They persevered through it all. And now their government wants to take 5,000 more of it to make sure a federal employee that wasn't laid off, state employee that wasn't laid off, gets bonuses. And lo and behold, we've got to make sure San Francisco gets their deficit taken care of. Not in 2 years like the schools, but today. President Trump, Operation Warp Speed, previous bipartisan efforts in Congress and the American people worked tirelessly towards that outcome. President Biden was set up for success, both economically. Short amount of time, what have, Mr. Speaker, they've been able to accomplish down at the administration? They raised our gasoline price, so not only are you asking them to pay for this bill, you're taking more out of their pocket, and at the same time, by a stroke of a pen, he laid off millions of those workers. Mr. Speaker, I know this for sure. I know where you serve, and I know your passion for serving. I know the people in your district that are getting laid off for the XL pipeline. I know that wasn't your wish. It's harder to pay a bigger tax bill when you don't have a job. It's even worse when that job was taken away by your president. It's even worse when you go out to look for a new job and that same president has changed the policy along the border, and now you're competing with people who are not even Americans, and they're getting subsidized health care because of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I believe the American public wants something different. I believe they were proud of the fact when we did something here that was bipartisan. I believe they were proud of the fact with Operation Warp Speed, we now have 3 vaccines. I believe they were proud when we were energy independent. I believe they were proud when they had more money in their pocket, when they didn't have to pay so much for gasoline. But Mr. Speaker, socialism has destroyed many countries. I just watched Venezuela offer new currency. What was it, $1 billion is worth 50 cents today. How did it all start? I've watched socialism grow in this country. I watched it grow in this body. I see within your own party, you no longer even fear to say that you're Democrats anymore, Mr. Speaker. You're socialist Democrats. That's the lead of the Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee isn't even registered as a Democrat. So why would you think what would be produced? Mr. Speaker, whoever votes for this bill, I want you to look the people in the eye. I want you to think about that hardworking taxpayer. I want you to explain to them why only 9% goes to defeat COVID. Why do they have to give $5,000 and you redistribute it to people who weren't even laid off? You give bonuses to the things you care most about. Mr. Speaker, I've heard our speaker say many times, where you spend your money shows your values. Well, she does represent San Francisco, Mr. Speaker, but we don't. 92% of the budget deficit of San Francisco is going to be paid with this bill. But for that parent out there who is struggling, that for the last year, that has had to be the teacher, the tutor, the coach, the music instructor, the recess participant, help is not on the way. Help is not on the way. For those who've studied government and always thought working something bipartisan would be positive, that's no longer the case. For those who thought they could have a fair debate on a floor, they take away even the offer to have an amendment. And when we do, and we prioritize the children of this nation over a subway in a district not far from our speaker, the majority party walks in line. Mr. Speaker, we are so much better than this. We proved it 5 other times. What a difference it makes by a simple new control of a power that people want. Mr. Speaker, when you study history, there's a saying in a book called The Prince Machiavellian: absolute power corrupts absolutely. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The first indication to know if it happens, take a look at the vote. there'll be a bipartisan vote against this bill. You could wave to me. It's okay. I want you to wave to the American public when they have to wave away $5,000. So a federal employee that never been laid off gets a $21,000 to deal with their children being at home. Who's going to represent them? Who's going to be their voice? Mr. Speaker, I'll promise you this. We will never stop listening to those voices. We will never stop fighting for those voices. And there will be a day that will be the majority voice in this House. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have not seen that this year. History will not be kind to what transpires today. But I still believe that America is a great hope for the future. That we're all conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that we are equal. But in this body, it seems as though only one can have a voice. But that will not last long, and that will change shortly. With that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, members are reminded of director remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've just listened to a repetitive recitation of all the arguments we've heard against the American Rescue Plan for the last 6 weeks or so, and they consist essentially of scare tactics, misinformation, and then calling everything socialism. You know, if Democrats had a potluck picnic, the Republicans would call it socialism. What we say is, this is a bill that responds uniquely to a unique national crisis, and it does it in a way that the American people believe is the right way. So I respond to the minority leader by saying, a poll just this morning, 75% of them, the American people, support the American Rescue Plan. Only 18% oppose it. 59% of Republicans support the American Rescue Plan. So despite his attempts to divide this country and to demonize the Speaker and others, the American people understand that this is the appropriate step to take at the appropriate time. I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 45 seconds.
Every day, constituents in my district are asking when the $1,400 survival checks are coming and when they can get help with their rent so that they don't become homeless. They are suffering and they need help now. The American Rescue Plan is a real plan to crush the virus by speeding vaccine distribution and increasing access to health care. This will not only mean safer families, but also safer classrooms for teachers and students. It means a continuation of $300 a week checks in unemployment insurance, and it supports our businesses so they don't close. With over 500,000 dead, we need a way to end this crisis and help our people. That is exactly what today's bill will do. I strongly urge a yes vote.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the Republican whip, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 4 minutes.
We are going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you on News Now from Fox.
To this massive non-COVID spending bill. And if you look over the last year during this pandemic, Congress has come together many times in a bipartisan way to go and specifically help families who are struggling, to help small businesses who are hanging on by a thread, to try to put more money into finding a vaccine. Mr. Speaker, we were successful in those initiatives. In fact, so successful that we now have 3 proven vaccines that are out there working because of President Trump's Operation Warp Speed. We were able to help millions of small businesses stay afloat. There's still more struggling. Many cases in states who are mismanaging this, you're seeing a disparate impact. But Mr. Speaker,
Instead of working with Republicans and Democrats, President Biden tried this go-it-alone approach to allow Speaker Pelosi to write a bill behind closed doors, bring the bill forward, not allowing a single Democrat to file an amendment on a $1.9 trillion spending bill in the House. When you look at what's in the bill, and many people reference polling as if we should vote based on a poll that doesn't show the full story. Well, we're starting to get the full story, Mr. Speaker. If you ask people, do you think with hundreds of billions of dollars still out there unspent from previous bills, we should borrow $1.9 trillion from our children to do things like send $1,400 checks to people in federal prison? Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's in this bill. Pick your prisoner of choice. The Boston Marathon bomber gets a $1,400 check in this bill, and we're borrowing that money from our children. Has that been asked by a pollster? I would argue no, but there was an amendment to strip that out. Every Democrat who had the opportunity voted to continue sending those checks to felons. No wonder last week, Mr. Speaker, 97 Democrats voted to allow felons to vote in elections. Luckily, that amendment barely failed. But, Mr. Speaker, look at what's in this bill. Is there any money in this bill, by the way, to specifically open our schools? Unfortunately, the answer to that is no. We had an amendment to require that if you're going to give hundreds of billions of new money to schools, shouldn't at least be used to open those schools? The science says to open schools. The union bosses say no. You look at what's in this bill, you look at what's not in this bill. This should be a targeted relief bill, but instead, this is an attempt by Speaker Pelosi to further promote her socialist agenda. 95% of the money in this bill for schools can't even be spent this year. So this bill actually keeps schools closed longer. And think about that juxtaposition, Mr. Speaker. President Biden has created a crisis at America's border. President Biden said America's border is open, but in this bill, he keeps schools closed. How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker? Again, you go through this bill, they actually inserted language in this bill by dark of night, and I'm sure it's never been polled, but in this bill, it bans states from cutting taxes. If anyone can explain to me how that has anything to do with COVID, you look at a state like New York, who is losing hundreds of thousands of people from gross mismanagement by their governor and because of high taxes, to states like Florida who have no income tax. And if the state of New York in this bill tries to fix the problems they've created with high taxes by trying to bring their state in line, they actually get penalized in this bill for cutting taxes. This has nothing to do with COVID. We should work together on something that helps families get through this, helps get more vaccines in arms, helps open up our schools. This is a failed socialist approach. I urge rejection, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman has from Kentucky has 14 1/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Missouri has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished chairman of the Education and Labor Committee and also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the American Rescue Plan Act. Passing this plan will give schools the resources they need to comply with the CDC guidelines to reopen safely and to remain open, and resources needed to make up for lost time in the classroom. Passing this plan will help institutions of higher education weather this pandemic and provide urgent financial assistance to their students. And it will help child care providers to keep their doors open so working parents can rejoin the workforce. Passing this plan will prevent more than 1 million retirees from losing their hard-earned pensions and avert an economic calamity that will destroy countless businesses and cost taxpayers at least $170 billion. Passing this rescue plan will also improve access to affordable health care during the pandemic, and it will cut child poverty about in half. In passing this plan, will protect vulnerable Americans across the country, including families facing financial hardship, older Americans trying to stay safe, and survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the American people have been calling on us to deliver relief and to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we come together to send a resounding message that help is on the way. I urge my colleagues to support the American Rescue Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Boyle.
Gentleman is from Pennsylvania is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic day. Among other things, today in this bill, we will be voting to cut child poverty by 50% in the United States of America. That's just one reason why this is the most popular economic rescue plan in my lifetime. I have voted for this bill 3 times already. The only thing better is getting to vote for it a 4th time. To the American people, help is finally on the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure this chamber may have not heard, but under the leadership of President Trump, in 2019, we hit the lowest poverty ever. Lowest poverty. So thank you, President Trump. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to thank President Biden and all of the Democratic leadership for this wonderful, historic piece of legislation that we're voting on here today. This indeed responds to the needs of the American people during this pandemic. This is why I came to Congress to do this kind of work. And I'm so proud to be a Democratic member of Congress at this time. I want you to know that this bill not only supports education, gives stimulus checks to put food on the table, unemployment assistance, small businesses will be able to reopen and to stay open, and then everybody will have access to the vaccines that will be made available because of this bill. And it has been said more than once that this bill will take children out of poverty. They will be able to depend on regular assistance to them and their families every month. I'm so pleased that as the chair of the Financial Services Committee, I had in my jurisdiction $77 billion to deal with some very critical issues. This bill includes critical funding for emergency rental assistance, providing $22.5 billion to pay the back rent and future rent payments owed by millions of struggling families, and that is in urban communities, rural communities, black, white, Asian, all folks will have access to this rental assistance. Combined with the funding for emergency rental assistance I negotiated in the December stimulus package and the $5 billion for 70,000 new housing vouchers that are included in this package. This bill is truly historic and will help people across the nation to remain safely housed. Thank you so very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of Colorado.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much to the ranking member of the Budget Committee, my friend Congressman Jason Smith. Thank you for this time. COVID relief, Mr. Chairman. Here we go again. The left continues to manipulate the English language however it suits their fancy, lying to the American people about what is really happening in the swamp. American Rescue Plan? Please. President Biden is dropping bombs before anybody is getting checks. Relief? Where is the relief for moms and dads trying to return their children to school? This legislation has more funding for Democrat pet projects than it does for getting our kids out from behind the screens and back into the classrooms. Democrats say this money that hasn't been and won't be spent anytime soon is urgently needed to safely reopen schools. Bull. Many states have had their schools open for months now. By one estimate, state departments of education have between 53 and 63 billion federal funds to reopen. That's unspent. This bill has another $130 billion, but only 5% would be spent this school year. Democrats should stop using kids' schooling as a bargaining chip for more money for teachers' unions. Stop holding our children's education hostage for your pet projects and your lobbyist friends. What about our seniors? Where is the relief for those who have suffered under draconian leadership of Cuomo, Whitmer, Newsom? This legislation uses COVID like cheap drugstore concealer, masking the nasty truth about Democrat spending. This is nothing more than a trashy spending spree while doing nothing for those who have suffered the most from this China virus. With a $1 trillion left unspent from previous COVID bills, only 9% of this bill is going to address COVID-related issues. About 45% of it won't be spent until 2022 and beyond. And it begs the question, why would Democrats push such a partisan, divisive, and frankly, unhelpful bill? The answer can be found on K Street, Mr. Speaker, where lobbyists close to Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden are already chilling the bubbly. Mr. Speaker, Americans see why this legislation will be the first COVID bill to receive zero bipartisan support. Americans know this bill will benefit states and unions that have been poorly mismanaged. But on Main Street, the small businesses will continue to suffer. $90 billion to bail out private pension plans, $500 billion to states and localities to keep their economies locked down. Less than 9% of this $1.9 trillion goes to something COVID-related. Meanwhile, Planned Parenthood gets funding, pensions get bailed out, and San Francisco's balance sheets goes from red to black. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Planned Parenthood can go fund themselves. If conservatives were in charge, you would see a limited, targeted relief plan while enabling businesses and schools to remain open and reigniting our economy. Look at businesses and schools, look at Florida and Texas who have led the way. Never forget, these jobs are essential, and the best stimulus package is to reopen. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Wexton.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to get out of this pandemic and back to normal. We want to ensure that our kids can learn safely in their classrooms. We want to get more shots into arms. We want to put money directly into the pockets of the Americans in need. And we want to restore jobs in our communities. We have to take action now, and the American Rescue Plan is the best way forward. Our colleagues across the aisle want to gaslight the American people on this, but they know that this bill has the support of over 70% of Americans, and there's a reason for that. The American Rescue Plan meets the needs of our families and communities right now. With this bill, we will finally put this pandemic behind us. We will cut child poverty in half. We will deliver transformative tax cuts for our families, especially working moms. This is a great day because help is on the way. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 45 seconds.
Rescue and relief for those awaiting life-saving vaccines, for struggling small businesses, indebted families about to lose their home, for impoverished children, for those who are eager to get their children back in school. These are survival checks that are coming. And the same Republicans who delayed relief for 7 long months last year seem determined to block this lifeline this year. Texas families tell me they can't wait for more of your Republican gamesmanship. And our mayors and counties across Texas, they have been the ones who stood alone, shouldering the burden of leadership after multiple Trump failures and outrageous Abbott interference. They need to provide for our communities. That's the relief you would provide. Let's preserve the promise of life and liberty for those whose future has been dimmed by hardship. Republicans will not again deny the relief that we are delivering today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last year, Republicans and Democrats have worked together on numerous occasions to provide COVID relief for the American people. Unfortunately, this bill was not that way. This legislation is a completely partisan bill that has yet to receive one Republican vote in either the House or the Senate. This spending bill will appropriate nearly $2 trillion at a time in which we still have $1 trillion in unspent funding from previous relief bills. This bill will be passed at a time in which our economy is growing, on which unemployment is dropping, in a time in which Americans are being vaccinated. Instead of prioritizing public health needs, focusing on reopening our economy, reopening our schools, or even securing our border, we will be voting to add almost $2 trillion to our national debt, the most of the spending going to fulfill campaign promises and fund the agenda of the far left. We must reject this partisan bill that even many Democrats admit is the most progressive legislation in the last quarter century, and Congress must instead focus on working together for the good of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, people often wonder, does government understand what's happening in my life and my family?
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
No relief is warranted. The truth is, more than 500,000 people have died, 4 million small businesses have closed, millions of people are out of work, and relief is needed. The American Rescue Plan will speed up the delivery of vaccines, bolster testing and tracing, and expand access to affordable health care. It puts money up to $1,400 a person right into the pockets of working people. It extends unemployment benefits and gets help to small businesses. Today, with President Biden in the White House and Democrats in control of Congress, we can tell the American people help is on the way. And to listen to my friends on the other side of the aisle, you wonder, where do they live? Because according to them, all this has been resolved. The pandemic is gone. People are back to work. The economy's recovered. That's not reality. This bill will provide desperately needed relief to those we serve. I urge everyone to support the American Rescue Plan, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserve.
Reserves?
Reserves, yeah.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Michigan, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Kildee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee, for yielding. I support this legislation. The American people support this legislation because it's good for families, it's good for seniors, it's good for businesses, and it provides immediate economic relief to the people who are struggling right now. $2,000 to every American, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Speeding up vaccination, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Extending unemployment benefits, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Expanding the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. Cutting child poverty, supported by Democrats and Republicans. I say it's supported by Democrats and Republicans with one exception. The Republicans who serve in this Congress. Republicans across the country support it. Independents across the country support it. Democrats support it. This is time to act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserves.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Clark.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 45 seconds.
And I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again in support of the American Rescue Act. This monumental and comprehensive legislation will bring and sustain critical relief to the American people. $1,400 in direct payments to the most economically distressed Americans, cutting child poverty in half, $26 billion for emergency rental assistance, $7.25 billion in new money for the PPP program. New York City was the outbreak epicenter of the virus. We experienced unprecedented loss and economic devastation. But the American Rescue Plan and Brooklyn, New York, and the nation can look forward to a future beyond devastating pandemic. And no matter the amount of gaslighting, alternative facts, fear-mongering, and conspiracy theories will fool the American people. President Biden and the Democrats to the rescue. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Agriculture and Oversight and Reform Committees, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is historic because it buries the myth that the cause of childhood poverty is a lack of character or a lack of hard work or a lack of love. The bill affirms the simple truth that the cause of poverty is a lack of income to cover basic necessities. No child in America should be deprived of food, of medicine, of clothing, or of education because of the accident of birth. That is what this bill stands for. It represents and marks an ideological revolution on behalf of justice. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, a distinguished member of the Oversight and Reform and Appropriations Committee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, to honor the 500,000 Americans who perished in this pandemic and rescue the millions still struggling in its fiscal chokehold, we must end this national viral nightmare. The American Rescue Plan is our best hope and the most ambitious progressive legislation in scope and impact since the Affordable Care Act. It delivers direct payments to families, helps our schools safely reopen, and ensures small businesses and Main Street stay open. It also ramps up testing and vaccine deployments, especially to underserved communities. This plan's tax changes likely cut child poverty in half. If we want kids behind desks, shots in arms, and people in jobs, this American Rescue Plan delivers vital relief now and lays a solid foundation for the future. Thankfully, the misers are no longer in charge and help is on the way. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
As chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I speak in support of the international provisions of the American Rescue Plan. Pandemics do not respect international borders. COVID-19 won't end in America until it's brought under control around the world. The $10 billion included in this package for international support are a small yet critical investment in fighting COVID and its effects around the world. This portion of the bill prioritizes global health, providing more than $4.6 billion to relieve overburdened healthcare systems and medical workers, and helping governments and multilateral partners develop and distribute vaccines. To address the humanitarian crises exacerbated by this pandemic, the American Rescue Plan provides funding for life-saving assistance, including shelter, food, clean water, and basic medical care. It also provides COVID-related relief to refugees who are already among the most vulnerable, and to our multilateral partners such as the World Food Program and UNICEF, who can leverage their other partners and their global reach to maximize these dollars. These provisions will also provide nearly $1 billion in flexible funding for economic support to help ensure that even more need isn't created as a result of the economic impacts of COVID, which are already severe. It will support our diplomats and development professionals, enabling them to scale up and adapt to the pandemic and continue to serve Americans and our country's interests around the world. The foreign affairs provisions represent approximately 0.5% of the overall package. These funds support Americans' foreign commitments to the poorest nations, least able to tackle the pandemic. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise with gratitude and appreciation for the Biden administration. This administration did not give up, did not give in. This administration has become now a symbol of hope and help for working class people. It is time for us to put more emphasis on the workers and less emphasis on the billionaire class. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's this popular phrase that our Speaker is known for, that we must pass the bill before we know what's in it. Well, the other side also said you must pull the bill before the American people knows what's in it. After they figure out what's in this bill, they won't like it. We've looked at this bill, we've read it. Less than 9% of all funding of this bill goes for healthcare spending, to crush the virus, to put vaccinations in the arms of Americans. More than 20% of this bill goes to policies that harms jobs and reduces employment. $36 billion will be cut from Medicare just next year alone because of this bill. Over $360 billion will be cut from seniors in 10 years because of this bill. Mr. Speaker, when the facts are polled, the American people will know that this is a progressive wish list forced down by the Democrat Party.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains?
Gentleman has 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This morning there was a really interesting article in the Louisville, Kentucky paper, the Courier-Journal, because yesterday the Beshear administration presented to the General Assembly the numbers that Kentucky was going to experience based on this American Rescue Plan. The money that was going to go to the state, the money that was going to go to counties and cities, the money that was going to go to higher education, half of which has to be used to support students in need, the amount of money that was going to go to help children out of poverty. And the way it was described in this article was that these legislators, overwhelmingly Republican, our state house is 75-25, and our Senate is 38-9. They were stunned, they were excited. One person described it as the excitement was palpable. Of course, because this is life-changing for so many constituents of theirs. It is life-changing for the future of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Let me put it this way. We have 4.4 million Kentuckians. 4 million of them, 4 million out of 4.4 million, 92% will be getting a check. The $1,400 check, some a little bit less, but most $1,400. 1.2 million children will become eligible for extended child tax credit. 1.2 million children. the magnitude of the impact of this bill is truly stunning. Now, some people will say, and you can imply this, or you can infer this from many things that the Republicans have said, that those a lot of those people don't deserve the $1,400. They don't need it. Well, I hope they all go home and tell those people that they represent, you really don't need that $1,400. You haven't suffered because of this pandemic. You haven't had to care for a relative, a child who's not being able to go to school. You haven't had any extra expenses because of the pandemic. You just don't need it. You're a moderate income person. Don't take the $1,400. I want to hear that conversation because it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, what we're all concerned about on our side is the Republicans are all going to vote against this, and then they're going to show up at every ribbon cutting for every project that's funded out of this bill, and they're going to pump up their chests and take credit for all of these great benefits that are coming to their citizens. It's okay. If they want to take credit for it, fine. What we're concerned about is that we have finally in this body, in this Congress, risen to the occasion in the context of.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox as the U.S. House continues to debate the $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill. We'll be right back.
Was at fault? All these people are going to get $1,400. They didn't do anything wrong. All these kids who are going to get raised out of poverty, they certainly didn't do anything wrong. The people who are now in food lines in many cities across this country, who never ever would have been in a food line before, they didn't do anything wrong. Who's going to help? Do we say this is all survival of the fittest? No. We rise to the occasion. We delivered. The American people, I know, support us, and I urge everyone to support the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I yield back.
And for those of you just joining us here on News Now from Fox, we are waiting for the debate to continue. There was a brief pause right there, but now it looks like it is getting started once again. Soon they will be voting on this $1.9 trillion COVID bill. It looks like it's going to be a partisan bill. It looks like all the Democrats will be voting for it, and all the Republicans will not be voting for this massive bill. So let's listen as we continue.
But with this seismic legislation, we are delivering much needed help and relief to millions of our fellow Americans. In a few minutes, this chamber will pass and then send to President Biden a monumental piece of legislation that will begin to turn the tide of an unprecedented health and economic crisis. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for the confidence that she offered to the Ways and Means Committee as we wrote most of this legislation. In the 33 years that I have served in this House, I don't know that I will ever cast a more important vote than what we are about to do, and of such great consequence, in but a few minutes. I'm immensely proud of the work that the Ways and Means Committee members did to make this legislation a reality. We heard the American people, and we went big. We proudly contributed substantial solutions that will strengthen our recovery from this virus and rebuild our economy to work better for all Americans. The Ways and Means Committee was responsible for $1 trillion of this expenditure. To contain the public health crisis and make health coverage more accessible, we are making the largest expansion of the Affordable Care Act since it was enacted, and which the Ways and Means Committee helped to write. We are bringing down the cost for jobless Americans, saving them thousands of dollars in health insurance costs and more. We will also include assistance for nursing homes that are desperate to contain this virus. We are going to help those struggling to stay afloat by putting cash in their pockets, simultaneously creating liquidity and demand. And for the jobless, we extend federal unemployment benefits to keep them afloat for the better days that lie ahead. We have made 3 key tax credits for low and middle income workers and families more generous, more flexible, and more capable of tackling the inequality and concentrated wealth that exists in our country. And we already know that a key to our recovery will be giving parents the tools to go back to work, even though their previous child care may have been upended. We will ease their worries by making child care more accessible and indeed more affordable. The child credit will lift millions out of poverty. The expanded earned income tax credit will put money into the pockets of the lowest income workers. Listen to this following statistic. All in all, there will be an increase in after-tax income for the poorest 20% of Americans by increasing their income by 20%. That is a staggering achievement. It is a life-changing achievement. Lastly, we have also made a long overdue fix to multi-employer pension programs that will protect hard-earned savings of workers, many of whom have been on the front lines of this crisis. These are people who have played by the rules, served our country in the military, and worked day in and day out with the promise of a secure retirement, not to have it pulled from under them. And I would remind all that 30 Republicans on 2 separate occasions have voted for this bill as a standalone measure. When I heard a previous speaker say this was a bailout, it's a backstop. And in addition, perhaps that individual didn't understand the PBGC. Because if we didn't come to the support of these pensions, it would take down the Public Benefit Guaranty Corporation, which ensures all pensions for Americans in the private sector. I cannot stress this enough that these provisions are going to change lives. We are not creating a narrative talking about changing lives. We are going to do it with this legislation. We are doing the right thing, not only because of what we've been saying that we would do for years. This is the moment. This legislation has the support of economists from the left, the right, and the center. This is about the power of ideas. But because it's what the American people want also, let me be clear. The American people, regardless of political affiliation, overwhelmingly support this package because they know what is in it is badly needed to get to the other side of the crisis. I regret that the overwhelming support that I've just described has not been translated into unity in this chamber. This is bipartisan in America, even if it's not bipartisan in this chamber. Our colleagues on the other side have deemed workers who saw their entire industries evaporate perhaps unworthy of this moment. They've deemed working parents perhaps unworthy of this moment. And they have deemed the working and middle-class American family perhaps at this moment unworthy. I don't understand it. Instead, there has been a lot of talk about this package being too large and too expensive. But if there was ever a time to go big, this should be it. Shouldn't we be helping struggling American families be worth the size of this bill? I seem to recall that my colleagues found that wealthy Americans and big corporations were worth the size of their tax cut. So why not working and middle-class families who are facing a health and economic crisis unlike anything the nation has experienced in more than a century? I actually have some charts that I think highlight the difference today. We have two comparisons of who benefits from the American Rescue Plan and who benefited in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is pretty apparent, pretty obvious to all who might discern in this moment. As you can see, the benefits that my colleagues across the aisle will oppose today go directly to working-class Americans. However, with the next chart, you can look at their package, and it was nearly the same size, and by the way, they borrowed $2.3 trillion for it, that had overwhelmingly support from their side of the aisle, but look who the benefits went to. The evidence is overwhelming as to who the benefits went to. This package is nearly the same size as what they did, but the impact of what we're about to do will be extraordinary. Multiple reports highlighted how the tax cuts bill did not, as the proponents claimed, grow the economy, or indeed the great hoax paying for itself. That never happened. And yet they continue to stand behind a law that put the powerful and the wealthy first, and they dismiss what we're about to do today. Hardworking Americans have been for too long left behind, and that ends today. This bill will save lives and livelihoods. We will help families stay housed, put food on the table, and access affordable health care. Most importantly, this package will help families avoid impossible choices. And so I urge our colleagues to rise to this moment and support this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my friend and my chairman, who I have great respect for, Mr. Neal, that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the pivotal.
And thanks to all our new viewers around the country and around the world joining us on News Now from Fox. It is now noon out in Washington and 9 a.m. out on the West Coast. You are taking a live look at the U.S. House floor. We're moments away from the U.S. House Representatives voting to pass that $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill. We've been hearing the debate for the last couple of hours right here, and of course we will bring you that when it does happen. It is expected to pass in a partisan fashion. No Republicans look like they will be voting for it. All Democrats will be, and when it's all said and done, soon, some Americans will be getting that $1,400 stimulus check in the mail or direct deposit. So we'll keep an eye on all of that right here on News Now from Fox. I do want to show you what's going out in California right now. There was a mudslide that happened earlier this morning. Take a look at these live Skyfox images right now as this mudslide in Silverado Canyon area of Orange County. The mudslide was reported around 7 o'clock this morning local time in the area of Grundy Way and Anderson Way east of the city of Irvine. Several bulldozers responded to the scene, according to the Orange County Fire Authority. The Orange County Sheriff's Department said that Silverado Canyon is currently closed due to the mudslide between Olive Drive and Ladd Canyon. There is no evacuation order at this time. Several vehicles were unfortunately swept away in the mudslide as well. The area is near the site of the Silverado fire, which burned in October and November of last year in southern Orange County. More than 13,000 acres burned in the fire. A winter storm hit Southern California today, with some mountain areas potentially seeing more than a foot of snow, and the rest of the region expected to see rainy conditions through Friday. The National Weather Service said minor flooding is likely, with some minor mud and debris flows possible across recent burn areas there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this, but this is live Sky Fox aerials right here on News Now from Fox. We'll get you out when they are voting on this massive $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill. Still, it's a lot of general speeches there that the Democrats and Republicans are making right now. But we're going to go out to another live event that is happening right now. We'll be doing this really for the next 2 to 3 weeks here on the Derek Chauvin trial. They are still right now under jury selection process. So let's go to that for a little bit right here on News Now from Fox as well.
Were you, after the questionnaire, exposed to any additional information about the case?
Only through the news when they talk about, this is starting to
the trial started.
The trial started, yeah.
Anything beyond that, just the dates and the progress of things? Anything about
Not particularly about the case itself.
Okay, anything outside the case, but that has substance about the parties, the attorneys?
No.
Okay, all right. And we ask all these questions, as I'm sure you guessed, is because we want to know what you've heard and seen, and you might even have formed opinions about it, and that's fine. But when you're a juror, you have to decide the case based on the law and only the evidence that you hear in court. You have to disregard anything you've heard. You have to put aside any opinions you might have formed and decide the case based on just what you hear in the courtroom. Do you think you could do that?
I think so. I'll try my best.
Okay. Did you recognize any witnesses on the list you were given?
No.
All right. Now, the length of trial we estimate is going to be about 4 weeks long once we start, which will be March 29th. So, for example, if you were picked out to be on this jury, you'd be essentially cut loose until March 29th and then be in trial for 4 weeks. Do you think that can work for you?
Should be. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just a question though. So between now and 29th, is it 29th, I will be...
You're on your own. You don't have to report in. You're completely as if you were not on jury service.
Okay.
Except for the fact that you can't read or follow any media about the case.
Yeah. I ask because we were actually planning for some vacation and travel and whatnot. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson, but in doing so, just a couple pieces of advice. Make sure you speak close to the microphone so that we can pick you up. If you'd like to take the mask off, that might make it easier to hear you as well, but I'll leave that to your discretion. I'm going to continue to wear a mask, and we have a lot of plexiglass, so that might make it easier. And also, sometimes this examination process can be conversational the way we are in normal life, where we interject with affirmations during the questions, and then at the end, you might overlap because you know what the question is going to be. Try and avoid that. Try and avoid talking over each other because our court reporter needs to take everything down, and so we need as many pauses as we can get, not talking over each other, okay? And it's a little bit abnormal to do it because it's not the normal conversational style, so I appreciate your efforts in that regard. So, Mr. Nelson?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What? No, I guess good morning. Sorry. It's already been a long day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you some questions, just generally try to get to know you a little bit better. And then I want to follow up with some questions about some of the answers you gave in the questionnaire. Okay? I know you may not remember every word you wrote. You may not remember every question that was asked, but I have a copy here and I can help you with that. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So first of all, if you and I were to meet in a social situation, party or some event, what are a couple things about you that you would want me to walk away knowing about you?
If it's about myself, I think I'm hardworking, I'm honest, I'm not too much a party person, put it that way.
All right.
So you may not want to invite me back. What else?
I see.
Yeah, I'm fairly family oriented.
Yeah, I see. I was going to say, I see you have 3 daughters.
Yes.
And they're all in their teenage years, or close to.
So 16, 14, and 10. Yeah.
How's that? How is it having 3 adolescent daughters?
It's pretty nice. I'm outnumbered. I mean, they're all very nice kids. Yeah, so they're all behaving very well. I love them and they love us. So.
Do they get along well?
Pretty much, yeah, normal. Yeah, siblings.
So, can you think of a situation, whether it be involving your kids or in your professional life, where you've had to resolve conflict between them?
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. How do you go about resolving the conflict as it arises?
Well, if as among my kids, I will be very direct. If I'm on scene and basically watching the whole thing evolve, then I would point them to what's right, what is wrong immediately. Try to get them to understand what should be done and what shouldn't be done. If I'm not there, I didn't see the whole thing happen, I will try to understand what happened before I make any judgment or any decision on the course of action. I think a lot of times, especially for kids, you can reason with them to the nth degree. So you have to put some boundaries down out immediately. If the conflict is serious, if not, a lot of times we just verbally kind of talk through the thing and try to resolve that. Professionally, I think I haven't actually experienced anything that I would have to do much to kind of resolve, so to speak. Usually I just have to talk to my my boss and about certain things that I don't see I agreed with or I would support, and we'll talk through those things.
Okay. So turning it, kind of to your daughters. Let's say one of your daughters comes to you and says, "This is what happened," and the other one comes and tells you, "This isn't what happened," and you didn't see what happened. You weren't there. How do you decide which one is telling you the more accurate version of events?
Sometimes based on experience, you can see from their responses, the words they use, or their facial expression, or those kind of things. You can kind of make a call on whether he or she, or whether she is speaking all from their heart. Sometimes you just can't figure out. I mean, if the situation is not that bad, I don't think you have to actually find out exactly what happened.
Okay. Well, your job, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case, is essentially to find out what happened.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, you are the judge of the facts of this case.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And there may be evidence in this case that if you look at, one person may come in and say, "This is how you should interpret this evidence," and another person will come in and say, "This is how you should interpret this piece of evidence." What tools would you use to reconcile and ultimately decide the facts?
Well, there's certain things I'll do. First of all, I I will have to do my due diligence on studying about those evidence myself, based on how I would interpret those evidence. And I think at the jury, the reason why we have a group of people is we can actually use that group of people to help kind of deliberate or bounce back certain ideas or certain interpretations.
So one of the important rules that you have to agree to abide by is that you will only base your decision on the evidence that's presented in court, right? So you would not be able to go home and study or look up. Would you feel comfortable doing that?
Oh yeah, I mean we in each situation you still have to have limited resources.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
If I'm asked to make a decision on what's given, then I will have to work with whatever that is available.
So let me ask you this, sir, is in your personal life, if you were making an important decision, whatever that decision may be, would you describe yourself as kind of an avid researcher? You try to get as much information as is possible, or are you the type of person that can make a decision very easily and don't require much information?
It's pretty situational, but I would say I'm more on the research side of things. Try to get myself educated, so to speak.
Okay. And so if you're asked to make an important decision in your private or personal or professional life, is there some point where you kind of say, I can't make a decision based on the information that's available to me?
Yes.
And if you were to apply that in this particular situation, you understand that the result would have to be a not guilty verdict.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And are you comfortable with that in a court of law?
Yes.
When you first received your notice to come to jury service, what was your first reaction to that?
Surprised.
Why?
Well, I guess this is my first time getting that kind of a summons, so I was kind of surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's fair.
And none of my friends, I don't recall any of my immediate family or friends have done jury duty.
Okay. Now, when you learned, you obviously are familiar with this case, right?
I've seen reports from the news, yeah.
And you have some information about what is alleged to have happened,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm sorry, sir, will I have to use words? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. When you learned that you would be a potential juror in this case, did your reaction change?
Reaction to
having to serve jury duty?
No.
So, did you have any concern about being a potential juror in this case?
Not particularly about this case. Originally, I was concerned about COVID, other stuff, but timing. Yeah, but not particularly about this case.
No particular concerns for your physical safety as a juror in such a high-profile case?
No, not physical. Could be mentally.
Mentally?
Yeah, just because of the, the high publicity of the case.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by that?
Well, I think originally, when a lot of people was talking, the news was talking about the case, and when I got the questionnaires thinking about potentially being a jury, then I was kind of a little bit overwhelmed by the news and by the. I mean, at that point, I think during that part of the days, I think it's also closer to the election, and a lot of those discussions and reports are actually linked to my thinking of casting my votes back then. And so that's what I mean by there's those mental kind of challenges and overwhelming happened. After that, it is almost back to normal. I don't think I've done any more research or particularly or intention to look into the case anymore, and just wait for this to happen.
Okay, thanks. You were asked a series of questions in the questionnaire about some general principles of law that apply. Okay. And one of the things that you'll ultimately be instructed is that you will be required to follow the law, even if you think the law is wrong or should be different.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
I think I understand it. I agreed with that.
So whatever the rules of law are that the judge instructs us in this case are the rules of law that apply, even if you have an opinion about that the law should be different, essentially. Do you understand?
You are correct. I understand that.
So I would like to ask you a few questions in terms of your questionnaire, if you don't mind. Okay. The first question that was asked was what you know about this case, what you read, learned, heard about this case. Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming you don't remember verbatim what you wrote. And so there are a few things that you wrote I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
So you write that you recall seeing reports and video clips of the arrest on TV.
Yes.
But I started to, quote, relate, end quote, to the event when the protests became violent and destructive and some of the places familiar to me, and I started to follow the daily news. Mm-hmm. Can you explain what that means? What do you mean by the word relate? And
put it into context. I think what I was trying to say is when I read the news about the arrest and I saw the clips, it's still a little bit different, a distance to me until all the protests and also the destruction that happened in Minneapolis. A lot, as I mentioned, a lot of those places I visited before in the past. That I said, well, this case has some consequences, and that actually goes beyond just these few people on the scene, and also to a wider group of people.
Okay. Now you indicated also in that answer that after some of the rioting settled down, you drove your family to the scene. Why did you decide to do that?
I think part of it is curiosity. I've lived in Minnesota since 99. I haven't seen such a huge protests and destruction in the neighborhood before. So part of it is curious. I just want to see from my eyes what actually happened to those places, than just seeing those images from TV. And the reason why I drove my family is actually not the whole family, just my wife and one of my daughters around, is to also let them see those places. I don't recall exactly when it happened, but I think during that time our church is also organizing some volunteer work in downtown Minneapolis or south of Minneapolis, that they are collecting food and stuff and whatnot. So I was also thinking of going there.
All right, so throughout the day here on News Now from Fox, we will be going to dip into some of the coverage there of this jury selection process. It's expected to go maybe 2 weeks. So we will continue to follow that here for you right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Here is what we have coming up here in just a little bit. A White House news briefing. We'll bring that to you as soon as that gets going. But we'll take you out to the House floor where pretty soon they will be voting on that massive $1.9 trillion COVID relief package.
The gentleman from South Carolina will reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just recognize myself for 10 seconds. The gentleman from New York, my friend, knows that that decision was rendered by a federal judge, not by this chamber. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, who has led on a number of provisions, including extending the earned income tax credit to Puerto Rico.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your great work. And a lot of people are waiting to get this done today. Mr. Speaker, it's up to us to help Americans who can't buy their groceries or pay their rent and are not in prison. It's up to us to protect seniors in nursing homes. It's up to us to ensure every American has quality health insurance and is able to get vaccinated. These are Congress's burden, our burden. I'm voting yes because Ingrid from Rutherford told me it would help her pay the rent or utilities. How can I say no to that? I'm voting yes because Bradley from Fort Lee told me that a new stimulus was the only way he could get help for his kids until he finds work. I'm voting yes for that. Our cities and states are being bled into bankruptcy. They contemplate cuts to public safety in schools that will be felt for a generation without us acting. Americans are crying out for help, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear them? They have given us the burden to act. Today we're going to deliver. We should be happy today. We should not be angry. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of the Democrats' so-called COVID relief bill. Congress's focus should be specifically dialed in on crushing this virus, creating jobs, and getting our economy back open. Unfortunately, this package falls well short. As we've battled the COVID pandemic over the last year, the economic stress placed on communities that I represent in central and west central Illinois has been immense. Congress acted 5 times in a bipartisan way over the last year, creating over $3.7 trillion to help keep businesses and workers afloat and support the healthcare community, all of which we supported. As of today, more than $1 trillion of those budgetary resources is still available, including money for state and local governments, small businesses, and schools. Congress can do more to support the economic recovery from COVID, but our efforts must be targeted. We cannot spend our way out of this crisis. In Illinois, we've seen the negative impact of the tax and spend agenda that put our state on the path to economic disaster. The proposed stimulus plan by the Biden administration will impose new burdensome costs, regulation, and rules on small businesses, making the recovery even more difficult. It is disheartening that following calls for unity in his inauguration, President Biden's first major legislative agenda item was partisan and specifically designed not to allow Republican input. Instead of rewarding fiscally irresponsible states with huge bailouts, Congress should work together to incentivize growth, focus on job creation, and vaccine distribution. To generate a strong economy, we need to get government out of the way, open our communities, and enable Americans to thrive. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished majority leader of our House, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished chairman of the Ways and Means Committee for yielding. Some of us have been here for some period of time. Some of us have heard this debate before. My friend, Mr. Reed from New York, opined, and others have opined, about how we passed a number of bipartisan bills, 5 to be exact. March 4th, March 14th, March 27th, April 24th, and then we had a hiatus because the majority leader of the Senate said we ought to take a break and see what happens, and the minority leader of the House said the same thing. So we didn't take any action. And frankly, tens of thousands of people died, hundreds of thousands of people died. Now, I point out that we've acted 5 times, 415 to 2, 363 to 40. A voice vote on the CARES Act, $2 trillion. 388 to 5. And 359 to 53. Now, if you include the Cash Act, which we passed because the president, i.e. Mr. Trump, said we needed more money for people. And so we passed a bill. 44 Republicans voted for that one as well. Now, there's only one thing that's changed since we passed those first 5 bills. We now have a Democratic president and not a Republican president. That's the only thing that's changed. The need is there. The virus is still with us. The economy is struggling. But now we have a Democratic president. And so I expect 0 of you to vote for this. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I expect 0 Republicans to vote for this bill. Why do I expect that? Because I was here in 2009. When under George Bush, we went into the deepest recession this country has seen since the Great Depression. Very frankly, Mr. Speaker, we passed 2 major pieces of legislation to deal with that recession. One was called TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. Republican president, Democrats passed that bill. Only a third, Mr. Speaker, of the Republicans would support President Bush. You can shake your head, but you look at the record, that's the fact. That is the fact. Democrats supported the request of a Republican president because we thought it was in the best interest of the country and our people. And the only reason it passed this House is because Democrats, 172 of us, stood up with George Bush and voted for that program. And it was a bad vote for us. It was the right thing to do, but politically it was a bad vote. How sad, Mr. Speaker, I think it is that we passed 5 bipartisan votes with the Republican president. Now the president's different and we don't want to give him any credit. And so we're going to cut off the nose of the American people to spite the face of America. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic majority in the Senate has taken action, passing an amended version of the American Rescue Plan that this House approved on February 27th. The version they sent us back reflects the same commitment demonstrated by this House to take the big and bold action demanded by the American people, and overwhelmingly supported, not just by Democrats, but by Republicans. The Republicans outside this House support this bill. Only the Republicans inside this House, unanimously apparently, oppose this bill, while some 60% of the Republicans in America polled say we're for this bill. But we have a Democratic president, I get it. President Biden's plan is reflected in this legislation. It says President Biden's plan, but this is our plan. This is a plan we built over a year of tough debate, long debate, substantive debate, and discussion on both sides of the aisle, and in a bipartisan fashion passed those 5 bills. This bill is consistent with the measures we passed last year to confront the challenges to our public health and economic well-being, achieves a number of critical goals. It puts vaccine into Americans' arms. It will put money in Americans' pockets. It will put children back in classrooms. It will put millions of Americans back to work and reopen businesses safely. And it will put at ease the frontline and essential workers who are in the public sector, like teachers, the first responders, by ensuring that state, local, tribal, and territorial governments can keep them employed. Mr. Speaker, the American people overwhelmingly support this legislation, with more than 3/4 in favor of its enactment, according to a Morning Consult poll from March 3rd. I'd like to see some of the RNCC polls, because I think they give the same message. But of course, maybe those people polled didn't realize there was a Democratic president. Heaven forbid that we vote for something that a Democratic president wants. Mr. Speaker, I put our party up to any kind of analysis in terms of our bipartisan support for Republican presidents when we thought it was in the best interest of the country. Nearly 6 in 10 Republicans want to see this bill passed. Listen to your people. I'm surprised that more of our Republican colleagues are not planning to vote for this legislation. I hope they'll do so. I hope they'll do so because I think it's in the best interest of our nation, of our families, of our individuals, of our businesses, of our economy. I hope they will join Democrats in taking action to help the nearly 10 million Americans who are out of work compared to this time last year. We waited. This is what happened. I hope they will also join Democrats in voting to extend expanded unemployment insurance benefits that would otherwise lapse for more than 11 million families this weekend, and to make good on our promise to send another round of $1,400 stimulus checks to most Americans. What are they going to do with that check? They're going to put it in the economy, and it's going to grow the economy and create jobs. And I hope they'll join us in supporting a massive effort at deploying vaccines and testing so we can defeat this virus. The American Rescue Plan means an end to failed approach of hitting the pause button. It didn't work. It's time to hit the start button. It's time to start building back better through bold action. That's a political slogan. I like it. I have a Make It in America slogan myself. But this is not about slogans. It's about investment in our country, in our economy, and in our people, our families, our children, and yes, the most vulnerable among us. That's what my faith teaches me to do. This is a vote to face our challenges with all of our strength and resolve. This is a vote to have each other's backs as fellow Americans in this time of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, with our votes today, we can send this legislation to President Biden so he can sign it into law and get the help that America and Americans need. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my friend, the majority leader, that the reason that this bill is not bipartisan is there's been no effort to make it bipartisan. There have been 0 committee meetings on this. Mrs. Pelosi uses COVID as an excuse to keep us away from Washington so that she can write these liberal grab bag bills on her own. And there were no hearings on this in the Ways and Means Committee, or I don't think any other committee. I'm sure we could have found a bipartisan response to this, but instead they chose because they have the majority now to ram through their list of liberal priorities and a massive expansion of the entitlement system under the guise of COVID relief. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Senate amendment to this payoff package. According to Treasury, at the end of 2020, $46 billion provided to states in CARES Act pandemic relief funding remained unspent. And this payoff package provides them an additional $360 billion. The partisan formula used will direct hundreds of millions more to liberal states like California and New York. That's because the formula is determined by the state's population of unemployed people. States that enacted stricter lockdowns with a heavy hand of government saw higher unemployment rates and therefore will get more money. I will also highlight the racist, socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers provision. This provision should be a clear violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and I call on the Department of Justice to investigate it if it becomes law. It is shameful and, in my opinion, illegal. I cannot justify conditioning relief aid based on race and ethnicity. This is not equality under the law. Federal aid dollars should be colorblind, and this bill puts the federal government in a precarious position. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this relief package, and I...
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to include a statement in the record regarding Section 9706 of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad Mr. Hoyer also pointed out that many of us did support President Bush's rescue package. I voted for it twice. We met with Hank Paulson, the Secretary of the Treasury, in the Ways and Means Committee library, and he said, you have to do this. We followed suit and supported it. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis, chair of the Worker and Family Support Subcommittee, who has been a champion for the expanded child care credit in this legislation.
Mr. Speaker, this is the day that millions of Americans have been waiting for, and now it's here. This is the day that we get serious about cutting child poverty in half, putting millions of doses in the arms of people, vaccinations that they will get. This is the day that individuals, when they know that their unemployment check is coming, they have hope because now they can pay their rent, pay the mortgage, buy the baby milk, get the automobile repaired. This is the day that the pastor at my church would say that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I say this is the day that we restore the economy of America and save our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respond to the comments of my friend, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, when he said that he voted in favor of the bill when Hank Paulson came over and said it's something we needed to do, as opposed to this bill, which President...
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you here on News Now from Fox.
Financial stability because of the excessive borrowing that we're doing. Again, folks back home, we're borrowing $5,500 in your name and your wife's name and your children's name and giving you $1,400 of it. And President Biden's chief of staff boasted about this bill, that this is the most progressive domestic legislation in a generation. So it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that there is no bipartisan support for this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Chairman Frank Pallone of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard some of the Republican members say they want to fight the virus, yet they're voting no on this bill. Well, I would say you should do the opposite. If you want to fight the virus, you should be voting yes on this bill. Unlike under President Trump, when there was no national plan to fight the virus, under President Biden, for the first time, we have a national plan to fight the virus that does not force states and local governments to compete with each other for testing, contact tracing, and medical supplies. The American Rescue Plan will support the national effort to ramp up distribution and administration of life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, as well as the implementation of a national testing strategy that will help us quickly track and contain the virus. It also includes the largest expansion of healthcare coverage since the passage of the Affordable Care Act, including lower monthly premiums for millions of Americans and a coverage expansion for millions under Medicaid who are currently uninsured. Mr. Speaker, the American Rescue Plan lives up to its name. It rescues families by providing critical utility bill assistance so they can keep their lights on, the heat working, and the water running.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now from Fox. Continuing to listen to U.S. House representatives continue to debate the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, and that vote should be happening pretty soon here on News Now from Fox. We'll go back to it when that vote is happening. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us. It's hard to believe that this week last year was when everything changed. 1 year in the making with this pandemic. This was the week that the shutdowns started, and life as we know it really changed. It changed really every fabric of life, from the way that we went to work to the way our children went to school. And right now we're going to go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They did this profile looking back at a Los Angeles resident who had COVID-19 a year ago and checking up on them and seeing what has changed in their life. Let's bring that to you here on News Now from Fox.
Coronavirus, 1 year later. We take you back to this month, 2020, where in our newsroom, we didn't know anybody infected with COVID until Matt Schulte. We followed his story, and this year, I went to finally meet him in person. Hi.
Hello.
We meet in person.
Finally.
Yes. At his home in the Fairfax district. Hi. I met you on Zoom. I meet Matt Schulte and family for the first time. What's it like to get sick with the coronavirus? Let's go back a year when the nation first went into lockdown. We knew so little about the novel coronavirus. That sounds painful. Each night on the Fox 11 News, I'll be checking in with Matt. Schulte was the first person Fox 11 had ever met with COVID-19. Matt Schulte is sharing his story.
My chest felt incredibly heavy. It was like the heaviest that it had felt. I had a sore throat from basically just top to bottom of my head.
Yeah, I wish I had somebody else's experience to sort of bounce off of or have an idea of what I was heading into. And have some sort of hope. I think that the scariest thing was the fear of the unknown and not knowing.
In March of 2020, Schulte and his girlfriend went to Aspen. He got sick, flew home, and went to the ER.
I didn't really have anywhere to turn to. The doctors at Cedars and that I was dealing with, they seemed to know about as much information as I knew. I was the one feeding information to the CDC and to the LA Department of Public Health.
Wow, you look amazing. We talk by Zoom every day for a month.
I'm still positive, I'm still contagious, I'm still shedding the virus. So I don't know if you can see that, but it's albuterol sulfate.
And I got so many messages through Instagram and people, worried that they may or may not have it. People that, thought that they had it and just wanted to know what they could do to sort of help themselves. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I was able to talk about what I was able to do, what helped me.
My body felt like it was just ice. Yeah, I don't know.
Like you got some good buddies behind you.
Yeah, they're ready to go outside, but I don't know if you can see them.
Nice to meet you.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
He quarantined at his girlfriend's place for 38 days.
I don't know. I felt sort of like a leper.
I've never seen him that scared, thinking that he might die, and like seeing him at one point, he was wrapped up in a blanket on the couch, shivering because he was almost hypothermic.
Both are photographers. They shoot hotels and travel.
Yeah, I don't know if you can...
Beautiful.
If you can see that. It felt like every night I was sort of watching my own eulogy. I didn't know the next morning whether or not I was going to wake up. Are these photos from Aspen going to be the last photos that they use of me? Because that's how it goes. So
The whole time, Schulte was a case study for medical research, testing over and over again. And then came that day, negative test cleared him from quarantine.
I did test negative.
Wow! You must be so excited.
I'm very excited. I'm still not completely out of the dark yet.
We now know so much more about the coronavirus.
How do you look back at this pandemic?
I wish that the norm was to take it more seriously.
As for them as a couple, they built on their bond and got a place together. What would Danielle tell her children?
I hope that they never would have to experience something like what we went through, because that was just, it was awful. How would I even describe it to them? A pandemic, like how does anybody actually know what that means without living through it?
Schulte and Hamilton continued to build on their photography business. Matt reflecting on what he went through.
It made me feel more mortal, if that makes sense. And I feel like I have a newfound perspective and respect for my health, for being alive.
Of course, imagine the fear, because we do know 500,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. Here's an interesting note. Danielle never was sick when we interviewed Matt, but she did have traces of COVID. She now thinks she may have had COVID a month before he did, because at that time she'd been very sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so any long-term health impact on either of them?
He says he feels fine. No other symptoms, but if he ever does get like a little bug or get a little sick, it's a trigger for him. He's thinking, oh my gosh, do I have COVID?
And by the way, after talking to him via Zoom, via Skype for all that time, what was it like for you to see him in person?
I think we forgot that we'd actually never met in person, because we're like, hey, oh yeah, wait, I never met you actually. Yeah, it was kind of really nice to see them in person. They're doing well.
What do you look back there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles? All right, folks, our next story here, we are going to go out to Fox 32 in Chicago, where, imagine this, getting COVID-19 and almost dying 3 times. Take a look at this profile.
When COVID-19 first emerged, it wasn't supposed to be so devastating for the young. But don't tell that to Jason Barbosa. The 24-year-old went into a coma and almost died on 3 separate occasions after contracting the virus. And now he is sharing his story in an effort to help others. And we are joined by Jason and the doctor who treated him and helped to save his life, Jonathan Tomasco, a cardiac surgeon at Northwestern Medicine's Central DuPage Hospital. Good morning to both of you. Thank you so much for joining me. Good to see you, especially good to see you, Jason. I want to know first and most importantly, how are you doing today?
Great, thank you. Thank you for this time that you guys gave me to be here and be able to give a few words.
Yeah, you have been through so much. I'm feeling like we're having a little bit of problems with your mic, but if you can, walk me through when you came down with coronavirus, what happened to you?
I was actually working when I started feeling sick, started feeling some symptoms, started feeling weak, and started coughing blood, until the day that I started losing oxygen. So it was one night I called an ambulance for them to pick me up from my house, and they brought me into the hospital.
Wow, okay.
They told me I had no more COVID, and I was in coma for 6 weeks.
Well, Dr. Tomasco, we are unfortunately having problems with his audio, and it's kind of hard to make out what he's saying. So why don't you, from what I heard, he came down with it, he had to go to the emergency room. If you can now walk me through what happened and where you stepped in, and when you first saw him, what he was like.
No problem. When he first came in the hospital, he was very sick. He came in requiring oxygen almost immediately, and he was intubated that same day. Later that day, he was on maximal support, the conventional things that we do, you've heard in the news, the proning, positioning, the paralyzation, and he continued to decline after that. I saw him about a week after that when he was going into renal failure and doing very poorly. They asked me if there was anything I could offer, and we considered ECMO, which is the extracorporeal life support thing that we do most commonly for patients that have open heart surgery, and it's how we work on the heart. But it's also something we can do with very sick lung patients to support them when their lungs no longer are able to give them oxygen.
Okay,
And so that's what we did.
Explain that a little more, because for the average person, in layman's terms, how did ECMO help to revive him?
Yeah, so ECMO basically is the tool that we use for open heart surgery. And it's basically a way of providing oxygen directly to the bloodstream when the lungs are not working, or if you need to stop the heart and operate on it. It's how we do our surgeries.
And so I understand that he almost died 3 different times. So we're
Yes.
tell me what happened with that, and it's just a miracle that he's here today.
It absolutely is a miracle. The first time was obviously he was dying when we put him on the ECMO machine. His lungs had failed, his kidneys were failing, and he was in really bad shape. We stabilized him with the ECMO machine, but then the many other complications of the virus kicked in. He started bleeding both internally and externally. He had other organs that shut down. At one point, he bled directly into his lungs, into his airway, to the point where his lungs filled with blood. Wow. And there was no chance at that point that his lungs were going to recover unless we were able to get the blood out of his lungs. And
why did he have why did he have such a severe reaction? Why Jason?
That's a great question, and it's something I think we're going to be looking at for years and years. Some people just have very devastating complications from this virus, and he certainly had just about all of them.
Wow, and what's his prognosis now and the outlook for him?
I was absolutely thrilled. I saw him about 2 or 3 weeks ago for the first time. He had been discharged. He went to a rehab hospital after he left our hospital, and he still was on kidney dialysis. He still had the tracheostomy in his throat, and he was not able to walk when he left the hospital.
And
now he's walking. He's breathing regular oxygen, not requiring any supplemental oxygen, and his kidneys are working great. So I'm thrilled for him. I'm hoping he has a regular life.
Gosh,
he's got some hurdles to overcome yet, but he's looking awesome.
We certainly do. Jason, I want to try to give you one last chance to I so appreciate you coming on this morning to share your message. I know you wanted people to know your story. What do you want everyone to know about this experience?
That COVID is something serious. Everybody should take it. It's no joke, and everybody should take a lot of precautions of everything. Take care of themselves.
Well, Jason, we are so happy that you were able to join us this morning and that you are on the road to being mended. And Doctor, can I just say thank you for everything that you do. We so appreciate people like you. This has been one heck of a year, no doubt. And thank goodness for people like you.
Yeah, we have a great team, and I couldn't have done it without the team that we have. It was just amazing. The whole hospital really got him through this.
Well, the story warms my heart. Such a pleasure to talk to both of you this morning. And here's to a better new year for all of us. Take care. Appreciate your time.
Truly remarkable right there. 3 times battling back and able to do that thanks to the great medical staff that they had there. All right, folks, it looks like Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi is getting ready to speak there ahead of this historic vote on the House floor for the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill. Let's listen.
And put us in a position where right now we're neck and neck in this race between injections and infections. Yet my colleagues on the other side want to slow us down by voting no, claiming process or price or pork or politics. Well, I support the American Rescue Act, not just because we need to speed up our response, but because this bill is about people, their health, their vaccines, their jobs, their businesses, their local governments, and our kids in schools safely. So let's do our job. Let's defeat this disease. Let's win this race by voting yes on the American Rescue Act. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my friend that only about 9% of this bill actually goes to speed vaccine production and delivery around the country. And if more of that were occurring in this bill, where there may be more bipartisanship. This bill is a misnomer called a COVID Recovery Act, when in fact it is just an expansion of entitlements that will make people more dependent on the government and will lessen their opportunity and heap debt on our children and our grandchildren.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to a valued member of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from California, Jim Gomez, who fought hard.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Emergency assistance under this legislation.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I represent Los Angeles, California, considered by many as one of the epicenters of the COVID-19 pandemic. In my district, working families are struggling to pay bills, small businesses are trying to stay afloat, and countless others are doing everything they can to keep a roof over their heads. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. Throughout California, essential workers, many of them Black and Latinos, are keeping our community running. Frontline healthcare workers are exhausted for caring for their patients day after day, month after month during this pandemic. And local organizations are distributing food every single day to those in need. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. And across the country, people are terrified that they or a loved one will get COVID-19 before being vaccinated and end up in the hospital or dead. And they are scared that the American dream is drifting further and further away. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. That's why 75% of Americans support this plan. Democrats, Republicans, independents, from red states and blue states, they're urging us to pass this plan, and they're urging their members to listen to them. They're urging my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle to not turn a deaf ear to their calls and do the right thing and vote with the Democrats to pass this plan. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Congressman Swazi, a member of the Ways and Means Committee who has been a champion for provisions to shore up the multi-employer pensions.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other side of the aisle is peddling a false narrative. This bill's not loaded with pork. It's not a blue state bailout. It's a comprehensive plan to help people crushed by the virus, beat the pandemic into the ground, and ensure a rapid economic recovery. Yet my friends across the aisle and their cable news and social media enablers continue to promote fake news. Let's set the record straight. It's true that 9%, their favorite talking point, 9% or $171 billion is for vaccines, testing, and other healthcare infrastructure. Well, what about the other 90%? $424 billion for $1,400 stimulus checks, $350 billion for struggling state and local governments, $246 billion for unemployment insurance, $219 billion for children and child care so parents can return to work, $178 billion to help reopen schools, $109 billion for farmers and small businesses, $28 billion for restaurants and live venues, $40 billion for renters and homeowners who need assistance. Let's pass this bill. Stop the phony baloney talk points and get the American people the relief they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I would remind my friend, Mr. Speaker, that what we're doing here is waving a $1,400 check in front of our constituents here and say, look at this, but we're like the Wizard of Oz. Don't look at what's going on behind the curtain, because actually what we're doing with this $1.9 trillion bill is we're borrowing $5,500 for every man, woman, and child in this country, and we're giving them $1,400 so it's palatable to them. We're giving them a little sugar. We're not reminding them about the $4,100 other dollars that we're borrowing in their name, of which $1,067 goes to bail out blue states like New York and California. $177 of their money, of that $4,100, goes to bail out union pension plans. $750 of folks back home, of your $4,100 that we're borrowing in your name and your wife's name and your kids' names, is going to extend unemployment benefits to pay people more to sit home than they can make at work. $34 goes to museums and Native American language preservation, $393 for K through 12, and $120 goes to colleges and universities of your money, each of your money, and there's no requirement that they reopen. $58 goes for public health organizations, including Planned Parenthood. So this bill, again, is simply a guise. COVID relief, no. As Mr. Clyburn said, Let's use this disaster to mold things to our vision, and they're doing exactly that. This is a massive expansion of the entitlement program. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Lawrence.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the scale of our relief bill must match the scale of this crisis, and the American Rescue Plan meets this moment. In addition, this comprehensive plan includes much needed relief for our battered cities. As a former mayor, I understand the struggle and the strain of our cities right now. Congress cannot sit by as mayors, Democrat and Republican, are calling for help. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This pandemic is reaching every corner of our country. So let the answer to the call. Let's answer this call and pass the American Rescue Plan. I yield back. Thank you.
Chairwoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina
I just want to remind the people back home that the scale of this plan that she's talking about is $5,500 borrowed for every man, woman, and child in this country, and your children will pay that money back. They'll pay it back in higher taxes. They'll pay it back in lost opportunity. They'll pay it back in weaker economic growth.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Congresswoman Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken with New Mexicans all across my district. I've talked to mayors, local officials, tribal leaders. The same question I've asked them. What do you need? What they've all said, Republicans and Democrats alike, is they need this rescue plan. Our small businesses are ready to put this lifeline to use. Our frontline workers, families, and farmers are ready. New Mexico is ready to start climbing out of this crisis. Americans have told us what they need. We've listened, and now we are delivering. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is left for both sides?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 3 minutes, and gentleman from South Carolina has 7 minutes.
We are prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, more than once today, there's been reference to the recovery bills at the end of the Bush administration and the beginning of the Obama administration coming out of a very bad financial crisis. And of course, this COVID pandemic has led to a financial crisis in this country. But the difference in the response here is stark between the two. Coming out of the Bush administration and into the Obama administration, we expanded government, we raised taxes, we expanded regulations, and we adopted recovery bills that weren't focused on economic growth. And the result of that was through 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, we had stagnant growth. We had the middle class was shrinking, middle class incomes were shrinking, and it took a Republican president and a Republican Congress enacting bills that lowered taxes, lowered regulation, and lowered government reliance that led to massive economic growth and opportunity for all demographics in our country. Hispanics, African American, women, and others had seen growth and opportunity not seen in decades, if ever. And I hope with this plan that we're not going to go back to the days of the Obama-Biden years of stagnant growth and dashed opportunity for our children and our grandchildren. Again, Mr. Speaker, we're holding up a check for $1,400 to the American public and say, vote for this, but don't pay attention because we're really borrowing $5,500 in your name, in your wife's name, your husband's name, and in each of your kids. Each of your kids, we're borrowing $5,500 in their name that they're going to have to pay back. And they're getting $1,400 of it, but the other $4,100 is going here. And it's not right, and it's not fair, and it will lead to lower growth and less opportunity for those kids that we're saddling with that debt right now. Mr. Speaker, this is not the right plan to address our nation's challenges on defeating the COVID-19 virus. It's not the right time either. There's still $1 trillion in unused funds from previous packages that were bipartisan, that were targeted, that were not merely misnamed liberal grab bags. The Congressional Budget Office's overview of the Economic Outlook projects that by the middle of the year, the economy will have returned to a pre-pandemic level of real GDP. Why? That's because the policies put in place under the Trump administration and a Republican Congress are still in place. Lower taxes and lower regulations.
Okay, folks, we will keep an eye out on this House floor vote. Should be happening soon this afternoon. What we want to do now is go out to the White House right now. This is a White House briefing as the number of migrant children continue to surge at the border. And right now we are listening to the White House coordinator for the southern border. This is Roberta Jacobson speaking right now.
Causes of migration, including corruption, violence, and economic devastation exacerbated by climate change. As part of that plan, we will address the causes that compel individuals to migrate, including improving governance and providing a foundation for investment and economic opportunity, strengthening civilian security and the rule of law. Working across the whole of government, we will look at access to international protection and refugee resettlement, and rethinking asylum processing to ensure fair and faster consideration. Only by addressing those root causes can we break the cycle of desperation and provide hope for families who clearly would prefer to stay in their countries and provide a better future for their children. President Biden, when he was vice president, visited the region many times and is clear-eyed about the challenge. He insists now, as he did then, that governments commit to being true partners in creating the conditions for growth and security. But I want to emphasize that the funds we're asking for from Congress don't go to government leaders. They go to communities, to training, to climate mitigation, to violence prevention, to anti-gang programs. In other words, they go to the people who otherwise migrate in search of hope. And they will have to have the participation of the private sectors in those countries, who for too long have evaded taxes, underpaid workers, and failed to be part of the solution to creating safe, prosperous, and democratic countries. We've already begun specific actions to both undo the previous administration's policies and to advance a new vision of immigration. We have ended the so-called migrant protection protocols, which sent people back to Mexico to wait, sometimes for years, for a chance to present their asylum claims. Working with the government of Mexico, international organizations, and NGOs, we have safely admitted over 1,400 migrants and closed the most dangerous face of the MPP, the Matamoros migrant camp. Today, we are announcing the restarting of the Central American Minors Program for children to be reunited with a parent who is legally in the United States. This program was ended abruptly by the previous administration, leaving around 3,000 children already approved for travel stranded. In phase 2, we will be working to improve the CAM program to expand safe and legal avenues to the United States. I want to be clear, neither this announcement nor any of the other measures suggest that anyone, especially children and families with young children, should make the dangerous trip to try and enter the U.S. in an irregular fashion. The border is not open. Going forward, we will continue to look for ways to provide legal avenues in the region for people needing protection while we continue to enforce our laws. This is a process. We have a great deal to do, but this administration has made significant progress, and we will continue to do so. It reflects who we are as Americans, putting our values at the center of our policy. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for doing this, Roberta.
This $4 billion that the administration is seeking, are you seeking this as part of a larger comprehensive immigration package or as a standalone bill?
Well, I think what you'll see is that $4 billion in a Central American Northern Triangle strategy will be part of our foreign assistance request and will focus on the things we know that work. Obviously, it's not our first rodeo. The president, when he was vice president, worked on these issues. We know how to get money to communities that are most likely to send migrants, but also that are suffering the greatest effect of 2 hurricanes this season, et cetera. So it will be part of our overall foreign assistance package. In the meantime, we are focused on getting humanitarian assistance to these countries after Hurricanes Eta and Iota. So in that sense, it's part of a larger plan. But obviously, there are parts of this that will be on the domestic side as well to fix the whole extent of our immigration processing.
And what else is the administration doing right now to work with these home countries to send a message to people, don't come here, don't send your children here?
Right. Well, I think, one of the most important things is to make sure that we get communications right and the message right, and I'm happy to repeat that. But I think it's also important that we work with the international organizations that have very credible voices and have very good networks among migrant sending communities to dispel the myths and misinformation that smugglers are using, right? When we talk about the border not being open, and the ways in which we're trying to dissuade people from making that dangerous journeys, the smugglers are conveying exactly the opposite to people. So we need to make sure we get that message out. We also need to be looking at things like the CAM program, the Central American Minors Program, as I talked about, and how we can expand that, how we can make that eligibility greater. But the next step is to look at solutions in the region, right? What more can we do to process people legally who really do require protection so they don't have to make that journey? And we're looking at all of those things.
And finally, you said that this isn't your first rodeo. Should the administration have been better prepared to handle this influx of children before it changed the policy allowing them to stay in the country?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. I think what we're doing right now is making a difference in the home countries, beginning to work with governments. That couldn't start until January 20th. There is one government at a time. You can't start changing processes of government, building facilities. All of this is part of the plan as quickly as possible to make sure that our domestic processes work more smoothly, more quickly, as I mentioned, but also to work with foreign governments. And you can't do that, obviously, till January 20th when you take over. But there have been multiple engagements with the government of Mexico at very high level, with the government of Guatemala, with the Honduran government and Salvadoran in the first, 6 weeks of government. So I think we've gotten off to a big start, a fast start in that engagement.
Jonathan? Thank you, Jen and Madam Investor. On Honduras, how does the administration balance this need for cooperation from that government with ongoing concerns about corruption there, particularly federal prosecutors who say that the President Hernandez was working on his plan to flood the United States with cocaine?
Well, I think one of the things that I made clear in the opening comments, which I want to reiterate, is that none of the money that we're looking to get from Congress, from the taxpayers of the United States, goes to government leaders. And so I don't think that means that presidents are unimportant in these countries, but I do think that it's important to understand that we will be working with civil society, with international organizations and international NGOs on the ground. We will work with officials that we can work with, but we also think it's really important that these countries make commitments, really explicit commitments, to advancing on anti-corruption. And in some places that will be hard to do if you've got officials for whom there is a cloud. And I think we need to work with the organizations that we can in countries. In some places, we will work with religious organizations, NGOs, with et cetera. It's a challenge in countries that have confronted serious corruption risks.
Just one follow-up, like what mechanism is in place, or how do you possibly safeguard that funding to make sure it stays out of the hands, perhaps, corrupt politicians?
Well, I think one of the things that we've always done, and 31 years at the State Department has taught me this, is we do end-use monitoring, right? Our embassies and people that we work with are looked at before they're recipients of funds, and we do checks and we look at what's being done with the funds, right? We also don't deliver money in most cases. We deliver training. We deliver new lighting facilities that reduce violence and crime. So a lot of what you do, it's not handing over blank checks, and I think that's really important in this.
Kayla? Thank you very much. You were talking about restarting CAM, these other long-term goals for what the immigration policy should look like, but right now news CNN reporting shows that unaccompanied migrant children are being held in these Border Patrol facilities for, on average, 107 hours. That's up from, I believe, 77 hours on average last week. So what is the Biden administration doing right now to fix that?
Well, I think, my part of this focuses much more on what we're doing at the end of this process in Central America and Mexico. I think all of us at every stage of this process are doing everything we can to make sure that children are well cared for and moved into facilities that are appropriate for them. But I want to make a point again that it's really important that people not make the dangerous journey in the first place, that we provide them with alternatives to making that journey because it's not safe en route. And so, if I could just emphasize that it's really important that that message get out, because the perception is not the same as the reality in terms of the border not being open, but we want to provide through CAM, through other mechanisms, ways for some of these young people to be reunited with family members in the United States. Así que yo creo que es muy importante subrayar el caso.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Irregular ahora.
You're telling them not to come, just to follow up quickly, you're telling them they should not come. Would you describe what's happening on the border as a crisis, given how these numbers are spiking so much week by week?
I think I'm not trying to be cute here, but I think the fact of the matter is we have to do what we do regardless of what anybody calls the situation. And the fact is we are all focused on improving the situation, on changing to a more humane and efficient system, and whatever you call it wouldn't change what we're doing, because we have urgency from the president on down to fix our system and make sure that we are better at dealing with the hopes and the dreams of these migrants in their home country.
Madam Ambassador, do you think it's a coincidence that as soon as Trump and his immigration policy were on the way out and Biden and his stated policy were on the way in, this historic surge at the border started?
Well, first of all, one of the things I think is important is we've seen surges before. Surges tend to respond to hope. And there was a significant hope for a more humane policy after 4 years of pent-up demand. So I don't know whether I would call that a coincidence, but I certainly think that the idea that a more humane policy would be in place may have driven people to make that decision. But perhaps more importantly, it definitely drove smugglers to express disinformation, to spread disinformation about what was now possible.
And
we know that.
If the change in administration has brought hope, then from your perspective, is this surge good?
I don't think that's what I just said. I think it's a reflection of how migrants feel at a particular time. I think what we are doing is making sure that we respond to that hope for people who need protection. We respond to that hope in a way that their cases can be adjudicated more quickly. But I don't think anybody would say that coming to the United States in an irregular fashion is a good thing. That's why I've tried repeatedly to dissuade people from listening to those smugglers. But we're going to try our best to do everything we can at each end of this in the United States, but especially in Central America and Mexico, to ensure we have safe, orderly, and legal migration.
Go ahead. President Biden, when he was vice president, was very active on working with the Northern Triangle countries. And I was just wondering, were there lessons that you or he or other administration officials, many of whom are in jobs in this administration, have learned about how to deal with those countries or how to deal with foreign aid to them that are informing how you're approaching things now? And just to kind of follow up a little bit on what Peter was asking, are you concerned at all about kind of mixed messaging, that at the same time that you are telling people not to come, that the journey is dangerous, that because you are offering this talk about a more humanitarian process, that people will not, pay attention to the fact that they could apply from their home country, that they will still come, that they are still, so hopeful, that there really is kind of a conflicting message coming from Washington to Central America?
So on the first question, the question of learning things from when the vice president was leading a lot of our efforts in Central America previously, I think yes. That's a resounding yes. Both the president and all of us who worked with him on that, for him on that, learned a great deal. And I think that it's really important that we put that to use now. One of the things he thinks is so important is being really explicit with leadership in the countries from which migrants are coming about commitments that they need to make, because overcoming the reasons people migrate is not going to be the United States' job alone, right? If we realize that it's lack of good governance, economic opportunity, and security issues or violence, then some of those require commitments by the governments on anti-corruption and transparency, on creating governments that function better to provide services for their country. So he's very clear on being sure that we get those commitments from leaders and holding them to it, right? The money is not a tap that gets turned on all at once. You have to make sure that you're continuing to follow those issues. So I think there's a lot of things we learned, and a lot of things we learned about ensuring that funds get to the communities that are really in need, whether it's post-hurricane or coffee rust, which was ravaging Guatemala and Honduras, or a historic drought. I think when you look at the issue of mixed messages, it is difficult at times to convey both hope in the future and the danger that is now. And that is what we're trying to do. And I will certainly agree that we are trying to walk and chew gum at the same time. We are trying to convey to everybody in the region that we will have legal processes for people in the future, and we're standing those up as soon as we can. But at the same time, you cannot come through irregular means. It's dangerous, and the majority of people will be sent out of the United States, because that is the truth of it. We want to be honest with people. And so we are trying to send both messages, and smugglers are only trying to send one message. So we're relying on every means we can to get that message out there. And that leads me to want to reiterate, as I did before, que la frontera está cerrada. Y no es el momento, ningún momento es apropiada de llegar a los Estados Unidos.
All right, folks, so we continue to listen here to the crisis at the border, or the White House briefing, giving an update on just how the Biden administration will be handling illegal immigration, as well as migrant children and how they are being held. Well, here it is. I want to point out to this. The vote is underway on the House floor. It's a 15-minute vote. It is going to be passed. We're talking about the COVID-19 relief bill. And it is going to be looking like a partisan vote here, meaning that all Democrats will vote in the yay and Republicans will vote in the nay here for this $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill here. So what we're going to do is take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to go out to Michigan, where the Michigan governor is speaking right now, talking about 1 year later, living in America with a pandemic.
COVID-19. That was March 10th, 2020. We were voting in the presidential primary that day. The next day, on the 11th, the WHO declared it a global pandemic. By the 13th, it was declared a national American emergency. And on the 23rd, I issued the Stay Home, Stay Safe order. On the 27th, the first federal relief package was passed. During this time, our hospitals were filling up and we were running out of PPE. There were also shortages of essential household supplies, lines at grocery stores, and confusion about how to stay safe from this invisible threat. A heavy silence set in all across Michigan and the United States. But we had a job to do. As every aspect of daily life changed, we acted quickly and decisively, followed the science, and listened to the experts to save lives. We had incredible leadership from our Lieutenant Governor, Garland Gilchrist, and Michigan's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Janae Caldoun, to our team at MDHHS, to the local public health departments, to our hospital systems statewide, to all of the people who stayed on the front line. In the face of immense challenges, families, communities, and small businesses banded together, as they always have. Essential health care and frontline workers continued to do their work heroically, helping the rest of us keep our lights on, our fridges full, and our families healthy. Communities stepped up, and there were acts of heroic selflessness on every street. Even as a deadly virus was keeping us apart, we pulled together in remarkable ways. Today, I'll share a few stories of Michiganders who went above and beyond. These are stories of love and loss, toughness and togetherness, grit and grace. They're stories of exemplary Michiganders who embody what our state is all about. And I share these stories as inspiration today and want to thank the people who shared them for taking time out of their busy days to talk to my team. Let's start with Chris and her husband, Jason. They're the owners of Brewery Vivant, based in Grand Rapids. In March 2020, when the pandemic began, Chris was shocked and concerned about all of the unknowns, just like the rest of us. She and her husband were worried about their incredible staff and wanted to make sure they'd be safe. Early on, they'd received PPP loans, which helped them and several other hospitality businesses stay afloat. This pandemic has been particularly hard on place-based businesses like restaurants and bars. Small businesses like Chris's are the lifeblood of our economy and our communities. Chris and Jason pitched in, and they served on our state-level COVID work group, along with other hospitality industry leaders from all across Michigan, to help us work through what a safe, effective reopening would look like. It was important that we had voices representing a variety of small businesses around the table so that they could inform our reopening efforts. As we flattened the curve and took steps to reopen, Brewery Vivant worked hard to keep their employees and guests safe. They utilized the Michigan Occupational Safety and Health Administration's Ambassador Program, which sends a consultant free of charge to help small businesses retool to continue serving customers, minimize spread, and keep their employees safe. Brewery Vivant also used COVID safety grants from the state, which they used to help set up air filters and purifiers. They also teamed up with other hospitality owners to launch the Michigan Restaurant Promise, a group committed to upholding public health guidelines on the west side of our state. The group knew that the guidelines set forth by state and local health departments are precautions that allow for safe reopenings when utilized correctly. They understood that consumer confidence and employee safety were crucial in reopening. Chris also knows that if you want to do things well, information is out there. She and her husband are dedicated to keeping their employees safe and the beer flowing. Before March 2020, Chris and Jason had set up a multiple 20-foot long tables all across their pub. At these tables, romances sparked, colorful conversations flowed, and folks who sat down as strangers often left as friends. During the pandemic, these tables had to look different because of public health guidelines like social distancing that Brewery Vivant are following to save lives. As vaccine distribution continues ramping up, I know that eventually these tables will be packed again. Chris and Jason, I look forward to grabbing a pothole stout with you soon. Our next story is about Carolyn. Carolyn is a nurse's assistant in Westland, Michigan. Carolyn has been in her field for over 25 years. She loves taking care of people and seeing them get better. She becomes a part of their family. This past year has been stressful and overwhelming, but Carolyn has showed up every morning, waking up the residents of Four Seasons Nursing Home, checking their vitals, making sure they're masked up, and monitoring their health. We have always led with science and data, and recently we were able to permit visitations at nursing homes for family members with testing. Carolyn said that day felt like Christmas, and I'm so glad we were able to take this step while continuing to prioritize public health. Carolyn and so many other frontline workers are heroes, which is why it was important that we give direct care workers a $2 an hour increase. In my latest budget, I have proposed making this wage increase permanent. Carolyn's also a proud member of the SEIU and has been on the forefront of organizing efforts for better wages, health care, and other benefits. Now she's thinking about her future. She plans on going back to school, thanks to Futures for Frontliners, the program that we launched to provide free tuition to essential workers at community colleges or high school completion graduation programs. I'm proud of this program and the Michigan Reconnect, both of which are making education accessible for people who otherwise couldn't afford it. Carolyn wants to pursue a career in either HR or nursing, and Futures for Frontliners will put her on a path to a better paying job. Carolyn, thank you for everything that you do. Now let's turn to Todd Block. Mr. Block teaches 7th grade science at Warren Woods Middle School in Macomb County. Ironically, Mr. Block was at a conference learning about using technology to enhance instruction when the conference was suspended and everyone was sent home. According to Mr. Block, the news shocked everyone and created an eerie environment. His thoughts turned to his students. How would they transition to remote learning? How could he keep them engaged in their learning? Mr. Block says that we've all been learning since the day we were born, every time we fall down and get back up. And this time was no different. Like so many incredible educators across the state, Mr. Block adjusted. There was a lot of change, but students, staff, parents, and organizations like the MEA and AFT worked together to keep the wheels turning. Teachers went above and beyond, finding creative ways to keep kids engaged, and Mr. Block is a great example. On campus, he oversees the weekly student news show. After Warren Woods went remote, the show was off temporarily, but the students in the news club were eager to get back to their critical First Amendment work. So Warren Woods Middle School News went digital, continuing its weekly broadcasts over the past year thanks to the students who stepped up in really inspiring ways. Today, I'm told that an 8th grader named Kendall runs the show. She encourages her peers to pitch stories and keep them on task, sometimes gently pushing Mr. Block out of meetings as she delivers her weekly PowerPoint. Mr. Block, sounds like she's giving you a run for your money. To the students at Warren Woods, I'd make sure to watch this week's news broadcast. You might see a familiar face. The motto at Warren Woods Middle School is, "We make it happen together." Schools across Michigan have been making it happen all year, and I'm proud that we were able to make the largest K-12 investment in state history last year without raising taxes. I'm committed to getting our kids back in school safely, to addressing the COVID learning loss. Thanks to exemplary educators like Mr. Block and stellar students like Kendall, Michigan will make it happen together too. Our final story is about Latresa, a college administrator, motivational speaker, and author from Detroit. Latresa's story is about love, heartbreak, and grace. But it starts with a Facebook message in March of 2018, sent to her by Vincent, a minister of music from Columbia, South Carolina. Vincent told Latresa that he wanted to get to know the woman behind the smile. Latresa thought, not a bad line, but she told him he wasn't her type. Vincent was undeterred, and he asked for a chance to prove her wrong. They soon struck up a romance, FaceTiming often and flying to visit each other. A year and a half later, they got married. Their wedding theme was Wonderland, and they sent out invitations on scrolls with wax seals. Latresa's nephews served as ring bearers and dressed up as Roman guards. Vincent made a bet with Latresa's sister that he wouldn't cry. He lost. After just a few months together, the newlywed couple's life and the world changed forever. In March 2020, Vincent got sick with COVID-19 and he was hospitalized. Eventually, he was put on a ventilator. And on April 2nd, Vincent passed away. Latresa said goodbye to the love of her life on his doctor's phone. She went from planning their life together to figuring out how to fly his body home to his mother for burial in South Carolina. In the days and weeks following, Latresa showed incredible courage and vulnerability, sharing her story on social media and television. She urged Michiganders to follow public health guidelines because she knew just how serious COVID-19 was. She knew our public health measures would save lives. She knew that we needed leadership that would make the tough calls and encourage people to step up for one another. Both Latresa and Vincent were elders.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Verse 3, let nothing be done from selfishness or empty conceit, but with the humility esteem others better than yourselves. These wise words we should all heed. We need to continue masking up and social distancing and washing our hands because it's about everyone's safety, not just our own. Every day, 10 million Michiganders make decisions that determine our collective future. As Latresa wisely pointed out, it's not about one of us, it's about all of us. Today she's working on her next book, titled Hurt But Grateful. Latresa explained the title in a poetic way. She's hurt to have lost Vincent, but grateful to have known that kind of love. Latresa, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I am in awe of your strength and looking forward to reading your book. I'm honored to share just a few of these stories from our fellow Michiganders. From Chris to Carolyn, Todd, and Latresa, thank you. And to every Michigander, thank you. We have been through a lot, but I know our best days are ahead of us. We're making good progress toward our goal of equitably vaccinating 70% of Michiganders ages 16 and up. There's still work to be done. I'm grateful for President Biden's American Rescue Plan, which will invest in the American people and allow us to rebuild our economy and ramp up our vaccination efforts. I stand ready to work across the aisle to get things done for Michigan's families and small businesses as we work to pass a budget and spend the federal relief dollars headed our way. Now, to remember those we have lost, I have a request. Tonight, from 8 to 9, I ask Michiganders to turn on your porch lights to light up our streets in memory of those we have lost. We have to remind ourselves, in times of darkness, the light we seek resides in one another. In Michigan, we show up for one another. When Ohio needed PPE, we got it for them. When California needed help fighting wildfires, we helped. When Wisconsin needed help to keep people safe, we helped there too. When neighbors, friends, or families need a hand, Michiganders always have one to give. It's who we are. We get through tough times together. And as I've said before, tough times don't last, but tough people do. We in Michigan have been tested, and we are tough. Together, I know we'll beat this damn virus and rebuild our economy and our communities back stronger than ever before. And now, to close, I'd like to play a brief video to remember those we have lost over the course of this last year.
Today marks 1 year.
One year since the first cases of COVID-19 were identified here in Michigan.
To put it simply, 1 year
ago,
our world changed
forever.
Today, I am at the Fox Theater in downtown Detroit. This theater is part of Detroit and American history. The greatest stories in the world have been told here. I'm here to shine a light on our collective opportunity to build a bright future in the name of those to whom we have said goodbye.
I'm here at the Breslin Center at my alma mater, Michigan State. I loved coming here to watch games as a student. This place would be packed with 16,000 fans, sons and daughters, moms and dads, neighbors and friends, all cheering their hearts out. Over the past year, more than 16,000 people, the number it would take to fill this space, have left us. We've lost an arena's worth of Michiganders. Our loss has left a hole in our state and left temples of togetherness, like the Breslin Center, empty.
But during these challenging times, the words of an elected official may not feel worthy of speaking to the heartbreak that people are feeling, especially after such divisiveness and hate have occupied headlines every day, and a historic flood devastated homes and communities, all while COVID-19 continues to plague our nation. Words may not be enough to express the deep sorrow that weighs so heavily on the hearts and minds of so many families across our state. That is why today, I am not talking with you as just the Lieutenant Governor of Michigan. I am speaking as a husband, father of 3 beautiful children, and as a fellow Michigander. I've personally lost 27 people to COVID-19. 27 extraordinary people who came into and changed my life. People who I miss daily and deeply. Coaches, cousins, and colleagues. Church family members, friends, and mentors. Through each passing moment, their memories linger and persist like background music just loud enough to hear. Reverend Green's genuine smile. Miss Perriman's warm voice. Coach Martin's automatic jump shot. Sheriff Napoleon's big heart. For every goodbye, there is a keepsake that we will never lose and will propel us forward. Yes, COVID-19 has changed almost every aspect of our lives. But despite its darkness, we have seen the brightest light shine in the determined resolve of our neighbors during these trying times.
We've made tough decisions guided by science and data to save lives, support our communities and small businesses, stand by our first responders and essential workers. Now, we have 3 safe, effective vaccines, all miracles of science that will help protect you, your family, and others from COVID, and help us get the country and the economy back to normal. And it's a proud moment for our state, with 2 of the 3 vaccines being made right here in Michigan by Michigan workers. We continue to follow public health protocols to minimize and mitigate the spread. And as vaccinations ramp up nationwide, we can see the light at the end of this tunnel.
We saw nurses come out of retirement to help hospitals when the surge was at an all-time high. We saw Michigan companies step up and completely retool their setups to produce PPE and hand sanitizer for our frontline heroes. We saw the best in one another. We dug deep to bring forward the part of ourselves that strives to be the best in true times of crisis, to embrace the irony that the social distancing we have practiced to stay safe has magnified the power and primacy of our connections. This stage has given audience to many of the world's greatest storytellers and performers, vessels for the evolution of our culture. As we look to the future, we will honor our sisters, brothers, and neighbors by continuing their legacy through the culture we create, the inventions we imagine, and the love we share.
Now we're in the second half of our fight against the virus, and we're all on the same team. We're united against this virus. It's MSU and U of M against COVID. Upers and downstaters against COVID. Republicans and Democrats against COVID. 3 safe, effective vaccines against COVID. America against COVID. We're all in this together.
And that was the look back there from the Michigan governor.
That was Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
And that was our sister station there. Fox 2 Detroit coming through with that. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here. Stay right here with us. We are expecting at the top of the hour Governor Gavin Newsom of California and so much more. But when we come back, we will take you back out to the White House briefing that is still underway.
Reserve in case people need to get shots again next year. What's the plan for that extra dosage?
Well, first, the president's focus every day when he wakes up is ensuring every American, we can ensure that every American has access to a vaccine and that we are vaccinating the people in this country. But here are a couple of the factors that have weighed in on our decision to purchase an additional 100 million doses. We still don't know which vaccine will be most effective on kids. We still don't know the impact of variants or the need for booster shots, and these doses can be used for booster shots as well as needed. Obviously, that's still being studied by the FDA, but again, we want to be over-prepared, as I noted earlier. We also need maximum flexibility. So Johnson & Johnson, the vaccine has unique benefits. It's a one-shot vaccine. It can be stored in the fridge and not a freezer. It's highly effective, as the others are as well, against hospitalization and death. But we are really looking for maximum flexibility here, as we are still considering a couple of those pieces I mentioned, which is most effective with children, the effectiveness on addressing variants, and of course boosters, as I noted.
And then on the COVID relief bill, which is being voted on in the House right now, how quickly will school districts be able to access that money, and will they be able to implement it in time to make safety changes for this school year, which in many parts of the country is only going to last another 3 months?
You're absolutely right, and a fair amount of the funding is also we expect will be likely used for forward planning, right? So schools that need to plan for, we need to hire temporary teachers right now, but we need to ensure we can keep them on the job in a year and 2 years. We need to make facility upgrades. It really depends school to school. In terms of the timeline for implementation, I know that's something that our Department of Education is going to be looking at, and of course, the implementation team that will be focused on getting these dollars out the door. So we will certainly plan to give you an update as we have a better timeline on the calendar.
And then finally, on another front, Des Moines Register journalist Andrea Sahur is currently on trial over her coverage of a racial justice protest last summer. She's been charged with failure to disperse and interference with official acts. Does the Biden administration believe that these charges should be dropped, and will the president or anyone in the administration urge Polk County, Iowa prosecutors to drop the charges?
I'm happy to discuss this with our team. I'm not as familiar with the case, but I will look into it and we'll get you back an answer.
Thanks.
Sure, go ahead, Caitlin.
First off, has President Biden been briefed yet by his delegation that went to the border over the weekend? And does he now feel the need to go to the border if he has been briefed by them?
Sure. Well, I can confirm for you that the president did receive a briefing earlier today from members of his team that visited the border region this past weekend. I will note he receives regular briefings on immigration and the economy, on COVID, on a range of issues that the country and the administration is facing. He heard from the delegation on what they observed during their visit to the border region and the facilities they toured, but they spent the majority of their time discussing what steps can be taken to expedite processes, to move more quickly, to move the process more quickly to meet the administration's goal of getting these children placed with vetted and confirmed families, moving them quickly, as related to your question earlier, out of Border Patrol facilities and into these shelters, and then ultimately into these homes. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of a trip. Obviously, a delegation going to the border and visiting these facilities is something that can be done with a much smaller footprint than the President of the United States traveling, but I don't have anything to preview in terms of a trip.
And earlier you said you're going to, or the president is going to pick someone to kind of run the implementation of the coronavirus relief package. Does the White House anticipate that there could be delays in implementing that because it is such a big bill?
No, I wouldn't imply, or I was not trying to imply that, only that we know that this will not all be implemented in 4 days or a week or what have you. This will take some time, and we want to ensure that there is a person responsible and accountable to the implementation. That's something the president felt worked when he was vice president, and so it was an indication of that. But there are a number of cabinet members who will also play pivotal roles here. I referenced, of course, Secretary Yellen. Secretary Cardona will play a pivotal role, of course, in the reopening of schools. Already officials within the administration, but this can be, it has been used in the past as more of a coordinating mechanism.
And how long do you think that implementation will take?
I can't give you really a timeline of that. Obviously, there are different components, as you well know, right? Getting the checks out the door. Our Treasury team and our economic team are crunching the numbers on that. We hope to have an update for all of you soon on that. Obviously, reopening schools, as Nancy was asking about, it really is school district to school district in terms of what their needs will be, which schools need funding, which districts need funding. There are things like unemployment insurance, which obviously is applied through different mechanisms. So there are pieces of this that are just going to be implemented over time, some that can be done more rapidly and quickly, but obviously this is our focus and our priority in the days ahead.
And my last question, on Johnson & Johnson, he is going to announce that they are trying to get another 100 million doses this afternoon, but the administration told governors yesterday on their weekly call that they should only expect to get 400,000 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine next week. That is far behind what the Johnson & Johnson contract with the federal government that they were supposed to have ready when it was authorized by the FDA. So is he going to confront the Johnson & Johnson executives he's meeting with today about why they are so far behind on production?
Well, as you know, Caitlin, he invoked the Defense Production Act in part because he wanted to, and our team, Jeff Zients and others, have been working closely with Johnson & Johnson and Merck, of course, to expedite the production of vaccines to ensure that they can be available on the timeline they've committed to. I will say that this 100 million that's being announced this afternoon is more for the second half of this year and we're not adding additional doses expected on that same timeline. But I'm certain they will be discussing, of course, the need to ensure that the deadlines are met and that we have the vaccines and the doses needed to get them in the arms of the American people. Go ahead, Andrew.
So on the vaccine, the head of the WTO and others are calling for greater efforts to be made by advanced economies, big countries and rich countries to get more vaccine into developing countries. Mm-hmm. You've just announced that you want to be over-prepared here in the U.S. And what is the United States doing to ensure that these vaccines get out to other countries? And do you favor a waiver of intellectual property protections under the WTO to ensure that that moves more quickly? Or, what's your perspective on a kind of a third way that would be just increasing licensing?
Well, first, the president is deeply focused on the issue of expanding global vaccinations and manufacturing and delivery, which will all be critical to end the pandemic. But as we've also said, he's first and foremost focused on ensuring Americans have access to vaccines as soon as possible in this period of time. And we've obviously made a great deal of progress on that front. I don't have anything more to preview for you in terms of what that will look like. We first need to focus on, right now we're still in a circumstance where there isn't enough supply for the number of Americans who want to get the vaccination. So that's really our focus at this point in time. But certainly it's a point of discussion with his counterparts and with the counterparts of other members of our national security team.
So you don't want to say anything about the waiver?
I don't have anything more for you to predict.
Okay, and then on that question of vaccinating children, you mentioned that you're not sure which vaccine will be most effective. Fauci has talked about getting high school students vaccinated by the fall and elementary school kids in the spring. Do you have a sense of when every American could be vaccinated? I mean, you've talked about having enough on hand for adults to be vaccinated by the summer. Or by the end of May, actually.
Well, we will have enough supply, right? But the president is the first to say that we can't do this alone, and that certainly a component of this that is vitally important is ensuring that people understand across the country that these vaccines are safe and they are effective. And we are still going to focus combating the issues of misinformation and, of course, of vaccine hesitancy in a range of communities. The FDA, as you know, would be the ones running point on approval of vaccines for children. I can't really predict when children will be vaccinated, and we don't know when the FDA may approve a vaccine. But our role is ensuring there's enough supply and that there is enough distribution. We've made a great deal of progress on that. More work to be done, but I can't make any predictions beyond that. Go ahead.
On a couple things. First, President Biden, when he was vice president, kind of was the person who ran point on the 2009 recovery bill. Would you expect that Vice President Harris might take on a similar role? He has, you know, done a lot, put her in a very similar position to the one that he had with President Obama.
Well, that's true. I mean, the president has said that he wants the vice president to be the first in the room and the last in the room when he has important briefings, when there are important policy decisions and discussions that are taking place. And that certainly is how he is operating, or they are operating as a team together. In terms of what role she may play in the implementation, I don't have anything to preview for you on that. She will certainly be traveling. She's a key voice and asset for the administration, and she'll be communicating about the impact of the American Rescue Plan and how it's going to help the American people over the course of the next few weeks.
Ron Klain said last night that the president's speech to a joint session of Congress won't be for a few weeks, and he was kind of suggesting that there is going to be this time period where the administration is focused on promoting the bill that just passed. Can you kind of confirm that and provide any more information on sort of how you're thinking about the rest of March into April, promoting this ARP versus moving on to the Build Back Better?
Sure. I don't have an exact breakdown of timeline, and I don't think Ron was intending to give one either, only to convey, which is I think why you're asking, that the president, the vice president, and all of us in the administration believe it's important to take a moment or a few moments, I should say, to communicate directly with the American people about the benefits of the package, to ensure they understand that help is on the way in a range of forms, and to do that in communities and directly with people who we are hoping understand the benefits of this package. So I expect that to mean a couple of trips for the president, the vice president, and others, but I don't have kind of an end date for that. And certainly part of the focus internally is on ongoing discussions about what is next and what components of the president's Build Back Better agenda, what the order is, the format, the size, and those decisions haven't been finalized quite yet.
And then one other thing that you kind of hinted you might have an answer for yesterday, which is another thing related to Ron, the National Clearinghouse for Vaccine Information. We here in the Bloomberg seat are very interested in your answer on that.
Very excited about the website, which many people are. I would say, as you know, the website is being implemented as a vaccine finder, I should say, is being implemented as a pilot program. We've always been open to expanding the pilot program, and we're certainly looking into that. We're also looking into, and others have asked this question, how we can better assist state and local governments who have their own websites where they are utilized by many members of the local community and effective, but sometimes they have technical issues. So we're looking at addressing it from a couple of different directions, but every option remains on the table. We're also considering setting up call centers, organizing navigators, help individuals schedule appointments, which sometimes can be the issue. So I don't have a major update other than to convey that it's a pilot program. We've always been open to expanding it, and certainly a range of options remain on the table. And sometimes in some states, their local website is working quite well, and they just need some technical assistance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You've been telling migrants from right there for a month now, all the way back to February 10th, that now is not the time to come, but they are coming in bigger numbers every day. So do you have a messaging problem?
Well, I would say that in the last administration, we had a morality problem, and children were being pulled from the arms of their parents, and kids were being sent back on a treacherous journey. And that's not the approach of this administration. So certainly we understand that means there will be more kids who are crossing the border. We made a policy decision that was the right, humane step to take. But I think it's also important for people to understand that the vast majority of people who come to our border are turned away. are sent back to their countries. What we're talking about here are unaccompanied children, and what our focus is on is ensuring that there are safe places for these kids to go that have access, where they have access to educational resources, health and medical attention, legal assistance as needed, and that we can expedite the vetting so that they can get to families and sponsors where they can have their cases adjudicated.
But since the last administration is gone, tomorrow is 50 days of Biden. There are migrants showing up wearing T-shirts that say, "Biden, please let us in." And candidate Biden is the one who said, "I would end this notion for the first time in history that people seeking asylum have to be in squalor on the other side of the river." Why doesn't he come out and just say, "Now is not the time"?
Well, he actually did an interview with Univision about a week and a half ago where he conveyed a similar message, and we've conveyed that at every opportunity that we have. I will say we are, as you noted, almost 50 days in. We are digging ourselves out of a broken and dismantled system. Roberta Master-Jacobson referenced this in her opening as well. When it comes to engagement with countries addressing the root causes, we couldn't start doing that until January 20th. There are programs like the relaunching of the Central American Minors Program, which was ended by the prior administration in 2017, and that meant that that program, which would have allowed for people to apply from the region, we had to restart that program. So we're working to fix the mess of the last couple of years. It's going to take some time, but this is clearly a priority for the president. We're looking at a range of options, which include the opening of additional facilities. It includes steps we can take to expedite the processing. It includes application and implementation of these CDC guidelines that just came out that allow for more children to be housed safely in these facilities. So we're looking at every option possible to help address the challenges we're facing at the border.
And you mentioned those CDC guidelines. Does the White House think it's a problem that when the CDC tells these migrant shelter facilities that they can be at full capacity if they are careful about COVID, many of them do, but when the CDC tells schools that they can open in person at full capacity, many of them don't?
Is there a school in particular that you have as an example that didn't do that?
Are most schools in this country at full capacity with in-person learning?
Is there a specific school, though, that is not following the CDC guidelines of implementing the mitigation steps so they can reopen?
I mean, the CDC is saying schools, you can be every school can be at full capacity.
What the CDC guidelines, just to be clear, because I think this is very important to be very clear and specific on, they gave 8 mitigation steps that schools can take to safely reopen. A number of schools have actually recently reopened. Schools in Washington, D.C., some have, schools in many districts across the country. But each school district needs to make the decision about whether they are able to take those mitigation steps. The president has also been clear, some of these school districts need additional funding. There's $160 billion in this package that he's going to sign into law later this week. The Secretary of Education will be quite focused on working with school districts to help them reopen. But more school districts are reopening, more kids are in classrooms every single day.
But since they are not all back, from an administration position or from your perspective, have the Border Patrol unions and the HHS unions been easier to work with than the teachers unions?
I think that's a little bit of mixing different circumstances. I would say that
it's children all in tight quarters. I mean, a classroom.
Not quite.
Not funny.
Not quite. I would say that let's take a responsible approach to the two issues, okay? One is schools reopening. There's been 8 mitigation steps that have been announced by the CDC to implement, right?
Yeah.
Every school district is going to work to implement those on a timeline that is they can effectively do. Many school districts are reopening, right? Many are reopening every single week and day and week. Right? That is a different circumstance than what we are seeing at the border. And the HHS oversees these facilities, right? They're working on ensuring we can have more kids safely. They are working to implement CDC guidelines, but they are different circumstances. And certainly we're working with the school districts, and we're also working with HHS to open these facilities, or to ensure that kids are treated with safety and care in these facilities. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just a little bit more on the Quad. You mentioned yesterday that one of the issues that will be discussed is how the leaders can work together to combat the pandemic. might that discussion include a strategy to counter vaccine diplomacy from China and Russia?
I think there'll be a range of topics discussed, and I know that it is a concern of a number of leaders around the world, including, of course, President Biden, and I'm sure we'll have a readout of the Quad meeting tomorrow once it's completed.
A little bit more on the announcement, if you can preview it. Can we expect anything in terms of how the Quad, what kind of commitment they would give in terms of helping other countries to access vaccines?
Again, I know they'll discuss a range of issues tomorrow, but I think it's important to just take a little bit of a step back, because this is a meeting that covers a range of topics. Of course, I'm sure COVID, which is a pandemic everyone in the world is dealing with, will be a topic of discussion, but there'll be issues like climate that are addressed, economic cooperation. I'm sure they'll have a range of issues to bring up, and we will provide a readout when the meeting concludes tomorrow.
A little bit more on that. What about in terms of the military balance? I mean, we know that China just announced a huge defense spending, 6.8%, I believe, for this year. Is that also a top item in the agenda?
I don't think I have more to preview than what we've already offered. We will, of course, have a readout when the meeting concludes. There are a range of topics on the mind of all of these leaders. As I've noted in here before, we anticipate the meeting discussing a range of the crises we're facing as a global community, from COVID to climate, economic cooperation. I'm sure they all will bring up a number of issues, and we'll have a robust readout when it concludes. Go ahead.
A few questions, like everyone. Sure. In California, Republicans are seeking to nationalize the recall effort against Governor Gavin Newsom and really make it a referendum on COVID policies. The other day, Bernie Sanders tweeted that it's time for Democrats to unite and rally on Newsom's behalf against the recall. Does the president have any plans to personally or otherwise support Newsom if this does make it on the ballot and becomes an off-year campaign?
We're not quite there yet. We've spoken out in support of Governor Newsom and against the recall, so that remains our position.
All right. Also in California, we at the San Francisco Chronicle are finding that school districts are saying, even with this influx of money coming from the package, there's still lots of reasons they're not sure if they can reopen even, by this fall, including building consensus around how to do it. There's been some criticism that the CDC guidance is actually too conservative and prohibitive, including the 6 feet distance rule that schools either have to ignore or not open. If there are still schools that aren't open by this fall, would the administration consider it a failure, and what more could they possibly do to help those?
All right, just wanted to break in, everybody, where the House has reached its threshold to pass the historic $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill. You could see there's just 3 representatives left there for voting, but now 2. But it looks like it is all going to be a partisan vote right there, as Democrats coming at 220 right now to 211. So there was one Democrat who voted with the Republicans, and that was the Democrat from Maine, Representative Jared Golden. He was the lone Democrat to vote with the Republicans. He was one of 2 nays last time with this COVID-19 vote there. So there it is wrapped up. We are learning that President Biden looking to sign this bill into law come Friday. It will now go back out to the White House briefing in just 2 minutes.
Or the policy on key issues and key challenges the country is facing, and immigration is certainly one of them. You're right, there are a number of agencies involved in this effort, but I would say they're all playing a pivotal role. The Department of Homeland Security, we don't have a Health and Human Services Secretary confirmed yet. When he is, he will play a pivotal role, but a whole team at HHS, as you know. So this is being coordinated in part from our national security team, but ultimately it's the president who makes decisions about the policy. That's why he asked the team to go to the border and why he asked to receive a briefing, and that's something, as I noted, that happened this morning. Go ahead.
Thanks. I have a follow-up on implementation of the relief package and then a question on the equal rights amendment.
Okay.
On the relief package implementation, were there specific lessons that President Biden, when he was in charge of doing this in 2009, that he learned about that effort that will be applied to this effort, particularly in terms of
efficiency and reducing waste and fraud, that kinds of things. But in general, any specific lessons that he learned other than it's good to have one person in charge?
Sure. It is structured very differently, as you remember, and I'm sure many people remember, a big chunk of the Recovery Act was around shovel-ready projects. This is, of course, a very different type of bill. I think some of the lessons we're already implementing, including having a point person in charge, including ensuring there's a sustained campaign that is not just about the President of the United States or the Vice President of the United States speaking about the benefits, but that really engages our partners and allies, whether it's governors or mayors, local community leaders, to ensure there is effective implementation and communication about the package. He also wants to lift up, and this is something that's been important to him in general, but is very applicable to this package, members of his cabinet, so that they can be front-facing and play a very public role in engaging with the public and ensuring they understand components and pieces of a package like this. There are pieces in this package that, of course, are related to helping veterans. There are pieces of this package that relate to helping rural communities, and he wants to ensure that members of his cabinet are playing key roles there. That's something that, of course, was done a little bit in 2009, but can definitely be built on, and I think we will venture to do that.
And then on
go
the
ahead.
Equal Rights Amendment, the House is expected to vote soon, I think next week, on eliminating the now expired deadline for ratification. And of course, Virginia last year became the 38th state to ratify, but last year the Justice Department issued a memo saying that you can't do that, that if you, the only way to add this ERA to the Constitution is to start the ratification process over. My question is whether the administration is going to rescind that memo, as some Democrats have asked him to do.
Mm-hmm. That's an excellent question. I will have to talk to our team about that and get an update on it, which we'll venture to do for you after the briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple questions on behalf of the print pool for reporters who couldn't be here, and then one of my own. Jesse Hellman with Modern Healthcare wanted to know, when President Biden is with the executives today from Johnson & Johnson and Merck, does he plan to press them on the increasing costs of prescription drugs, and does he plan to bring up his own agenda to lower drug prices?
The primary focus of this meeting is on working together, the two companies who have long been competitors, working together to ensure the efficient and effective manufacturing of vaccines.
Okay, and Tommy Christopher from Media had a question on the filibuster. Said that President Biden expressed some openness to filibuster reform during the campaign. I know you've said more recently that it's not his preference to change the rules, but he wants to know if the John Lewis Voting Rights Act represents a red line. If Republicans do not support that, if that does not move forward in the Senate, is that a red line that would prompt him to consider filibuster reform or ending the filibuster?
Well, the president's preference is not to make changes to the filibuster rules. He believes that voting rights and access to voting, ensuring it's easier for the American people, is enough of a huge priority and should be for everyone. That's why he signed some executive orders, used the power of the presidency to do that this weekend, and he is hopeful that Democrats and Republicans can work together to get that done.
And then one last question on the overall agenda. I know you were saying earlier, when you look at Build Back Better, you're sort of thinking through kind of what's next. But broadly speaking, is infrastructure the next big legislative priority on Capitol Hill for this administration? There's also pressure for an immigration bill to go through. What's next for you guys? What is the next big priority after the bill that you're hoping to sign, the president's hoping to sign on Friday?
It's a very popular question, understandably, but our focus is on getting the American Rescue Plan implemented. We will have more to say. The president will have more to say on his Build Back Better agenda and what the components of that look like, what the size, the proposals, the order of events will be, but I don't have anything to preview for you.
Does that come before an immigration bill on Capitol Hill?
Well, I don't have a legislative order to preview for you either. I will say, given all of the conversations we're having, understandably, about the border and questions about the border, in the president's proposed immigration package, he has a funding to address the root causes in the region, as we talked about a little bit earlier. He has a pathway to citizenship, or proposes a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, and he also proposes an investment in smart security. So given all of the concern by many in Congress about immigration and what's happening at the border, that sure seems like a good time to move that initiative forward. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. I understand you don't want to call it a crisis from the podium, but what do you say to Border Patrol agents at the border, especially those within the union, who are calling it a crisis and who are saying that they're overworked and there's just too many encounters day in and day out?
We are saying that we recognize that incumbent upon us in this administration is to continue to work day and night to expedite the process of ensuring there are the resources and processes in place to move children from the Border Patrol facilities to the shelters. We are saying that it is incumbent upon our administration to look for additional facilities that can safely house children, and incumbent upon us to ensure that we are communicating effectively and efficiently to the region, as Ambassador Jacobson talked about at the top of this briefing. And those are all focuses of the president on down, every single day.
The Mexican government today reports that over 4,000 unaccompanied minors were actually deported back to Mexico between January and March. Can you confirm that those were done under the previous administration? Were any of those unaccompanied minors deported under the Biden administration?
I know that CBP provides numbers and data on a regular basis, and I think there's more data coming soon from there, so I would certainly send you to them for any statistics and data. Our policy is that we don't turn children under 18 away at the border, and of course, as you know, though, even if when they are in homes of family members or in sponsored homes, that they still can go through processing and may need to return home.
On the stimulus package, if I may, one last question. I think this came up yesterday, but I wanted to re-ask the question. Now that the stimulus package is passed and many undocumented immigrants are not benefited in any way by the money that's going out, does the president plan any executive action or anything else to do to help that population?
Sorry, I missed part of the last sentence.
Sure. Now that the stimulus package has passed and the undocumented population, many of the millions, are not benefited in any way, does the president plan any executive actions or anything else to help that population?
Well, certainly I think the president's priority, given he proposed an immigration bill on the first day, is to create a pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants, of course, in this country. He's also been clear that ensuring that everybody in this country is vaccinated and receives access to COVID-19 vaccine is a key priority. And of course, this is just the beginning of his agenda, but I don't have anything more to preview for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Given the current progress on vaccination around the world, would the president consider organizing his climate summit in person in DC here for it to have more impact?
I don't think we have any. I think at this point the intention is to do it remotely, I believe, and I don't think there's an intention to change that, but I'm happy to check on that for you.
And do you know roughly how many heads of state are expected to participate, and if the Chinese president would be one of them?
I don't have any more details on the summit. I know it's coming up in about 6 weeks. 5 weeks, and I expect as we get closer, we'll have more to preview. Good. Go ahead in the back.
Yeah, just a follow-up on the filibuster. So
Sure.
You've said many times that President Biden's preference is not to change the rules around the filibuster, but if the next big pieces of his agenda are stymied in the Senate, are there changes to the filibuster that he can live with, such as the talking filibuster?
Well, the president believes that there are a range of issues where there's a historic precedent of Democrats and Republicans working together, whether it's infrastructure, as we've been talking about, or modernizing the immigration system. He's obviously had a number of bipartisan meetings in the Oval Office, so that's where his energy and focus will be moving forward. Go ahead in the back.
Yeah, thank you. A Saudi court just upheld a travel ban concerning a dissident, a woman, released from prison weeks ago. Is it a sign that the White House message regarding the human rights abuse in the kingdom is not strong enough?
You were referring to a human rights activist who was released from prison?
Yes, but who's not able to travel outside the kingdom.
I would have to look into more specific details of that. I know we were pleased with the release, but I'd have to look into more specific details of the travel restrictions. Go ahead.
Do you have any sort of ETA for when the next cabinet secretaries will be approved? And when are you going to start nominating ambassadors?
Go ask our friends in the Senate. We expect that some will move forward with, and we are hopeful, I should say, that we will get a couple of additional cabinet members confirmed in the coming days or over the course of the next week. The president's looking forward to that. We're certainly looking forward to at some point having a full cabinet meeting. The president hasn't made any decisions about ambassadorial nominees, so I don't expect them to be confirmed anytime soon, given we have to nominate them first.
Are you talking about Becerra and Catherine Tai?
Well, again, it's really up to the Senate on the timeline for that, but we are hopeful that they move forward with the remaining members of the cabinet, given we are almost 2 months into an administration.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, the last one.
Just to follow up on something that Ambassador Jacobson said.
Sure.
And I think you may have gotten a note about this, that she, first time she said that the border is not closed, and she then, when she was speaking in Spanish, and then, later on spoke in Spanish again and said the border is closed. I mean, it seems like she, I guess, misspoke the first time considering your overall message, but are you concerned that now that she's misspoken that is going to be, picked up and disseminated across the Spanish-speaking world as a message from the administration?
Well, given she also said that the border is closed, we're hopeful that that is what will be picked up, and that has clearly and consistently been our message. So that is certainly our hope.
Still, at the same time that you're having a messaging difficulty around this issue, does that just make it a little bit harder?
We certainly hope not. We have the power of the media here to make sure you're communicating effectively with the messages. And as we know, we all have moments where we say something slightly differently than we would like to, and we quickly try to correct it to make it easier and effective for all of you who are just trying to communicate what the administration's goals and policies are. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jen.
White House briefing concludes there. Really big news there of the day continues to be the illegal immigration crisis at the border. White House says they are on top of it, and President Biden monitors it on a daily basis. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to the Derek Chauvin trial that continues in jury selection.
The support that we should give them.
That's something that you would agree with?
Correct.
Okay. You said in your questionnaire that you believe that the police in your community make you feel safe. You said you strongly agree that the police in your community make you feel safe. Can you tell us why they make you feel safe in your community?
Well, I think in my community, I think when there is a suspicious activity, the police will stop by, they'll ask a question, and I think that sense of security is all we want, right? We want to live in a community where we feel safe, and regardless of race, color, and gender, and so. Yeah, I think that's the basic reason why I said that they make me feel safe. Yeah.
Okay. And have you or a close friend or family member within your current community, the community you're living now, have you had to call upon the police in your community to have them?
No.
No? Okay.
But I mean, I would say this. Personally, I have not, but I've seen, at least my neighborhood, I've seen the cops stop by and check up on them and a few times, and so I don't have any reason to believe that my community is unsafe.
Okay.
That's what I should probably say.
Sounds like you live in a pretty safe community.
I mean, for now.
All right. You also stated in the questionnaire that you strongly disagree with the concept of defunding the police. Can you explain that answer a little bit more thoroughly?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of those statements sometimes can be seem political. I mean, I think everybody has their reason, and I believe, in my opinion, that while I necessarily might not agree with the police action in some situation, I believe that in order for me to for the police to make my community safe, they have to have the right.
They have to have the funds to.
Yeah. So, and I think that I can understand why people say, well, defund the police because they are upset about things that are happening, and I sympathize with that. But at the same time, if we want the police to support our community, that's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be able to evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you could evaluate testimony of, say, a bystander?
I believe so.
Okay. You would have no reason to favor one person's testimony over the other?
No.
Okay. I'm interested, again, not in the specific location of your job, but just tell me what do you do? What is a day like for you? When they say IT, I have a hard time conceptualizing that.
Yeah, I think earlier we were talking about me being people's manager. So I mean, I would say it's a technical leadership role, right? When I have a team of engineers that report to me, their role is to enable our business and allow them to build application in the cloud securely, to add value to our customers. Mm-hmm. And so, as a manager, I make sure that my team is highly performing. They are, building solution for the business. They and also making sure that I'm helping them grow personally and professionally. It's not just about them coming to work for me or for the company, but also making sure that, their career path also is very important, and we want to see them succeed, whether it's with the current company or moving to another company, and also show empathy to them, right? I think those things are important because people come to work in today's, with COVID and people are working remote. You want to engage with your team and ensure that, whether they are going through personal stuff or you want to show some sort of empathy and make sure that you can relate to them. And so my role is not just managing them, but it's also, I always said this to my team, that I'm serving them, right? So I think that's my role.
It sounds like you're working more with people than machines. So when I think of IT, I think of the computers, and I was not understanding so much the technical aspect of your job, because I thought it said that you were in IT security. Is that right?
It's DevOps and cloud and security. So being in IT doesn't mean that I have to be on with computer all the time, but it's about, in my role, it's about creating solution that solve problem, right? Mm-hmm. So the person who makes Zoom, it's not just about being on some computer and creating Zoom, but it's about thinking about what kind of collaboration tool I can provide to people to help them collaborate and be in the courtroom. So that's the type of role that I have. So I have a team of engineers that work for me. We develop application and in the cloud, and enable our R&D, research and development team to build application that not only reside on prem but also in the cloud, and make sure that these applications are secure. That's where the security part comes in place, right? That include identity access management and security assessment and security audit and all this stuff, and as well as making. So that's the technical side, and the other part is the people's manager side.
I noticed at the time that you answered your questionnaire, you said that you were off social media. Right?
I am.
Yeah. And so with your IT and IT security background, I was just wondering if you could tell us why you're not on social media.
It's a personal decision. I mean, I mean, everybody have the right to be on social media or not. I mean, there is a lot of things that are going on social media. I closed my Facebook account. I don't even remember. Maybe almost 10 years ago. So I mean, it comes down to me being someone who likes security. I think for me it's more about ensuring that my personal information are secure. Ensuring. I'll give you one example. I closed my Facebook account, like I said, almost 10 years ago, I believe. And there was one day, a couple of years ago, I tried to see if I can log back into it. Somebody used my name, have a different picture there, same first name, same last name, same email. That's the reason right there.
I think I understand. If you would give me a moment, Your Honor. One more line of follow-up questions. You'd indicated in your survey that you believe that, or you somewhat agree with the proposition that maybe accounts of police brutality are maybe overstated in the media. You remember answering that question?
I don't remember. Can you give me a recollection,
I'm sorry.
please?
So the question was whether or not you agree. I think that news reports about police brutality against racial minorities is only the tip of the iceberg. And you indicated that you somewhat disagree with that proposition. Do you recall that?
Well, I don't recall, but well, I'll say this. I think, can you restate that question again?
Sure. You know, and I think the point of the question is whether or not you have any views that would suggest that that the media exaggerates the amount of police brutality that may be out in society.
I don't believe the media was doing that, but I do believe that sometimes things that we see in the media is that well, people. I remember when when this thing started. There were people from my church, for instance, that were going there, praying, giving food. That side of it was not showing, was not getting the coverage. So that's what I was trying to say. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like what you were pointing out is that what you see on the media oftentimes is the bad news and maybe not the good news?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
answers and candor today.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And we would pass for cause.
Juror 27, you will serve on this jury. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is return to this courtroom, or the deputies will escort you to the other courtroom, 9 o'clock on March 29th.
Okay.
Now, having said that, we will probably give you a reminder in case things change as far as timing. But we're pretty confident in that date and time. But we'll give you a reminder in any case. You have a letter with you that got you into the building?
I do.
Please keep that letter. Keep it safe and make sure you... The deputy will collect the yellow lanyard from you when you leave today.
Okay.
You'll be reissued it when you come back.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Final reminder, you're not an investigator. You're not to read media. Certainly don't watch these proceedings preceding March 29th.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank
You can go with the deputy. Before we wait for the next juror, Juror 98's questionnaire was completely blank. It turns out this is a juror who is over 80 years old. And so the first thing we are going to do is reach out to the juror and see if they wish to exercise their right under the rules, since they are 70 or older, to be excused from jury duty. If they do not exercise that, I'd ask if the parties want to make it easy, or we can bring her in, give her the questionnaire when she comes next time. So let's see what the first answer is, and then we'll go with the second. All right, you can actually come right on up here. Yep, you can put your stuff down there. And take the witness stand right next to me. Perfect. Right, and you are juror number 27, is that, or
I'm
28?
number 28.
28. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for waiting. The process takes a bit, and so we appreciate your patience.
Sure.
Before we do anything else, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask a couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. Well, first of all, I'm keeping my mask on, and there's plexiglass between us. So if you'd like to remove your mask, it might be easier to hear you. But I leave that to your discretion, however you want to proceed. All right. Well, first of all, is everything on the questionnaire that we sent you? And by the way, thank you for filling it out and getting it back to us.
Yes.
Is there anything, was everything on that true to begin with?
Everything there should be true.
Okay. Is there anything since you filled out the questionnaire that you thought you should change or add to? Because it's very common that people fill out the questionnaire, some months pass by, and they realize they forgot something or their opinions have changed, anything like that.
In the questionnaire, I had mentioned with my real estate sales work that I would prefer not to serve on the jury, and I've thought about that more since, and I guess I've changed my thoughts there. I feel more willing to be on the jury and feel that the work would not be an issue.
All right, and you have kind of a time frame. If you are selected for this jury, you'd come back on March 29th, and then the trial itself would take about 4 weeks, and deliberation after that, or as part of the 4 weeks. And you think you can make that work with your work?
Correct. Yes, I do have people who can cover for me.
Okay. Do you think you'd be doing some after-hours work after your jury duty?
Pardon?
Do you think you'd be doing some after-hours work?
I would say it's possible in the evening. There might be phone calls with people who are covering for me.
Okay. Nothing that will keep you up so late that you fall asleep during jury time?
No, nothing like that.
All right, thank you. All right, the lawyers may have some questions that might prompt other things that you want to add to, so feel free to offer that information. We realize it's an evolving situation, so It's not going to get you into trouble if it's different from what's on the questionnaire.
Yep.
All right. Now, you're not supposed to read any articles. That was part of the questionnaire, was tell you to avoid anything on the media or TV, anything like that. We understand, however, that maybe inadvertently you may have seen a headline or seen something on TV briefly. Anything like that that has added to your knowledge about the case.
No, just the headlines. I've tried to avoid beyond the headlines.
Okay.
And the only thing that's probably come up in the headlines is the news about third degree.
Okay. And what do you remember about that? About the substance of what either the headline said or?
That it's something that the perhaps the prosecution would be in favor of, and adding that as an option, and that the defense maybe would not be as in favor. That's my headline impression.
Okay. The important thing is whether it was information before you filled out your questionnaire or information you filled out or after you filled out the questionnaire. Anything you know about the case from outside the courtroom, you have to put aside. You may have some information about this case and formed an opinion about the facts of the case. Got to put that aside. It's all right to have the opinions and I've seen it. Everybody has seen something. But do you think that, just knowing yourself, do you think you could do that and put aside anything that was outside the courtroom?
Yes, I think I can.
Okay. Do you think basically you can decide this case based on the evidence in the courtroom and the law as I give it to you?
Yes.
I've read some the rules of law already, but you understand at the end when you hear all of the rules of law that must be applied, you have to apply them even if you disagree with them.
I agree. I
Okay.
understand.
All right. So you were given a list of witnesses. Did you recognize anybody on the list?
No, I did not.
All right. Anything else you think we should know about you? Any questions before I turn it over to Mr. Nelson?
No, the only thing I mentioned when we were in before, I think the question was asked, do I know anybody in any of the offices for any of the professional people here?
Yes.
And the only contact I thought of back in the room there was a person I worked with in the past in real estate who I believe works in Mr. Ellison's office.
Okay.
Alex or Max Kiley.
Who I do not believe has any participation in this case at all. Is that correct, Mr. Ellison?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. So at most it would be, is there anything about knowing somebody in the Attorney General's office that would have?
Right, no, nothing there, no.
Okay, just want to make sure. I'm glad you brought it up though.
Yeah.
Very important. All right, with that then I'm going to turn to Mr. Nelson to inquire. As to juror number 28, you may inquire, Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for your patience throughout the course of the day. I'm going to ask you a few questions about yourself generally, try to get to know you a little bit. And then I want to follow up with some questions about your answers in the questionnaire. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, when you first received your jury summons notice, what was your first reaction or first impression of that?
Well, it just felt that it would be potentially extremely different than any other sort of jury summons. It was understanding it's a major case event like that. So maybe just a little bit nervous, I suppose.
Okay. So did you get a note, like a regular notice first and then the questionnaire later, or did it all come in one group?
Initially, I got notice last summer for jury duty, and I took the 9-month whatever deferral. And then I was told at that point it would be in March. And the next thing I received, I believe, was a notice that it would be with this particular case.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me break it into two parts. That first notice that caused you to delay, what did you, what was your reaction when you got that notice?
Well, to that one, there was very mild reaction, only that I delayed at that point because I felt I was pretty busy with work, and if I had more time, I could plan accordingly like that. So it was just trying to plan a little bit more, my timing like that.
Do you wish you could go back?
I thought about that. It would have been simpler if I hadn't said yes back in August.
All right. So then when you get the notice that you're a prospective juror in this case, that's when you became a little more nervous?
Yes.
And when you use the word nervous, what do you mean? Like, how do you mean?
Well, understanding it's a high profile case, and anybody who would be on, I guess, feeling a certain amount of maybe pressure of doing the right thing like that.
Okay. So let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions on that. When you talk about pressure, were you concerned for your personal safety or the safety of your family?
No.
Okay.
No.
When you use the term pressure to do the right thing, what does that mean to you?
I think if it's if I had gone into a case perhaps last summer that would not be a high profile case, then the same expectations and I guess pressure to some extent are there to do the right thing. In a case like this, it's more, I guess, that the decision the jury makes has maybe broader implications, reactions from the general public, and just so it's more that knowing that the people, general public, is paying attention to the decision, and more pressure, I guess, to get it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of what I think I'm asking you is, what is the right thing, if you had to say?
The right thing would be to follow the instructions that the judge has just been speaking of in terms of making the decision based upon the law as it's explained to me in the course of the trial, and have it based upon the evidence provided in the trial, and not on the reactions to images in paper, TV from last spring and summer.
Okay, thanks. So you, can you think of a circumstance in your personal life where you've been called upon to resolve a dispute or a conflict between two people?
Not a real serious conflict. In my work, it's negotiating all the time.
Okay.
With clients on both sides and other colleagues. Okay.
I apologize. My phone is off. I don't know why that rang.
I'm glad it wasn't mine.
I apologize very much, Your Honor.
That's okay.
All right. Won't happen again.
So just in my work, but that's the normal sort of negotiating resolution there between parties, and but in terms of I guess in past jobs I've had before my current real estate, in management, where you have issues like that with staff.
Sure.
Nothing quite like that maybe applies to this, but
Well, I mean, it does. Isn't that what this is really about, right? Resolving disputes between two parties. Right.
Yes.
So how would you approach that situation in past management experience?
It's been quite a while from the management perspective. It's maybe been over 35 years ago. Okay. But I think that trying to get both parties to calm down, relax, and to be able to look at the situation from the other party's point of view also, and to be a little bit more objective like that, and empathetic to the other sides, to help. But there are two sides to the conflict, and to help with the resolution.
And so in that circumstance, let's, I mean, just in a hypothetical situation, you've got a problem, right? And one person looks at the problem and says, I think this is the way we should look at it. You've got another person who looks at that very same problem and says something completely different. How do you reconcile those two extremes?
Well, to some extent, you do your best to work with the people, encourage them to step back and be open, discuss, think about it, and then come to a decision. And they may not agree with the decision, they may not see the other person's point of view, but and then make a decision as a manager at that point on what I felt was the right thing to do. And they may not agree with the decision, but try to at least get them to open up their minds, and then again, I would be the person who had to make the decision.
Okay.
And
Now,
live with that.
in this context, as you may be aware from the instructions, this will require a unanimous decision of 12 people. In a situation where you can't, you've got two sides that aren't agreeing, how would you try to build consensus amongst the group to reach a decision?
I think that to encourage people to follow the instructions of the judge and to the jury, and to try to set aside more their past preconceptions, because it's very possible, at least, that the lack of agreement may be caused by past perceptions, not just the instructions of the judge and attorneys. And so I think I would try to focus on the facts of the case that are presented in the trial, and hopefully that they still understand, even with two people looking at the same presented facts, they'll disagree. But I would just try to focus on the facts presented in the trial and encourage people not to bring in their past impressions that are influenced in how they are interpreting the facts.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Is there a situation in your personal life that you can think of where you thought you were absolutely 100% right, certain, and then it later turns out you were wrong? Or your professional life? I mean,
yeah. I mean, nothing that jumps out. I mean, I can think of many things where I've made mistakes in the, let's say, in maybe work that I've done and working with clients, where I made mistakes, and then I realize that, and then I own up to it, admit it, and take responsibility when I've made errors, and make sure that the other person is made whole. And I've always done that in my real estate work with clients, and that's the only thing that comes to mind, I guess, when you ask that question.
And that's fair. In terms of owning up to your mistakes, do you think that Mr. Chauvin exercising his right to trial is somehow him saying, I'm not owning up to a mistake?
No, I think it's definitely his right as a citizen, as a person, to have a trial and to present his point of view and his facts.
And so let me ask you that. Mr. Chauvin has no obligation to present a single shred of evidence in this case.
Correct.
He has no obligation to present any witnesses or any evidence. Are you okay with that?
Yes, and that was one thing in my questionnaire that I had made a comment that I did not like. The idea that a defendant would not be forced to testify. I made some comment about that didn't feel quite right to me, but that didn't answer the question. I think the question was I agreeable to that? And yes, I understand that that's the defendant's right, and I accept that, and definitely accept that and agree that that's the law and could work with that.
Okay.
So I looked over my questionnaire last night, and I looked at the answer, and I realized that was one that I didn't really answer the question, really.
Okay. And so you actually kept a copy of your questionnaire?
I did.
You may be the first person.
Yeah. I did.
Okay. And you actually reviewed your answers.
Reviewed it.
And so you were prepared to address some of these things.
Reviewed a little bit, yeah.
Okay. And great. Thank you. Do you have any concerns about COVID-19 or anything like that? Seeing how the courtroom is now.
No. I've had my first vaccine. I'll have my second one a week from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll be feeling, in the meantime, I do all the protective things.
Okay, great. So speaking of your questionnaire, I'm going to go through. I have some follow-up questions I want to kind of ask you about here. And since you've reviewed it, but if obviously I don't want to misstate anything, and I'm not trying to trick you, I just want to kind of follow through with some questions. So you obviously had a pretty extensive answer about what you had heard about the case prior to filling this out, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, we have to use yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And some of the things that you wrote, for example, that you believed, or it was your understanding, is the word, that George Floyd and Officer Chauvin had previous contacts. And then in a later sentence, you write, in my mind, I am not sure about the past encounter, in my mind, I have felt that these past encounters may have contributed to the aggressive tactics of Officer Chauvin. Did you get that? Where did you get that information from?
It was either a newspaper article in the Star Tribune or TV news, and that was probably fairly early on after the incident.
Okay.
And
yep. And so I'm curious as to the word aggressive tactics. Did you form an opinion about, based on the news and the information you'd received, about the tactics that were used by Officer Chauvin in that instance?
Right. So in my recollection of whatever news story I heard maybe last May or June, that there had been contact between Officer Chauvin at that time and George Floyd, that may have caused their initial contact there the day of the incident to be more aggressive.
Okay.
There was a little history of, and that's the kind of early on background information that I know that does need to be put out of my mind, because it's not, unless it was presented in a trial, because it also I have no idea how accurate that story even was. That was shortly after the incident, and it may be totally erroneous as far as I know.
Okay. And so I'm just curious, if you didn't hear anything about that in trial, right? Because you said it's one of two things. It could be wrong information, or you may not hear about it in trial. Those are two different concepts. So it could be right, but you may not hear about it in trial. Do you understand that?
Correct. Okay.
And I'm not saying it is or isn't right, but if you have some information that you had learned from the media beforehand, and then you don't hear about it during the course of the trial, are you going to be able to set all of that aside, not bring it up, not talk about it, not remind people about stuff? Or is it going to be nagging in the back of your head and go, I remember reading something beforehand?
I guess that would be part of media impressions that came on early that I would feel is very important. I feel that I can, I guess, do a good job of putting those out of my mind when it comes to the trial, because it's again, following the instructions of the attorneys and the judge, that I feel that I could do that, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, we're all human, and we all have opinions, and we all form opinions based on things that we see.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fair to say that you formed a pretty strong opinion about this matter quite early on, right?
Yeah, from the initial things in the news and just whatever. Yeah, I had seen the images on TV. I had a strong reaction.
Okay. And you testified, or not testified, you wrote in your questionnaire.
Well, jury selection continues in that trial against Derek Chauvin there. We're going to continue to follow that here on News Now from Fox, but wanted to bring you this shot here. President Biden, we just got that 2-minute warning that he will be stepping up to the podium here. He's hosting an event with the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck. You'll remember he announced this historic partnership, I believe a few weeks ago. This is all in an effort to produce more COVID-19 vaccines. So we'll be hearing from not only the president there, but also these CEOs as well, just coming up in the next couple of minutes here. But to give you a bit of an update, and again, these are live, raw, and unfiltered feeds here on News Now that we bring to you. So if it goes in and out, that's why. But the Senate has, well, the House has actually passed that $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill following the Senate there. President Biden expected to sign it on Friday, so we'll be following all of those developments as this stimulus package has taken quite a while here. The House gave the final congressional approval to the sweeping package by a near party line of 220 to 211. That was the vote, precisely 7 weeks after Biden entered the White House and 4 days after the Senate passed the bill. Republicans in both chambers opposed the bill unanimously, saying that it's bloated, crammed with liberal policies, and just too expensive, $1.9 trillion. But just as the roll call ended, Biden tweeted out saying, "Help is here." So here's how this stimulus package is going to affect your wallet at home. I'm just going to kind of talk about this until the president takes the podium here. Like we said, we were told it was a couple minutes out, but sometimes things run a little bit late when it comes to the White House. So encompassed in this $1.9 trillion stimulus package, there's going to be $1,400 direct payments this year to most adults, and an extension of $300 per week for emergency unemployment benefits into early September. But the legislation is going a little bit further beyond that. It addresses sorry, just listening into the update there. We'll see Biden in just a second here. The measure addresses, though, Democrats' campaign promises and Biden's top initial priority of easing a 1-2 punch that first hit the country a year ago. Since then, many Americans have been staying at their homes, staying inside, have been urged to do that because of this disease that has killed over 525,000 people. Many states today remembering exactly 1 year ago, their first cases were announced. So for Biden and most Democrats, this bill is essentially a canvas on which they've painted their core beliefs that government programs can be a benefit, not a bane, to millions of people, and that spending huge sums on such efforts can be a cure and not a curse. But a part of this American Rescue Plan is an effort to increase vaccinations. That's what the conversation is going to be about today with the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck here. We believe it's just going to be those three speaking, but there could be remarks from others as well. Just in the past couple hours, we showed you that White House briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki answering reporter questions about that stimulus bill. And as we await the president here, I think it's a good time to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. And then once you come back, hopefully the president will be taking the stage. It looks like things are running just a little bit behind schedule here. He was supposed to step up about 6 minutes ago, but that's okay. We got all the time in the world here on News Now from Fox, so we'll see some of you in 2 minutes. For the rest of you, we're going to go back out to that jury selection that is live right now in Minneapolis. In the next few hours, we're going to be getting a live report from some of our reporters in the field. So we'll see some of you in 2 minutes.
Focus only on the evidence in this case.
I believe in terms of making a decision, if I were part of a jury, that I could and would make it based upon the facts presented in the case. It doesn't mean I forgot my impressions. I know that they're there, but it means, I guess, I feel I can put those aside. I can set those aside and follow the instructions that I'm supposed to follow as part of a jury.
Okay. So I mentioned this previously. You indicated that your daughter, son, wife, and yourself have all advocated for police reform. How have you so advocated?
The only person who's done any, my daughter was involved in several of the marches after the incident and after the so she was in some of the marches. She was the only one of the family member who participated in those. As far as police reform, I think I mentioned in my questionnaire that the one example I mentioned is not police reform. I think it's maybe just more criminal justice reform. And I think I mentioned there that how prisoners are treated in prison, what I've read about that has always bothered me a lot.
Okay.
And I've never been involved in any particular movements for police reform or criminal justice reform, but
So when you say advocated for police reform, are you kind of talking within your social circle or professional circle?
Talking more with friends and family like that.
Right.
And
And you mentioned that your daughter has participated in some of the peaceful protests that occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And as a juror, if you were to be a juror in this case, you're not allowed to even tell your daughter that you're involved in this case.
Correct. Yes.
Do you think that you would have pressure? I mean, if all of a sudden dad is gone for 4 weeks and he's been in jury duty, and maybe your daughter will put together where you're at, right? Do you think that you would face any pressure from your family members to affect your judgment in this case? That would affect your judgment in this case?
No, I think that I would make it very clear. They don't live with me; they live, their own homes and everything. But I would make it very clear that I would not be discussing anything to do with the trial with them. Period. During that time frame.
So, can you imagine a scenario where you would sit through the trial, say not guilty? How would you explain that to your parents or to your daughters after the fact?
I would explain that based upon our instructions as jurors and evidence and facts presented at the case, this is how I came to that decision. And it was not based upon the impressions in the newspaper from last May. It was based upon the facts that were presented in the trial. And they'd have to sort of live with that.
Do you think you would disappoint them if you did that?
I would disappoint my daughter, yes. Probably, yes, I'm sure.
Would that weigh on your mind if you were a juror in this case?
No.
Now, you were also asked a series of questions regarding Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And in context of Black Lives Matter, you say that you believe they are an important voice in calling out prejudices that exist, that devalue black persons. I think they sometimes go too far in their condemnation of power structures and policing that treat them unfairly.
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean in terms of how does Black Lives Matter go too far in their condemnation of power structures?
Well, an example would be maybe being behind the movement to defund the police, and whereas I would say that it's the approach I would be supportive of is reforming, change within, but the whole way of trying to defund, I guess, I do not agree with, and I think that and that would be an example, I guess. Feel they're going too far, yes.
Sure. And with respect to Blue Lives Matter, you say, I have strong respect for police officers and appreciate very much the service and protection I have received from them. Right. So
yes, my own personal experience with law enforcement has always been very positive. My personal experience.
Now I have, I understand that after your undergraduate work, you did some seminary work.
Yes.
And ultimately ended up in the real estate business.
Yes, yeah. I went to New York City, and after I graduated from college in Minnesota, and went to seminary there for about 1.5 years, and then decided that was not the path I wanted to continue. So I stayed there and worked doing community outreach work in a neighborhood center there in New York City for another about 3 years, and then moved back to Minnesota.
Gotcha. Now you're, without saying his name.
Pardon?
Without saying his name, I understand that your brother is a retired Minnesota judge.
Yes.
And have you spoken with...
It looks like we have Senator Schumer and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi signing through that $1.9 trillion stimulus package. So let's listen into this event.
Except for Tom, I guess.
Way to go, Brian. Good one. Carolyn will be in touch about it. We're working at it right away.
So just to play that out again, it was a really quick kind of photo opportunity right there on the Capitol steps with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senator Chuck Schumer as they signed through this $1.9 trillion stimulus package just recently passed through by the House. So I'll show it to you just one more time as we await, obviously, President Biden, who is going to be holding a press conference today with the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck for that historic partnership to push through and expand vaccinations across the country here just 1 year after the pandemic. We'll hold this shot for just a little bit longer just to make sure that they don't give any remarks here.
Thank you. Plane. Is the plane there? There were 9 committees there. Sir. I told him. Can you sign it, Nancy? Steady. All right. Guys, let's give them room, please. They weren't supposed to move. That's trouble. I appreciate whoever moves is in the next round. Guys in the steps, let's give them room, please. Yes, I agree.
I mean, that might be a bigger reason, but the other one might be just meaning.
Yep, okay, yeah. Well, I think. Thank you, guys. Okay, quickly, because this is going to come down.
So no reporter questions or anything right there, just like we said, kind of a photo opportunity. We'll play it out for you. This was just moments ago here. The big story that we have been following for weeks upon weeks, hours upon hours on the House and Senate floor. You'll remember those over 600 pages read aloud before debate could even begin for this stimulus package. So this has been long awaited here. $1.9 trillion. Congress pretty much voting on party lines. They're approving this landmark $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill today as President Biden and Democrats claimed a triumph on a bill that marshals the government's spending might hopefully help out this pandemic that has upended the nation here. Sorry, keeping an eye on all of these feeds that we're watching. I want to bring in this one right here with hopefully the president going to be stepping up pretty soon, speaking alongside the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck. It's likely that he was probably just waiting there for that event to take place with Pelosi and Schumer. Biden's supposed to to pass this bill through, sign it through on Friday. We'll be watching all of that here on NewsNOW from Fox, but mostly what we've been watching has been that Derek Chauvin trial. Looks like they have kind of wrapped up for a second here, taking a bit of a recess, and looks like they're back on. So we'll go back to that, and then as soon as the president takes the stage, we'll of course bring that to you live.
Jury 28, we're going to excuse you from service on this jury. What I'd like you to do is the deputy will ask for your lanyard and the letter you brought in. But I do want to thank you for your time here, both in filling out the questionnaire. Obviously, you put a lot of thought into it, and the questions you answered today. So, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And Greg, hold on. So I have that as defense strike number 4. Is that correct? All right.
That's right.
And the other juror we were talking about was a 98. The jury office has made contact with that person, and they are in fact either 77, 78 years old, and has elected to withdraw from jury service, as is their right. So you can strike that person from your list as being excused by the jury office. All right, number 29. All right, come on up. Good afternoon. You are juror number 29, correct?
Correct.
Well, I'm going to continue to wear a mask, and we have plexiglass between us, so if you're more comfortable, and it might make it easier for the attorneys to hear, you can remove your mask for this time. And before I turn it over to the attorneys, there are just a couple things. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath, so if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury?
Looks like we lost this shot for a second here. I'm gonna try to figure that out. It may have just frozen momentarily, this coming via our sister station in Minneapolis there. We'll take a moment here to send everyone off to another 2-minute commercial break. We're still watching the podium here for President Biden alongside the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck, talking about their partnership, trying to expand vaccinations across the country here, just as many states are starting to fully reopen, including Texas. Coming up in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll be speaking with a sports reporter about how opening day will be at 100% capacity at Globe Life Field. Texas Rangers ready to go. Talking about all that coming up here on News Now from Fox. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And for those of you who are still with us right now, looks like we do have that shot back on the third day of the Derek Chauvin trial. Jury selection underway right now, so we'll listen into that.
Correct.
And you're fine with that?
I'm fine with that.
Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
And I ask this of attorneys. If you're on this jury, you are a practicing attorney. People might ask you your opinion about the law. And I hope the answer would be, well, we have to follow the law that the judge gives it to me. Do you think you could do that, not only yourself to follow the law that I give you, because as an attorney I'm sure you would, but to also tell people, whether I agree with what the judge said the law is, our duty is to follow the law. Could you do that?
Yes, I could.
All right, thank you. You were given a long list of witnesses, and did you recognize anyone on that witness list?
I did not.
Okay. And the length of trial, I think there are a variety of things about the trial. You said you want to serve on this jury, and you gave a number of different thoughts back and forth. I'm actually going to turn that over to the attorneys to talk about that.
Okay.
Because they may want to ask you more probing details. I'll kind of just take it as it is on your questionnaire. So do you have any questions before I turn it over to Mr. Nelson?
I do not.
Okay, as to juror 29, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Get this off here. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Good. I'm going to start with some general questions, if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Get to know you a little bit, and then we'll move into some specific questions about your questionnaire answers. Okay?
Sure.
So if I were to meet you in a social situation, tell me a few things you'd want me to know about you after I walked away.
Short list would be, I'm an attorney. I have a 2-year-old daughter. In my free time, I like to work out and go to museums and watch documentaries.
Okay. And how did you feel when you got your jury service, jury summons?
I've actually always wanted to be called for jury duty just because I'm an attorney and I wanted to go through the process. I've never received it before, so it was the first time I've ever received it. So it was kind of like, hey, I finally got it.
So it wasn't a shock, a surprise, or anything of that nature?
No.
How about when you learned that it was in connection with this particular case?
That was more surprising.
And how so?
I guess when you heard about it on the news, you never exactly expect that you'd be one of the people who'd be called as a potential juror. Just statistically, it's a small percentage.
Right. Did you have concerns about your personal safety or anything of that nature?
No.
And how about when you came down to the government center today?
I mean, it definitely looks different than any other time I've been here. But
Right. I'm assuming as a practicing lawyer, you've been here once or twice?
yes, more than once or twice.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it's a lot different to get into the building now, isn't it?
very different.
Did all of the fortifications, preparations, things of that nature, did it alarm you?
I wouldn't define it as alarming, no.
How would you define it?
To some extent impressive, just how different it is from what I normally see, but it wasn't necessarily off-putting or scary or anything like that. It was just very different than every other time I've been down here.
Okay. Did it give you any sense of security?
Yes.
So as a lawyer, I'm assuming you have quite a bit of experience dealing with people's conflict.
Yes.
So how do you approach the subject of conflict? How do you resolve conflict between two people?
Can you be more specific with an example?
Sure. I guess as a lawyer, sometimes we cause conflict, right?
Yes.
So think of a situation where it's just your friends as opposed to a client. A couple of friends are having a dispute about something. And they come to you and they say, help us, juror number 29, help us resolve this conflict. What tools do you bring to that type of a situation?
I think it's hard in conflicts that oftentimes there's both emotions and then someone's perspective and the facts of what's going on. So sometimes, depending on the person or friend that you're dealing with, you kind of have to take those step by step or separate them out, because maybe what appears to be the problem is not actually the problem. Comparing it more to in practice, that sometimes things are more about the principle than the facts or the law, and sometimes you have to talk to your client or opposing counsel or whoever it is to find out what's the root of the actual problem, because sometimes it's not what you always think.
Okay. Generally speaking, what area of law do you practice?
It would be civil litigation would be the most general.
Okay. Do you have any experience with criminal defense work?
No.
Or criminal prosecution work?
No.
Okay. Any other areas of law that you've practiced in?
No, it's all been civil litigation. I did do some clinic work in law school that involved female prisoners, but it was related to civil litigation.
Okay. So more specifically, rather than trying to resolve a conflict between two people, you're trying to determine which of these two people is telling the truth about a situation. How do you approach that?
Often comes down to credibility, if there's any sort of actual evidence, documents.
It's different as a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you it this way. Have you ever had a client lie to you?
I believe so, yes.
And how do you deal with that type of a situation? Your client comes to you and says, I need you to do X for me because I just, insert lie here, right? And how do you resolve, A, is this actually a lie, right? And how do you then approach that with your client?
If it's an obvious fabrication or lie right at that moment, address it right then. If you uncover it later on that something that they told you last week or an hour ago is incorrect, then have to call up and have a hard conversation about what that lie likely did to the case and if I can continue representing them.
Okay. Because there would be, I'm going to not go there. Do you represent individuals or businesses? Or both?
Both. Vast majority would be a business.
Okay. But you have people who own those businesses? Right?
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes people act out of self-interest. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And sometimes they may fabricate or make up something to advance that self-interest.
They may.
And part of your role as an advocate or as a lawyer is to kind of ferret through some of those truthful things and not truthful things to best advance your client's cause. Agreed?
Agreed.
In terms of a situation where maybe one of your client comes to you and says something and you become convinced that they're telling you the truth. Like it's great. You have all of the evidence in the world. Have you ever had a situation where it turns out it's wrong?
Not yet.
Not yet.
At least to my knowledge.
You know. Right?
Yes.
I mean, just how about in your personal life? Have you ever been convinced that you're right about something and then later find out you're wrong about it?
I have.
Okay. How are you willing to re-examine your views on things?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions in terms of your questionnaire. Did you keep a copy of your questionnaire?
I didn't. I wish I had, but I did not.
Okay. It's not very good lawyering.
I know. I should have.
The first question asks you to state what you recall about this incident. You're familiar with this incident, obviously.
I am.
And you gave a pretty long, detailed recitation of what you remembered happening or viewing in the news, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the information that you received was all from various media sources?
It was.
Okay. In your questionnaire, you responded that you have seen some video of the death of Mr. Floyd on the news or the internet, and you approximated that you had seen it 2 or 3 times. Does that sound right?
I would say so.
Okay. And I just want to kind of go back and ask you a couple follow-up questions in this regard. Is it the entire, we refer to it as the Facebook video? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
I don't.
Okay. So do you understand there was a civilian bystander who took a video?
Yes.
And that video was uploaded into the social media site, and it went viral, and it became local, national, and international news, right?
Right.
That's the video I'm referring to. Is that the same video that you've seen 2 or 3 times?
I've never viewed it on Facebook, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Did it appear to be?
Let's go out to President Biden reporting that he's going to announce that he wants to buy 100 million additional doses of Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. Let's listen in.
Landmark collaboration today between Johnson & Johnson, Merck, and the Biden administration to further accelerate production of our one-shot Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. I want to give a big thanks to President Biden for having us here today and for his leadership effort to Johnson & Johnson's 135,000 employees and our global partners for the really exceptional effort and expertise that have gone in to making sure our COVID-19 vaccine reaches as many corners of the world as quickly as possible. And also to my good friend Ken Frazier and to Merck for their partnership and for his personal friendship over the years. You know, our industry, it's realized in the early days of the pandemic, the vaccine development, it wasn't a race against each other's as competitors. It's really a race against time to defeat a common enemy. Today, we're at war with COVID-19, and public-private partnerships like the historic one that we're celebrating today, well, there are major reasons that last week, I was privileged enough to witness some of the very first residents in our home state of New Jersey receiving doses of our vaccines just 13 months after we started the development process. When one of the residents, this senior apartment, was asked how she felt after she was given the shot, she looked at me and replied, "Safe." I couldn't be more proud. In our new collaboration with Merck, it's going to allow us to even be more ambitious in our goals of keeping as many people around the world as safe as we possibly can with our effective one-dose vaccine. So I'm proud, extremely proud, to count Ken Frazier as an active partner as we bring our companies together in new ways on behalf of humanity. We share one common goal above all things, and that is advancing public health. So please join me in welcoming Ken Frazier.
Mr. President, I want to begin by thanking you for the steady, practical, and resolute leadership you and your administration have provided, putting people before politics and fostering an environment in which private sector manufacturing and scientific capabilities can work in healthy partnership with government to create a force multiplier in a battle we simply must win. I'm also pleased to be here alongside my friend and colleague, Alex Gorski, to talk about our historic collaboration. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all areas of our global community. It has created profound challenges and hardships, especially for our most vulnerable and disadvantaged people and communities. It has also shone a light on the resilience of our first responders, scientists, healthcare workers, and those providing essential community services, the real heroes of this challenging moment. At Merck, we're proud to contribute to the global response to the pandemic. Through this collaboration with our colleagues at Johnson & Johnson and the Biden administration, we will work together to enable more timely delivery of much-needed medicines and vaccines for the pandemic. Now, some observers may view this corporate partnership as the coming together of rivals. But in these extraordinary times, we are colleagues, not competitors. The funding made available by the Biden administration will enable us to adapt our manufacturing facilities for the production of COVID-19 vaccines and medicines, including Johnson & Johnson's vaccine. With the support of the Biden administration, and specifically the DPA, we will expedite the modification of our equipment. Again, I want to thank President Biden, Alex Gorski, and his colleagues at Johnson & Johnson for their remarkable scientific achievements, and my colleagues within Merck for helping to facilitate this important partnership. And now, it is my distinct honor to introduce the man who has brought the full weight of the federal government to bear in fighting this virus, President Joe Biden.
Well, I thank you both for those words. You know, you and I knew one another when I wasn't president, you weren't a chairman. Right. We'd ride back and forth on Amtrak. He lived in Philadelphia. I was commuting to Wilmington. It's good to see you both here. And thank both of you for your kind words. And I want to thank scientists and researchers at Johnson & Johnson for the literal heroic effort that began when COVID-19 first spread and led to the safe and effective vaccine that are now being co-produced. Today, we're seeing two health companies, competitors, each with over 130 years of experience, coming together to help write a more hopeful chapter in our battle against COVID-19. I just had an opportunity to meet with both of these CEOs and with their senior operating officers, and to hear about the work they're doing together to produce vaccine substitutes and accelerate what they call to take it to full finish. You know, what's clear is this is historic, nearly unprecedented collaboration. During World War II, one of the country's slogans was, "We are all in this together." We are all in this together. And the companies took that slogan to heart. For example, one automaker didn't have the capacity to build enough Jeeps, a competitor stepped in to help. Competing airline makers teamed up and they produced parts for each other and gave the American pilots, as a consequence of that, control of the skies. Today, we're seeing the same type of collaboration when it comes to getting this virus under control. I said we had to treat this like a war. So I want to thank the two companies for showing how we can come together and defeat this virus by putting patriotism and public health first. And I mean that literally, putting patriotism and public health first. Your companies have been working closely with a man you've both privately in the way over bragged about, Jeff Zients. Jeff is in the front row here. I want to thank you, Jeff, and the entire COVID team you put together for the coordination of our COVID-19 response, and Dr. David Kessler and his team at the Department of Health and Human Services. You know, when I came into office, we began working with the team of J&J to accelerate and add capacity to their manufacturing and production efforts. And it quickly became clear that Merck, one of the world's leading vaccine manufacturers, was in a position to be the partner we needed in this effort, in this wartime effort. I've not hesitated to use my power under the Defense Production Act to expedite critical materials in vaccine production, such as equipment, machinery, and supplies. And it's not just Johnson & Johnson and Merck. Pfizer, Moderna also work closely with us to help speed up the delivery of millions more doses. The result is that we're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every American adult by the end of May, months earlier than anyone expected. And today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared. And of course, we need to match the miracle of science and the skill of manufacturing with the massive logistical undertaking of vaccinating over 300 million Americans. Already we have gone from Johnson & Johnson vaccine authorization to shots in the arm in 3 days. I was telling the gentleman, we were at a facility yesterday, a veterans outreach, and there were three members of the veterans community getting shots. One was getting of each of the three vaccines. And the guy in the middle, a veteran, was getting his, and I was standing about as far away as I am from you, and standing up, and he was sitting down, and as the nurse put it in his arm, he went, J&J, just one. Well, there's millions of people who are going to feel that way and be proud to be in a position that they're in an ability to get the kind of help they need. 7 weeks ago, only 8% of the seniors, those most vulnerable to COVID-19, have received the vaccination. Today, 60% of the people over the age of 65 or older have received at least one shot. And that's because this is the population that represents 80% of the COVID-19 deaths. We've opened support and supported more than 500 community vaccination sites. That's more, and they're administering hundreds of thousands of shots a day. And for folks who aren't near a pharmacy or mass vaccination center, we're deploying mobile clinics like vans that go into places to meet the folks where they live. We're also supplying vaccines to community health centers to reach those who have been hit the hardest and suffered the most, especially Black, Latino, Native American, and rural communities. And this is important because we know we have more to do to ensure everyone is treated with equity and those most impacted get the care they deserve. On Saturday, We hit a record of 2.9 million vaccinations in one day in America. And beyond the numbers are the stories. The father who says he no longer fears for his daughter when she leaves to go to work at the hospital. The children are now able to hug their grandparents. The vaccines bring hope and healing in so many ways. Again, a vaccinated American is the only way to beat the pandemic, get our economy back on track, and for us to get back our lives and our loved ones. You know, that's why the American Rescue Plan was so critical. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi and the House of Representatives today for passing the bill, and I will be signing it into law shortly. This bill represents a historic victory for the American people. I look forward to signing it later this week. Everything in the American Rescue Plan addresses a real need, including investments to fund our entire vaccination effort, more vaccines, more vaccinators, and more vaccination sites. Millions more Americans will get tested, including home testing. Schools will soon have the funding and resources to reopen safely, a national imperative. The American Rescue Plan, the partnership between Johnson & Johnson and Merck, proves we can do big things, important things in this country. You know, let me conclude with this. Tomorrow night, I'm going in prime time address the American people and talk about what we've been through as a nation this past year. But more importantly, I'm going to talk about what comes next. I'm going to launch the next phase of the COVID response and explain what we will do as a government and what we will ask of the American people. There is light at the end of this dark tunnel of the past year. But we cannot let our guard down now or assume that victory is inevitable. Together, we're going to get through this pandemic and usher in a healthier and more hopeful future. So there is real reason for hope, folks. There's real reason for hope, I promise you. So may God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God ease the pain in the heart of so many who've lost so many people in this pandemic. Thank you, and we're going to do this. We're going to get it done. Thank you.
Mr. President, what do you plan to do with the surplus? What will you do with the surplus?
The surplus will, if we have a surplus, we're going to share it with the rest of the world. We've already decided we're going to work with the outfit COVAX. We've committed $4 billion to help get the funding for more vaccines around the world. This is not something that can be stopped by a fence, no matter how high you build a fence or a wall. So we're not going to be ultimately safe until the world is safe. And so we're going to start off making sure Americans are taken care of first, but we're then going to try to help the rest of the world. Thank you.
Is there a crisis at the border, sir?
No Republicans voted for the plan.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. President Biden right there taking one question at the end of this COVID-19 response press briefing alongside the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck. They're calling this a historic partnership right there. This all coming after that passage of the $1.9 trillion stimulus package. We showed you that live with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senator Schumer as well. That last question was kind of interesting, though. What happens with the surplus of this stimulus package? They're going to share with the rest of the world. I'm not sure if he was talking about the vaccines or the stimulus package there, but it sounds like that's going to be pretty much the movement from the White House there, sharing with everyone. Hopefully there will be surplus, and this historic partnership will allow all states to have the supply that they've been wanting so badly here. So we'll continue to follow all of this on News Now from Fox, and keeping on this coronavirus news. A little bit after the break here, we'll be going out to Texas as they are 100% reopen as of Governor Greg Abbott's orders, saying everything can be 100% capacity, and that includes Texas Rangers opening day. Going to be full capacity. We got the details coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We were just talking about that COVID-19 stimulus package and that, quote, historic partnership between President Biden and the Johnson & Johnson CEO and the Merck CEO as they're trying to ramp up vaccinations across the country. We're also going to be looking forward to that primetime address tomorrow night. Biden saying that that will kind of outline these next phases of his pandemic relief approach. So should be interesting to see some of that, and hopefully he'll be taking reporter questions at that. And by the end of May, we're hearing that all adults who want to be vaccinated should be vaccinated. But as I teased before the break, we're kind of heading into Texas right now, how they've been handling this pandemic, with Texas lifting all COVID restrictions. Our Fox 26 Houston team spoke with a Harris County sheriff that's in the Houston area about law enforcement's role when it comes to mask mandates. So we'll listen into that conversation, and then we're going out to Dallas.
Requirements. Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo reiterated that they do have the right to refuse you service.
No mask, no service, and guess what? If they tell you you can't come in, or they tell you to leave and you don't leave, you're subject to arrest for criminal trespass warning, criminal trespass, or you're subject to having a criminal trespass warning issued to you.
Continuing that conversation now with Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. Good morning, Sheriff. Do you think people realize that they could be trespassing if they don't wear a mask in a business that requires masks?
Well, good morning, Jose. And we hope that through raising awareness that people will know, because it could become a criminal matter. Look, we understand the governor's order. For those of us that have lost a loved one or a friend or someone close to us, this is all very personal. But we're going to get through this. We'll make it through this. And this new order just puts a different wrinkle on it. And, while people can make individual choices, so can the businesses. And they can decide at the end of the day to refuse service. And at that point, it becomes what we've always known as criminal trespassing, is they could refuse service to you, ask you to leave. And if you refuse to leave, it could become a criminal violation, a misdemeanor violation, but it would be a criminal trespass that could occur. And also, sometimes we've seen these situations become combative. We saw something here last year where a patron at a bar assaulted, I think, the bartender. We don't want to see it become confrontational, and we hope that cooler heads can prevail. Just pause, stop, think. And look, if the business wants to continue, what I think is the correct decision to continue to require masks, and you have a right to go and patronize another restaurant or business or whatever. But it's up to you individually to make the best decisions for yourself and your family. And we hope that people still do that. A lot of the indicators still say that we weren't quite ready for this kind of decision, but here we are. And now it's up to us as individual Texans to make the best decisions for our own health and those around us.
Now, Sheriff, the governor has been criticized for opening up Texas 100%. How do you balance the health concerns of residents with what some consider a political solution?
Well, look, I think that we are closer to the finish line than we were, at the start of last year. But we still have a tough road ahead. There's a number of indicators. Look, I've been a small business owner. I could definitely empathize with, the business owner that we just heard on, part of me coming on. I understand that it's a tough balance, but we're very close. And I think doing it the week before spring break, in my opinion, is very short-sighted. Let's get the vaccination rates a little bit higher. We're starting to see more deployment of vaccines, which is very positive. I just think if we could have just gotten a little bit closer, maybe in a couple months, maybe this would have made a little bit more sense. But I just think we were so close, and this is a little bit of a setback. But again, at the end of the day, it's up to Texans to make sure we continue on track and that we remain mindful that we're still seeing the variants pop up here in Harris County. All the variants that are out there are now here in our own jurisdiction. They're highly contagious, is what we understand. Don't follow politicians' guidance. Follow the medical professionals. Tune in to your media sources, and you could hear a lot of those conversations take place. And I think make the best decisions first. So we're very close, but in my opinion, we're not quite there yet.
Sheriff, I want to find out what you are advising your jail guards and your inmates to do. Or is there a quarantine area inside? Are they supposed to be wearing masks? What are they doing with this new order that the governor has?
Yes, we're still going to continue to, being that we're a county building, we're going to continue to have that requirement. We see it as a life safety measure. So we're going to still continue to have our mask. I'm still wearing my mask even in public. I just think it's the right decision to do. So our personnel will still continue to do it. I know the city of Houston is requiring the same at all city facilities, including the George R. Brown Convention Center, as well as transit systems such as Metro will still be requiring it. So there are still places that still require a mask, and you'll have to abide by that. And again, but these individual private businesses as well as property owners can always be subject to refuse service. And if they do, then at some point there could be intervention by law enforcement if you refuse to leave. Then it's not about the mask. It becomes an issue of the business owner asking you to leave and you're refusing to leave. At that point, you must leave.
Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, thank you so very much for joining us this morning and providing your insight as to what you have to do during this time that starts today. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
In one of the places that you might have to wear your mask at, but it's going to be at 100% capacity. There's so many sports lovers who are just, this is music to their ears right now. Texas Rangers are going to allow 100% of fans for their opening day at Globe Life Field. I'm going to bring in Fox 4's Jeff Kolb to break this all down for us. How happy are you? I guess that's probably my first question. You got something to cover, some exciting stuff.
No, absolutely. Of course, Texas Rangers had home games last year in their new ballpark, Globe Life Field, but it was completely empty, which was devastating to the franchise. So the concept of having a packed house, I mean, that's the moment that this franchise has been waiting for. And I think it was not only painful during those 30 home games during the regular season last year for the Rangers to play with just the cardboard cutouts and no fans, but then we saw the NLCS and the World Series played at the new home of the Rangers with fans. So now finally the Rangers will have fans. I'll add that not a shock to find out that there will be fans at these games, but how many fans, the Rangers haven't confirmed yet that this will be a packed house. I mean, what they've said is that the governor's office has given clearance for that. So still a lot of time until April 5th for the home opener. So that will be the big storyline, I think, to see just how many fans they'll be letting in.
Okay, so that's really good clarity right there. It hasn't been officially confirmed yet. They've just gotten the okay from the governor then.
Correct. And, obviously I think the Rangers would love to see that packed house. That would be, a huge deal to the franchise. This stadium has been years in the works, and this was not the only ballpark that had to open last year across sports that didn't have fans. SoFi Stadium in LA was in the same boat as one other example. But, this Rangers team has not been on top, has not been to the World Series in several years. They want to get back to that level, and they see this stadium as a big piece in attracting better players and trying to get back to a contending level.
So say it does open at full capacity, what is it going to look like? Is it going to look like your typical opening day with beers and brats?
We'd sure like to see that. One advantage to this new field, Globe Life Field, part of the reason that they built this new home for the Rangers was to have a roof and air conditioning, and that's a big aspect that fans, everybody involved with the Rangers is looking forward to. The other advantage, of course, to the roof and it being retractable is that they can have the open air aspect. So in terms of COVID, that is key, of course, as you're trying to keep things as safe as possible with having as many people as possible. Texas has been on the forefront in the sports world in terms of having fans really throughout this pandemic. Just going back to, what we were just talking about in terms of just how many fans will there be, for the longest time, I think the governor's limit was 50% capacity. Now, the Cowboys, the Mavericks, the Stars, they never hit that 50% number, but they did. The Cowboys, for example, led the NFL in terms of their capacity. So will be very interesting to see just how many fans we have, and hopefully, like you're saying, it will be as close to that opening day feel that we all love.
For these guys, these athletes who haven't played in front of a full crowd yet, how big of a deal would this be for them?
I think it would be a huge deal. You know, I mean, I remember speaking with Rangers players last season about the cardboard cutout aspect of it and how weird that was. And, you know, I remember being in the stadium when they first had their opener, and to hear the piped in crowd noise was weird. And it did bring a different feel to the game. So I think the players clearly missed the fans, and I think that it would be a huge boost for the Rangers, for all teams across baseball. And, you know, if it's a packed house, that will be just groundbreaking across sports, because since this time last year when the sports world really shut down, there has not been a major event with a full house. So that would be groundbreaking.
I mean, it sounds like they've got the Rangers have a pretty good relationship with the governor. I think he threw out the first pitch or something this past season, or did the play ball announcement. So they've got their foot in the door, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. He got to say play ball, I believe, during the World Series. So he's a baseball fan, you know, huge, you know, baseball, you know, fans down here in Dallas. Of course, people love their baseball. They love Rangers baseball. And like I was saying, I mean, this new stadium is supposed to usher in this new era in Rangers baseball. So it's a big deal. And I think it'll mean a lot. Whether it's on April 5th when the house is fully packed or a later date, it's going to mean a lot to the people here.
Yeah. Well, since we have you on, I have to ask you about the Dak Prescott news. What are your thoughts?
Of course. So Dak is actually speaking right now, I believe. So I'm going to have to, you know, jump over and check out that press conference as soon as I get off here. But, you know, this has been, you know, several years in the making. Of course, the Cowboys, you know, and Dak were not able to come to a deal last year, and I think that left a bitter taste in Dak Prescott's mouth, no doubt. So this is a guy who, you know, was not the top draft pick when he was picked in the NFL draft several years ago. A guy who's just, you know, known as being a great leader, someone that people just love around here. So I think, you know, while we'd all love to have that contract, I think people are just very happy for Dak Prescott.
Well, I'll let you go do your job, Jeff. Thank you so much for being with us here on News Now from Fox, and maybe we'll circle back on some of that Dak news.
Absolutely. That'd be great. Thank you so much.
And we're going to move forward with some of the stories here. Again, Jeff Kolb coming out of our Fox 4 Dallas team there, doing great work. It's been a really busy day today, and we haven't been able to touch on some of the stories that we wanted to touch on before. This one right here coming in out of Georgia. Governor Kemp is expanding vaccination eligibility. It's now 55 and above. So let's listen into that news conference, or at least a portion of it here, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the other news events of the day.
If you're over 55, you'll be eligible to change your registration immediately. You'll get notified. But those that are 16 and above with the new registration, that'll be Monday morning at 6 a.m. As the governor mentioned, our 5 new sites. If you're around the state right now and you're seeing stuff set up, that's because we're working and getting ready. Those who are under 55, again, make sure you select which category you're under. We're not, you know, trying to single you out. It just helps us better serve you when you're on our sites. As far as that goes, Governor, that's our updates, and I'll be open for any questions anybody might have.
All right, we got questions. Yep.
Governor, should I go? Hi, Governor. Rafael from Univision. We've seen the effort that you guys with Commissioner King have done to impact the Hispanic community. It's been hard hit by the virus. One thing I wanted to ask you guys is that we want to measure the success you guys have had, but when we take a look at the website, still the amount that when we go to the ethnicity, the amount of people vaccinated, the ethnicity, the vast majority of it is still unknown. So we still do not know exactly how many Hispanics have been vaccinated. And I was wondering if there's any plan for you guys to kind of change that or fix that. And the other thing is I want you guys to please reiterate the message to private providers, because we've had many people trying to get the vaccine to a Walgreens or other places. They told them, oh, you don't have a Georgia driver's license, you cannot get the vaccine. But we have been able to fix that. They've changed, but I also want you guys to reiterate that you don't need a Georgia driver's license to get a vaccine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'll let, if anybody wants to speak to the website issue. I know early on we're going to catch a lot of those, regardless of what ethnicity they are, on the second dose. And I know we are continuing to message to private providers and all of our partners. I'll let General King and perhaps Dr. Toomey speak to that.
Thank you.
Just several things. One is that we recognize that we haven't been able to collect that data adequately because it was not initially not required in grids. We fixed that. We've sent messages out to all providers to remind them that this is a mandatory data point that they have to report, and when we are going back into reminding them, and even
And we do have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on the floor right now, so let's listen in to this while we have it.
Raise a drumbeat on these priorities, including our colleague, Representative Lucy Macbeth, who has been such an inspiration to all of us, bring her great generosity of spirit in telling her story, sharing that story of Jordan with us. I thank every. Now, we also have a debt of gratitude to our former colleague, Gabby Giffords, who, when she was having a neighborhood meeting, there was an attempt on her life. Her courage is an inspiration to the country. Her leadership to end gun violence is something that is so remarkable. And under her leadership and that of the Bradys, we were able to meet with survivors over time to try to pass legislation to make the gun laws clearer and better, and really adjusting to the realities of technology. Another colleague, Bobby Rush, lost his son to gun violence as well. So again, we hear about the big events that take place, and they're horrible. But every day, people lose their lives. In fact, let me just see what the statistics are. Since 1994, with background checks were first created, and I had the privilege of being here at that time and actually serving as a whip for the legislation. Our leader on the bill was Leader Schumer. Well, right then he was a member of Congress, Chuck Schumer, on this legislation. And since 1994, when background checks were first created, the system has stopped more than 3 million dangerous people from getting firearms. Every day when background checks are used, they stop an estimated 170 felons, 50 domestic abusers, and nearly 20 fugitives from buying a gun. Every day, Mr. Speaker. Yet over the years, people have exploited and circumvented the system. Today, someone with a violent criminal record or a history of abuse can go to a gun show, or go online, or even to a stranger in person to purchase a firearm. No background check, no questions asked, all perfectly legal. Well, they might be legal, but it's not perfect. And even when a background check has been initiated, it's not always completed. And that's what this legislation before us, Mr. Clyburn's bill, is about. The horrific case that enabled a hate crime at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, in which 9 innocent people were murdered while peacefully worshiping. As a result, up to 80% of firearms, because of gun shows, online sales and the rest, 80% of firearms are sold or transferred without completed background checks. So it is in that spirit that I come to the floor, but when I come to the floor, I bring with it the thinking of the survivors who we meet with regularly. We have said to them, we're not stopping until the job is done. We respect our Constitution, but we also say that the Constitution talks about well-regulated. Again, these bills that we're talking about have long and bipartisan support by a vast majority of the American people. Over 90% of the public, including more than 90% of gun-owning households. Most of these folks who own guns have passed background checks. They support background checks, and they are supported by dozens of leading law enforcement, veterans, local government, public health, and other groups. For example, Mr. Speaker, the Major Cities is called Major Cities Chiefs Association, representing the nation's largest metropolitan law enforcement agencies, right? The lack of a background check for private sales and gun shows completely contradicts the purpose for which NICS was established, to keep guns out of the hands of those who do harm. For the benefit of those who don't know what NICS is, this important program, Mr. Thompson has been a champion in the funding of NICS. NICS is the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. Next, the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys states, H.R. 8 will help the background check system catch up with changes in technology and ensure that individuals who are prohibited from purchasing or possessing a gun cannot easily buy guns online. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors writes that H.R. 8 will make our cities safer and in no way compromise gun owner rights. And that H.R. 8 is very important to us, and it is legislation that has broad support. It's called the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. That's Mr. Thompson's bill. And this bill, H.R. 1446, Mr. Clyburn's, the Enhanced Background Checks Act. So everything I say about one bill applies to the other in terms of its purpose, in terms of its urgency, and in terms of its honoring our promise to the survivors and the families who have lost their loved one to violent gun violence, gun violence, that we are not going away until this legislation passes, and that we will meet the challenge, the conscience of the country when it comes to the gun violence crisis in our country. And I say that with gratitude to Mr. Chairman Mike Thompson and our distinguished whip, Mr. Clyburn, for their leadership, their determination, their persistence, and soon, hopefully, their success in turning their legislation into law so that we can keep our promises to the survivors, and also that we can make the world safer for all children and all people in our country and throughout the world, as we are an example to the world. With that, I urge an aye vote on both of